Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, and welcome to the State of Equity in America Forum presented by U.S. News and World Report. Thank you to those of you in New York City and to the nearly 1,000 people watching at home on our live stream. I'm Kim Castro, Editor and Chief Content Officer. We're excited to host you and hold this vital conversation on economic equity. When you consider the median income in America is $31,000 a year, the extraordinary lack of affordable housing in many counties across the United States, and according to the U.S. Department of Education, more than half of Americans between the ages of 16 and 74 reads below a 6th grade level, we have an equity problem. The issue of equity must be discussed with thought leaders, policymakers, and stakeholders and business leaders for policies to reflect an equal opportunity for all to excel. This is the reason we specifically invited you to join us today, and we want everyone to be active participants in these important conversations. So we encourage you to use the hashtag USNEquity on social media to share insights and continue the dialogue online. Let's talk about what we have in store. We'll first hear about the inequality and economic opportunities in healthcare for women from Planned Parenthood's Alexis McGill-Johnson. Next, we'll hear from John Gerzema, who will share results of a recent U.S. News and World Report Harris poll survey on equity, dissecting the perceptions versus reality of how equity is viewed in America. Then, Darren Walker will moderate a discussion on equity and the economy, assessing the big picture with Jennifer Jones-Austin, Denise Scott, Maria Torres-Springer, and Kathy Wild. After a quick break, we will address inequities and solutions for housing with Alicia Glenn and Barika Williams. We'll hear what the future holds from CUNY Chancellor Felix Matos Rodriguez, Beth Ferreira, Hope Knight, and Richard Mack. And Shamina Singh will close out our morning session sharing ways that MasterCard is addressing the issue of equity. With all that we have to address, let's get started. It is my pleasure to introduce Eric Gertler, Executive Chairman and CEO of U.S. News, the nation's leading authority on rankings, fact-based unbiased journalism, and expert guidance on life decisions. Eric has overall responsibility of our multifaceted digital media company. He's also my incredible boss. From 2019 to 2021, Eric served as acting commissioner and president and CEO designate of Empire State Development, New York State's principal economic development agency. Eric has written and spoken extensively on key policy issues and economic development priorities, including workforce and employment matters, infrastructure investment, urban development, entrepreneurship, and innovation. Please help me welcome the man behind today's event, Eric Gertler.
Thank you, Kim. It's always wonderful to follow an amazing woman, our editor and chief content officer, Kim Castro. Good morning as well. We delayed it just a few minutes to let the caffeine kick in this morning, so welcome to those here, and also welcome to the large audience that we have that's live streaming this event. Thank you for joining us for U.S. News and World Report's inaugural The State of Equity in America Forum. As Kim said, U.S. News is a mission-driven media company, and we've focused over the past 90 years on helping people make the important decisions in their lives, whether it concerns selecting the best college, the best hospital, deciding on the best state to live in, and many other important life decisions. But we also firmly believe that it is the duty and obligation of news organizations like ourselves to ask the hard questions and to spark important conversations that tackle the complex problems that we as a society must urgently address. Today, we hope to do just that. We have convened an extraordinary group of leaders and thinkers for a day-long dialogue about equity in America, and Kim walked through some of the extraordinary participants that we have today for this discussion. The enormity of the problem is almost overwhelming. Stark inequities can be seen and felt in almost every facet of American life, every single day, every single hour. Cracks in our society that laid below the surface just a few short years ago are now visible to all. This morning, we will examine the challenges of equity in a post-COVID economy in New York and in America. Job opportunity and security, access to affordable and safe housing will be at the forefront this morning. But let's be clear, COVID did not create this problem. We are a country with a long history of inequity. COVID just put it under the microscope and exacerbated every challenge that already existed. An economist from MIT recently estimated that it takes about 20 years of essentially nothing going wrong for one family to be lifted out of poverty. Think about it, not one thing going wrong, not one sudden job loss, not one expected hospital or dental bill, not one home repair. And then the pandemic hit. All went wrong all at once. As Kim said, I had the great privilege of running Empire State Development Corporation, New York State's leading economic development arm during the pandemic. And it was our job to create stability and support where we could in a fragile, chaotic economy. That came in the form of loan programs to save jobs and all sorts of other support programs to keep businesses of all sizes afloat. But during that time, the inequities inherent in New York and America as a whole were all right there in front of us, on full display, on massive scale. In lower income, predominantly black and brown neighborhoods, when service workers were laid off and sent home, that meant no paycheck and an uncertainty of how long they would even have a place called home. With schools closed, essential workers on the front lines, such as those who ran grocery store registers, were left with no childcare and the horrible choice of risking their job or leaving their child unattended. Not to mention the risk that they were taking with their own lives, just to not miss a single paycheck. Not one thing could go wrong after all. Yet in the same city, in more affluent neighborhoods, people were decamping to second homes or Airbnbs in less dense communities, all the while maintaining higher paying jobs through the magic of Zoom. Closed restaurants to this group actually translated into savings, as they were now forced to eat at home as opposed to dining out. Closed restaurants to those who worked in the kitchens meant immediate food and housing insecurity and the instant reality that the dream of being lifted out of poverty with a streak of nothing going wrong for 20 years had utterly vanished. How could it be that the outcomes of people and communities, both called New Yorkers, could be so different? These glaring inequities are gut-wrenching to examine, but that is exactly what we must do. We must stare them down. We must question why they exist and what we can do to change them. What does it mean when we know that 60% of Americans today are living paycheck to paycheck? The so-called safety net for a majority of individuals in our society is truly tenuous. And yet, we must also find common ground with an increasingly mobile upper class whose taxes in a state like New York pay for the majority of vital social services. It is my hope that today, in some way, big or small, we start the conversation and offer ideas that will help our community progress on that path. A more equitable economy is a more secure one for all of us. It is also, as I see it, a moral responsibility. It is incumbent upon us to start to move in that direction to create a more equitable society. Now, before I turn it over to Kim, I just want to thank our partners, MasterCard, Optum, Black Directors, Health Equity Agenda, CECP, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank the team at US News, Marion, Kate, Bill, Kim, and the rest of the events team who have put together an extraordinary effort to have this event today. So thank you all. And with that, it is my pleasure to invite our morning MC, Kim Castro, back to the stage to get the conversation started. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric, for setting the stage for our conversation today. Now I'd like to welcome Alexis McGill Johnson, President and CEO of Planned Parenthood Federation of America and the Planned Parenthood Action Fund. Planned Parenthood provides important health services to 2.4 million people each year through more than 600 health centers across the country. Alexis and I will have an important conversation exploring how abortion access is essential to economic equity. Alexis, can you join me on stage? So I'm taking off my MC hat and putting on my interviewer hat. Okay, so let's talk about the election. It was so interesting to see how the polls and pundits really pitted abortion against, kitchen table issues like the economy, especially with high inflation. You'd think that'd be top of mind for voters, and we now know that really wasn't the case. Gen Z, for example, they came out in droves, and abortion was top of mind. So can you talk about what happened?
Yeah, I mean, abortion may have saved democracy is what happened, in my opinion. I think what we saw on last Tuesday is voters who really hadn't had a chance to express their outrage with the Supreme Court decision in Dobbs in June. And we saw it in Kansas when they had the opportunity. You saw the overwhelming cross-generation, across-party, across demographics, people showing up and saying, having a federal right is incredibly important to, all kinds of opportunities to participate in the economy and life and determine their own futures. And what we saw, I think, on Tuesday was not only a rising electorate demonstrate their understanding of this, not as a single issue, right, but also connected to the fact. We know that 1 in 4 women before the age of 45 will have an abortion. We know that the majority of people who do have access to abortion are already parents. We know that these are also economic issues because they're making decisions about whether or not it's the right time to continue on in their education, the right time to go for a promotion in a career, whether it's the right time to start a family or complete a family. And so I think that this kind of false equivalence of like cultural issue or a economic issue, I think really was kind of missing the point. And that's why I think we saw the overwhelming support for ballot. We won 5 ballot initiatives. 8 Democratic women became governors. There were so many things that happened, I think, on Tuesday that really just demonstrate that people's understanding of the ability to control your own body and how that relates to the economy.
Right. So just continuing that train of thought, from an economic perspective, can you tell us what are the costs of abortion bans to the individual person as well as to the economy?
Well, look, I mean, for individuals, what we have seen over the last year, let's just take the last year given the ban that went into effect in Texas last year, we saw workers who were leaving their jobs at the end of a shift, right, in order to drive upwards of 400 miles on average to get access to care out of state. That meant, personally, they had to find childcare, they had to find travel, they had to take the time off from work that they could, least likely afford. And then they had to go and get, care and come back and, without paid leave, without any other policies to help support them, and then come back and start work, within the next couple of days. Mm-hmm. So the personal cost, right, of what it actually takes to secure access when it is uneven, state by state, again, which is why federal protections are so critically important, is really clear. We know that people who don't get access to abortion care that desire it many times are often forced into poverty and may stay there for the next 4 years. Mm-hmm. From a kind of society perspective, from an economy perspective, we also know that abortion bans and restrictions cost the U.S. economy $105 billion a year. A significant toll when, again, you don't have the opportunity to make these choices about your own lives. And you also see it, in all of our efforts around equity, right? I mean, equity is a moral cost. It's also an economic imperative, a strategic imperative for many companies. And when you have invested significant resources into growing, gender equity in particular, racial equity, because these bans impact people of color disproportionately. You also are limiting opportunities to actually grow the pipeline that you need in your own workplace.
So piggybacking on that, how does lack of access to abortions impact participation in the labor market?
Yeah, well, look, as we've seen in many of these states that have restrictive abortion bans, they also have high maternal mortality rates. They also have low child welfare rates, higher infant mortality rates, all of the things that in terms of, again, being able to create and support a family as well as participate in the economy become significantly more challenging. And so you see these restrictions over and again, which is why, of course, they are deeply unpopular, right? They are deeply problematic, and it's why we see state after state, many folks, pushing back and fighting back, because they understand that this is not only a very personal decision that they don't want the government to be making for them, but also one that really is part of their right to determine how they are going to plan for their families and their futures.
Right. So before joining Planned Parenthood, you led the Perception Institute, where you consulted for companies experiencing racial equity challenges. And in your current role, you've named equity as your North Star. How does that factor into the work that you're doing now with Planned Parenthood?
Well, it is our North Star as a federation. So Planned Parenthood, as you mentioned, is the nation's largest sexual and reproductive health care provider across the nation, indeed, across the globe. And one of the things that I think has been increasingly important for me as a leader and as a Black woman, the only second Black woman to lead the organization in over 100 years, was how our patient population was doing in relationship to their experience at Planned Parenthood, and consistently seeing that people of color were not faring well as other in terms of their experience. And we know all of the implications of when you don't have a good patient experience, how that also then translates into compliance, into other outcomes. And so we created a program around equity with a significant grant that we got from McKinsey Scott at the beginning of this year. $275 million came into the Federation, $50 million came into the national office. And I asked our board to earmark that entire $50 million towards essentially creating a Black Health Equity Initiative and naming that this is where we have the most significant challenges workforce among our patient base. This is where we want to actually create, if we had a praxis that centered the Black experience, because that is where we had the most challenge. Everything we build around that essentially will help build the other communities and their experience with the work. It was really a difficult conversation, if I'm honest, at the board level, because we were facing the overturning of Roe. We knew it was coming. We were facing, untold challenges, not knowing uncertainty with what would happen with this particular election. But to be able to say, if our future is health equity, our future is Black health equity, and how that will ripple out, that means we actually have to put the money here towards the future and not use it for all of the things that we would do to fill the gaps. And I think it's actually been an incredible opportunity for us to also bring our workforce in, inspire. We've seen how so many of our health centers, when they start to think about equity, it actually has helped with retention. It's helped with all kinds of things that are also been incredibly challenging in this COVID world with a workforce, particularly like a nursing workforce or our providers, just giving them that focus of like, this is actually how we are transforming the world. So I'm super excited about that work.
Great. So final question for you. As you think about the future for the right for access, how do the stories that you've heard on the ground inform what's coming next? And how are the results of the midterm elections factoring into what's happening on the ground?
So when I first took this job, I was on a plane back and forth. I'm always on a plane, but back and forth from DC. And I happened to be in a day like this, a rainy day, and anybody who's traveled knows what it feels like to sit on a tarmac at DCA for a couple of hours. And I'm sitting next to this woman who, once we took off, I found out she worked for FAA. She had all of these, this background in aviation. She's so fascinating, and literally talked to her for 2 hours about what was happening with the plane. And I'm a pretty decent flyer, but it was a little rocky. And a couple times she held my hand to say we're gonna be fine. It's only 30 minutes. Chill out. So we landed, and we get back to LaGuardia. I just thank her. I'm so excited. My girls are 10 and 13 and very interested in aerospace. And I said, oh my God, like, I just want to introduce them to you. Let's stay in touch. And she said to me, absolutely, I'm happy to do that, but thank you. Because if it wasn't for the abortion I had at 22, I wouldn't be doing this work right now. And so oftentimes we have these conversations, as we have had over the last year, about the extreme examples, the horrific examples, quite frankly, the 10-year-old in Ohio, the challenges with not having access because of due to rape or incest, or the real implication of what we're seeing with doctors who are so confused about the kind of provision that they are able to provide because they're now trying to become lawyers, right? The patients who have intended pregnancies that no longer are viable, but they have to leave state in order to get the care. Otherwise, they'll go into sepsis and the doctors won't be able to treat them. Those are the kinds of things that, you know, we tend to come up in the media, but those normal conversations, those everyday conversations about people just making choices about what is right for them in their own lives is actually the normalization that we need to see. And I think what we saw in the midterms was an understanding, a recognition across the board that, you know, if 1 in 4 women before the age of 45 has an abortion, has a miscarriage, which is also the same procedure, it means that it is a regular kind of normal medical procedure that, you know, people don't want politicians making decisions for them about. They understand how it impacts their economy. They understand how it impacts their schooling. You know, we've seen it on university campuses, young people who are, you know, in college who, when I asked them, how did you feel when Roe was overturned? They said, I felt betrayed. I felt betrayed. So we are seeing, because of the midterms, which I think kind of helped us make the connection broadly to everyone else, that the majority of Americans believe that Roe should have been the law of the land. There's no state where banning abortion is popular. That we're going to be able to tell more of those normal stories and help people understand that, that this is not a place where we want to see more restrictions. It's a place we actually want to see expanded access, where we want to see better access to birth control and contraception, better access to a full range of sexual and reproductive health care, because we know that particularly for women of color, the ability to plan when and if you will become a parent is a critical part of maintaining your ability to stay in the workforce. So we're going to continue to drive those stories. We're going to continue to fight state by state as we need to. We're going to continue to fight to get back into the Constitution, because that's where we belong. And that's the work ahead of us.
Great. Thank you so much, Alexis. You reinforced that this isn't just a healthcare issue, it's an economic one. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Great. All right, I'm switching back to my other hat. So it's now my pleasure to introduce John Gerzema, Chief Executive Officer of the Harris Poll, a leading public opinion, market research, corporate brand, and reputation strategy firm. John is a pioneer in the use of data to identify social change and help leaders and organizations anticipate and adapt to new trends and demands. And he's here today to present some important and disturbing numbers for us. John?
Thanks, Kim. Good morning, everyone. We're going to talk about state of the equity, looking at economic numbers, drawing in a number of different Harris Poll data sets, including a brand new study that we've just conducted post-midterm with U.S. News & World Report. We're going to start by looking at, if I can go forward. Okay, we're going backwards. Here we go. So what we're going to look at first is the data set that we have been collecting since March of 2020. With the CDC, the Harris Polls conducted a COVID tracker weekly looking at economic attitudes. And what you can see here, not surprisingly, is that we live in a world of stacked crises, right? What COVID has sort of relinquished has now become high levels of American anxiety on the economy and inflation, war in Ukraine, crime rates, political divisiveness, et cetera. You can see on the right-hand side very high levels of anxiety in the 80s and 90s%. But what you also see is significant difference between white American anxiety and BIPOC. And for instance, what we see is that white Americans see an economic concern at the macro level, whereas people of color see it at the micro level. And let me give you an example. We have in our data, 88% of white Americans are concerned about the economy and inflation at large. Yet let's go down and look at the difference between that and BIPOC, which is at 81%. But let's look at specifically affording living expenses. Here we see 71% of Americans are concerned about that, yet 85% of women of color making under 50K household income are concerned about that. In addition to that, losing a job, 56% of Hispanics, 51% of BIPOC versus only 45% of white. So across the spectrum, it's a very different dynamic for Americans based on color as you look at the hard costs of living and the real life economic anxiety. Now, if we go forward, Americans of color also, this isn't brand new. They have faced a sustained, more severe financial stress since the beginning of the pandemic, and as Eric pointed out, even beforehand. We asked this question in the Harris poll. As a result of pandemic inflation, have you or your household been impacted financially in any ways? And if you look on the left-hand side, you can see sought out additional income. Early on in the crisis, 46% of Black Americans, 42% of Hispanics, versus only 34% of white Americans. Let's look at the green line down below. Missed or will soon miss a bill payment, 31% of Black Americans, 31% of Hispanic Americans, versus 23% of white Americans. And as you look across, I think a really incredible line here, provided financial support to family. That's that dark blue line. It's 33% of all Americans as of this past weekend. It's 40% of BIPOC Americans versus only 30% of white Americans. So you see a dynamic here, added financial stress on people of color coupled with the selflessness of additional support for their family members inside their communities. Now, when we go a little bit different, let's go a little bit deeper. Let's try to unpack what is sort of behind this. What role do social structures play in these poor reported financial outcomes? First of all, we ask a simple question in our Harvard-Harris poll. This is a survey of American voters. This is from October. And we asked, do you believe there is systemic racism in America? And when you talk to Americans at large, roughly 6 out of 10 believe that's to be the case. You can see the differences. There's a 4-point difference between women and men in America. But now let's look at race. 70% of BIPOC versus only 53% of white Americans believe there is systemic racism in America. This is a 17-point difference. This is a substantial difference based on race. Let's look at age. Fortunately for us, Gen Z leads the way at 72% believing there is systemic racism. Folks, that is a 24% difference than white Americans at large at 53%. We also see, obviously, this difference between Gen Z and boomers. And here in New York, there's a 17-point difference between New Yorkers believing that to be the case versus the rest of the country. But I think it's important to dig a little bit deeper. If you look on the right-hand side, we asked these questions. Of those 41% who say that they remain unconvinced that there's systemic racism in America, 47% are white Americans. That's a 28% difference versus Black America. Then we asked, do you agree systemic racism is responsible for disparities? 8 in 10 Black Americans believe that versus only 62% of white Americans. Again, a very substantial swing at 18 points. And then we asked the question, do you strongly agree that it's important for society to address the impacts of discriminatory practice? Again, a very substantial difference between Black and white America at 14 points. But I want to call your attention to one thing. Let's look at the white Americans, the 53%, right, who said that they agree that there is systemic racism in America. Now let's go and look at that 36% that believe that it's important to address it. That is a 17-point difference between acceptance and action, essentially. Do you understand what I'm saying? White Americans are saying this is important, but they don't really believe there's something important that we need to do about it. So let's go a little bit deeper and understand what some of those cases may be. Again, in our Harvard-Harris poll looking at American voters, we've tracked over time the favorability of various institutions and various movements. And so for example, let's just look at Black Lives Matter over time versus the police in America. Again, this is among American registered voters. What we see is that over time, there has been a favorability, obviously, of Black Lives Matter, but it is eroded. It's eroded 33% difference now, today, between black and white voters. So what was substantial gains that were gathered in June of 2020, where there was this strong, overarching sort of support, even to some extent among white Americans, half of them at 49%, that is now eroded to only 37%. So the numbers just bear themselves out clearly. I mean, you're looking at a 16% decrease in favorability toward Black Lives Matter among black voters, 12% decline among white voters, but it was already low to begin with. I think what we have to stop though and look at is the difference between the favorability of Black Lives Matter today and the favorability of the police. Now, with crime rates having gone up, favorability toward the police has risen with both groups, but what you're looking at is back in June of 2020, Black Lives Matter was 23 points more favorable than the police. It's now 7 points less. So clearly there are substantial dynamics at play here that we want to get deeper at and understand. But they don't just reside there. They extend into investing. Now clearly you've probably learned a lot about the fact that there's a lot of challenges in the cryptocurrency market. We're proud to say we were one of the first organizations to understand why crypto was so important to people of color. Now, it was less about what crypto is and more about what traditional financial investing isn't. Let me explain. We asked this question: how much do you invest in cryptocurrencies? Across America, 27%. Look at Black America, 40%. Hispanic, 46%. White, only 24%, and LGBTQIA+, 40%. These are substantial differences from the general population and people of color. So then we asked why. Well, guess what? Among BIPOC American investors, they believe they feel fairly treated by the cryptocurrency markets, right? 69% of Hispanics, 66% of blacks versus 57% of white. Differences. Now, let's look at what's traditional investing. Well, traditional investing has investing barriers, systemic racial barriers towards people of color. They feel unfairly treated by banking and loan institutions on the right. Look at that, Hispanics at 43, black at 41, white at 32, again, substantial differences. And then lastly, look at the differences in support of black, Hispanic, and LGBTQIA investors in terms of 2/3 of them saying that crypto is a legitimate form of payment versus only 50% of white Americans. Folks, that's as of this past week. With all the turmoil in the crypto markets, with the FTX implosion, you still have people of color believing in these markets and these investment vehicles because they are frictionless, they are more equitable, and they are offering a route around the traditional financial system. So it's not just investing, it's also the workplace. So we did a survey of HR directors across corporate America. Well, guess what? 8 in 10 of those HR directors reported that their companies have implemented diversity initiatives. Well, guess what? We also talked to the BIPOC employees across America. Only 25% of those employees said that they were not aware of them. Our HR directors also report that they have substantial documentation on how salaries are determined, yet 70% of BIPOC employees disagreed with that. So you have on one hand HR directors thinking they're doing a great job. Workers of color, employee professionals of color don't believe that. In fact, on the right-hand side, only 2 in 10 BIPOC employees, according to a new survey that we conducted with Hugh and the Harris poll, believe their firms are making a good effort in implementing clear pay structures, increasing diversity across leadership, and recruiting and retaining minority talent. And it goes on and on. You see a 16-point difference between black and white Americans who strongly disagree that workplace discrimination is not a problem. Same with wages are not a problem. So again, your lens and viewpoint on fairness and equity in the workplace is often determined by the color of your skin. Now, perhaps that's not new, but what we also want to understand is the role of trust in institutions. BIPOC Americans across the spectrum of our data basically see that the public and private sectors share equal responsibility. They want them both to be involved. Interestingly enough, among BIPOC Americans, there's slightly more trust in the government than there is in business in terms of making a positive impact for their communities. That's different from white Americans. They believe that business and ESG and investing are going to do a better job for their communities. But yet at the same time, even though BIPOC Americans trust government more, they kind of have the least amount of trust of the federal government. It's the lowest number at the bottom. So there tends to be a more micro effect here as well with BIPOC Americans. They're more focused on micro. They believe that small businesses, nonprofits, educational, healthcare will do a better job moving all the way down to the larger government. Now, I've given you a lot of bad news over the last 8 or 10 minutes. Let me give you some good news. This is like incredible. This is our brand new USA Today, US News rather, Harris poll. And what we see, we asked this question, how much do you agree with the following among white in gray, Asian in green, Hispanic in gold, and black is the blue bar line. And what you basically see here is that BIPOC Americans are less pessimistic that the country's on the wrong track. They're less pessimistic that the economy is on the wrong track. They're less pessimistic that the US economy is weak today. And they're even less pessimistic that their personal financial situation is getting worse. Flip the other way, there's greater sense of optimism and belief in the country, belief in the economy, belief in their own definition of the American dream, despite all of that economic headwinds I just showed you, despite all of these other systemic racial barriers against them. So there is a sense, just as a researcher, as I look at this data, there's a sense of nobility, there's a sense of American optimism, and I think there's a real sense of hope that I hope that our esteemed panels can go deeper in as we look at this. Last but not least, what do they want? We asked how much of an impact do you think the following would have if corporations prioritize them? Major differences substantially between black and white Americans on being more clear and transparent, both in compensation structures at work, accountability of workplace discrimination and racism, recruitment and retention of minority talent, and then lastly, authentic investment in DEI practices and more representation in leadership roles. So that's a starting point of some of the things that they want, but I'd leave you with this thought that despite all of these substantial challenges, there is a hope and an optimism in the future moving forward that we need to be respectful of and we need to tap into and harness. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those terrific insights, John. Now I'd like to introduce Darren Walker, president of the Ford Foundation, a $16 billion international social justice philanthropy with offices in the United States and 10 regions around the globe. He chaired the philanthropy committee that brought a resolution to the city of Detroit's historic bankruptcy. Under his leadership, the Ford Foundation became the first nonprofit in U.S. history to issue a $1 billion designated social bond in U.S. capital markets for proceeds to strengthen and stabilize nonprofit organizations in the wake of COVID-19. Joining Darren in the discussion today are Jennifer Jones-Austin, CEO of the Federation of Protestant Welfare Agencies, Maria Torres-Springer, Deputy Mayor for Economic and Workforce Development, Kathy Wild, President and CEO of the Partnership for New York City, and Denise Scott, President of the Local Initiative Support Corporation, better known as LISC.
Well, good morning and welcome. I am so grateful for the opportunity to be in conversation with 4 extraordinary leaders each of whom I have known for many years, admired, and I think you'll understand why after this panel if you don't know these women. Isn't it interesting? These women, I love it. Let's talk about equity. Let's talk about inequality, and particularly in our beloved state and city. Kathy Wild, you represent the business community, the CEOs, the Chamber of Commerce. Business has a lot to do, has a lot to say, and has an enormous impact on the quality of the local economy and the tenor of the local economy. There is no doubt that in New York City, inequality is an issue. What is the role of the business community in addressing inequality?
Well, clearly, their role starts with being employers first and having a workforce that they're responsible to, having a consumer base that many are responsible to, and being citizens of the community. Over the past 40 years, the focus of business in a globalizing economy has been basically outward directed and to some extent to Washington. And I think that has come at the expense of really focusing on the local equity issues. We've worked hard to change that in recent years, but the more polarized the US economy has become, as many of these companies are operating and have customers in states, red and blue states across the country, the polarization has sort of created a situation where it's no win. And we've seen that in a number of cases where, just to the last topic that Alexis was dealing with in terms of reproductive rights, the efforts of corporations to treat their employees equitably with regard in those states where that were making reproductive rights very difficult to access, they're in a no-win situation. And they become, we've politicized issues of equity to such an extent that for public corporations that try and stay out of partisan politics, it's neutralized them. So I think that while there have been made, even efforts of diversity and inclusion in leadership, which you would think would be a no-brainer, companies now find that they're being attacked. Pension funds are being withdrawn if they're too focused on equity issues, or if they're at all focused on equity issues. So I think the corporations are a reflection of the schizophrenia of our country, and it's always going to be that way.
Well, but some would say that this is rooted in an ideology in corporate America that began 50 years ago with Milton Friedman's famous essay in the New York Times, in which he said the role of business is to focus on delivering profits for shareholders, and that the issue of community and social is a secondary issue. And many have argued that corporations and that our economy has really adhered to that ideology, which has in some ways been a reversal of the kinds of, I mean, you worked for David Rockefeller very closely. He was the consummate civic CEO. Do you believe, and are there others in the business community who now see a different, obviously we've heard Larry Fink and other large asset managers make the case that we need to move from a sort of a shareholder to a stakeholder, where there are stakeholders in the company who matter, not just shareholders, who of course are primary.
Well, I would disagree that this is a corporate philosophy following Milton Friedman. It has more been a shareholder activist philosophy. And that has pushed corporations toward short-term thinking of quarterly profits and how the shareholders do. Certainly in New York City, and I can't speak for corporate leaders in the red states in particular, but certainly in New York City, the corporate leadership wants to think more broadly. Is not captive. The consigliere to most of them, Marty Lipton, is the main national champion since the 1980s of longer-term thinking, of pro-ESG efforts, of the larger stakeholder definitions. So that is not a New York City mentality. Unfortunately, it's a mentality that ends up driving decisions because of the active role of shareholder activists, whose names many of you probably know.
And that has certainly contributed to the aggregating of wealth in fewer hands.
Absolutely.
And it has contributed to, and again, this isn't a political statement, I think there's very good data that would demonstrate over this period of time, the average worker, the average American have lost gains or have been stagnant at best in terms of wages. Maria Torres Springer, you are New York City's Deputy Mayor for Economic Development and Workforce. What is the role of public policy in addressing the challenge of inequality in New York City?
Thank you, Darren. First of all, I have to say how just extremely humbled I am to be on this panel, having worked for Denise Scott in the past, and of course the great Darren Walker, and so closely with Jennifer and Kathy. The role of public policy is, of course, central to whether we merely raise awareness of issues of inequality, or we actually collapse the difference and the distance between that awareness and action. And one of the things that I've come to realize, having worked in government for in and out for close to 2 decades and run many different programs, is that there's a limit to programs, that programs cannot undo what policy over time has forged. Simple programs cannot undo what policy over time has forged. And so what that means for us in city government, and with Mayor Eric Adams, is really looking at those systems. And frankly, those systems that have for too long betrayed New Yorkers. And he often tells the story of his own life and the different types of systems that have betrayed him, whether that has been the education system, the health system. And for me, in the work that I've done, it also means looking at the childcare system, the workforce system, and really having that very holistic look at all of the places, all of the systems that haven't just contributed to inequality, but have entrenched it. And the response has to be, in order to make a dent in many of the sobering statistics that were presented earlier, that we undertake the work of upending those systems. And that's exactly what we're doing.
The systems are us. I mean, government is us. It is not some abstraction. How do you deconstruct systems?
It starts, in my mind, with representation, but it cannot end there. And so representation, for instance, in having leaders who are making the decisions and driving the policies at the different agencies at City Hall, who truly represent the great diversity of the city. And we have, for example, the first time in the city, 5 female deputy mayors. And what we work on every day are issues that are crucial to New Yorkers, including childcare, including health, including jobs. And so it starts with representation, Darren, but if it only ends there, we will not meet the aspirations and needs of the citizens of the city and this region. And so we have to then, and which is what we've been doing, and I'll just give you a couple of examples. If you look at our childcare, worked with many different colleagues to undertake those steps to have a more affordable and accessible childcare system for parents in this city. Another example, mandating dyslexia screening within our DOE schools. Because if you look, for example, at the number of individuals on Rikers who have been diagnosed with dyslexia, that number is 30%. And so the upstream investments need to happen in order to break those cycles within the system that have continued to entrench inequality. And the last thing that I'll say on this is the piping of government is very complicated, and Jennifer, having worked in government for a long time, also knows this. Unless you do that type of deconstruction and really nose to the grindstone work of understanding all of the ways we make it hard for New Yorkers to attain services and to be mobile, including, for example, in housing, where in government, with all of the paperwork that we ask for, all of the forms we make people fill out, basically attesting time and time again that they need housing, what their incomes are, time and time again that they are poor, for example. So we have to tackle the piping and fix the piping of government in order to make a dent in these issues in not just a fleeting way, but hopefully an enduring way.
Jennifer Jones Austin, you are one of the most prominent leaders in the social sector, and as Maria said, you've been in government. You have ran one of the largest federations serving through social services New Yorkers who are underserved and often left out. I think the data we just heard was sobering, and I'd like your assessment as it relates to New York City and equity, something you know a lot about. As it relates to communities of color, what is the status in terms of disparities, and what are the interventions if we are to get at addressing the differential impacts of inequity, particularly on communities of color?
So much to be said, and so little time. The data that was presented was sobering, and especially when I looked at the data concerning the minds of people, how they feel about the status of America and where we are. And I centered on the response of Black persons where it was purported that they feel hopeful, and I thought, that's interesting. I wonder who they talk to, and I wonder why they feel hopeful. And then I thought to myself, well, maybe it was New York City, and we just came off of the election and the ballot measures, and they saw racial justice and equity as a part, now a core part of government functioning. And they're like, okay, something to be hopeful about. I was like, because otherwise I don't know. I don't know why.
Black folks have always been more
That's
hopeful.
Right. This is us, right?
I don't have to tell you,
that's right.
the
It's
daughter
in our
of
DNA.
a minute. If there's any population of people throughout American history who have been hopeful in the face.
Hopeful in us. That's the distinction I would draw. Not necessarily hopeful in America, but hopeful in our own resolve. That we can be more, we can see more, and this nation can become. So yes. So here's where I sit. After now nearly 30 years of working in the anti-poverty social policy and advocacy space, working as Maria talked about in government, I appreciate all that she said about the importance of upending systems. But I'm also appreciating that we've got to go beyond that, because the systems are based in structurally racist laws, structurally inequitable foundational laws. We have to remember that this nation was founded by the taking of the land, conquering the people, Native Americans, and taking their land. That was racist in nature. New York City, the taking of land of the Lenape people, and never honoring that or acknowledging that. And we see it time and time again. We've built systems on foundational laws that says it's okay to uphold a racist structure to ensure that capitalism remains just as it is, so some people will have and some people will not. So for me, it is about programs and policies. We got to keep at what I've increasingly been thinking of as the charitable work, but we've got to do the justice work too. That's bringing in a little bit of my preaching, right, in the church. And the justice work says that you have to center on the foundation. If we continue to build program and policy on flawed foundations, what are you going to get? Flawed policies and flawed programs. So an example I'll provide for you. One of our foundations, foundational laws, if you will, or structures that sets up who has and who does not have by means of wages, by means of critical income supports, is the federal poverty level. The federal poverty level is a guideline that establishes the threshold for who shall be eligible for critical income supports, housing, child care subsidies, food supports, transportation, Medicaid. And that federal poverty level today in 2022 says that a family of four living anywhere in America, 2 adults and 2 children, needs just $27,751 to not be poor. A family of 3 needs just a little bit more than $23,000 to technically not be poor. That is structural economic deprivation. And it's intentional, it's willful. And until you address that, then everything else you do is just, it's like, like doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. So what I'm seeing, people in our communities, people of Black and Hispanic origin, trying to get ahead, working full-time jobs, Black women, the most educated segment of our population, earning college degrees and master's degrees at higher rates than any other segment of the population, and still when they attain a master's degree, only earning $1,500 more than a white man. Unequal pay when they're in the same professions. That is willful, intentional, structural, economic deprivation that breeds and perpetuates inequity. So until we as a society are willing to face that reality, we can do all the policy work we want. We can do all the program work we want, but we're going to be right back here next year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, having the same conversation. Because the other point, and then I'll be quiet, that other point of data, where they showed people may believe there's inequity, but there's less of a willingness to do something about it. Here in New York City, we just passed 3 proposals centering on racial justice and equity. There was a preamble that said we are a multiracial democracy where everybody should have opportunity to take advantage of all that New York City has to offer. There was a proposal that said we should have a true cost of living to measure what it actually costs to live here so we can inform and shape policy and programming around wages and income supports. Those proposals passed at higher rates than the 3rd proposal that said that we should have an Office of Racial Equity that looks at key data points, goes neighborhood by neighborhood, and looks at the inequities that have persisted over time. That mirrored what we saw about acknowledging there's a problem, but perhaps the lack of willingness to do something about it. Fewer people voted for that. Yeah, maybe there's a problem. Maybe we want to say that everybody we should have equity, but do we really want to do something about it? So for me, when I look at the communities that continue to struggle, they're doing the work. But the structures that are in place are designed to work against them. Until we deal with those structures, we're going to keep doing the same thing over and over. And the mayor and this administration is going to work very hard, but there's very likely somebody who may come behind and undo all of what they did because we haven't changed the structures.
Well, it sounds like, and I'll come back to you because I want to get to Ms. Denise Scott, but I'll come back and want you to then tell us how we achieve your aspiration. Denise Scott, Local Initiative Support Corporation, an organization you and I know well. So happy you are there at the helm. What, from where you sit, leading a national community development organization, what is the role of local communities in playing, in addressing the issue of inequality? What can local communities do? And what is LISC doing in terms of your work around inequality to bring about greater equity in society?
Well, yeah, I'm really pleased to be here with my colleagues. I agree with Jennifer. We're really talking about systemic issues that are so embedded in policy and programs and investment strategies that if that's not changed, the strides that you make, administration by administration, there could be a period of goodwill, which we've been kind of going through now. It's not sustainable. And so when the market changed in 2008, when the pandemic hit, you start to see how those marginal gains just get wiped away because they're rooted in systemic issues that really never change. So it's some of what we're doing. We're working hard, and I think this administration is working hard. Other administrations have. There's tons of money at the federal government level now, but even there, within that, no real ability to move those dollars in an equitable way into communities. And so that's a challenge. On the what can communities do, I think some of it is the voice. We heard a little bit of that voice last week, and sort of pushing for the kind of leadership that's going to address some of these issues. But there's a lack of a national agenda around systemic change. We each in our respective areas, I think, are deeply focused, but a national call for equity, but not just in conversation, but with real actionable types of focus.
But Denise, you've been involved, for example. I know you've been down to Washington to have these conversations with President Biden's racial equity. So just to be clear, there is an effort the president and vice president have articulated around racial equity. Susan Rice, the head of the Domestic Policy Council, has been very clear about racial equity and systemically addressing it. So let's just use the example, and I'd love for your response. The example of something we've been involved in at Ford, the efforts of rural Black farmers who systemically were excluded from loans from the Department of Agriculture that white farmers had access to. There was a specific systemic intervention to prioritize loans to Black farmers. And these are now families for the most part, for generations. That effort was announced, and there was a lawsuit immediately that a judge upheld the plaintiff's case that this was discrimination, that white farmers were being discriminated against in this policy. And so that policy is now on hold because it is in the courts. So I do think that in fairness, you and Jennifer and Maria and Kathy are all experts, and you know exactly how policy works. So how do we, that is a reality.
But I do think, and the margins in the last election aren't strong enough, quite frankly, to change that dynamic. So that's a detail in terms of how you get to a place where you can push back on the opposition. But I think it's a struggle for the resolve. That's part of our resolve, that we're going to have to keep pushing through. Some of the things that we can do in terms of, and that we're doing at LISC, or for example on this issue, we're looking at wealth as one of the big gaps, not just income. So that's kind of beginning to get somewhat in the structural realm, and looking at opportunities to push everything, even in this climate, homeownership, small business creation. Some of that type of work is going to continue to be important, even though we're at a time when the economy doesn't work in our favor. I think on that front, I'll call out that we're really, really concerned about homeownership. And the fact, not only do we have limited opportunity now to create new homeownership, but there's a lot of people who are losing homeownership. The preservation of homeownership is a systemic issue. And many people, limited income, people in various communities across the country are falling prey to somewhat of a reversal in terms of their tenure. The intergenerational transfer of wealth is not happening as a result of some of the systemic issues that are going on. The administration, the federal administration, I do think embedded in all of the resources that have been made available, what we can do as community development, as other people involved in this work, is to help find ways to make sure that those dollars are deployed. The dollars can help us deal with some of the systemic issues. That the money has been approved. It's not through executive orders, but there's congressional approval there. But many of, when you're a local government and you have billions of dollars, when you historically had millions, you do not have the infrastructure to deploy billions. And so we're going to see even perhaps a clawing back of resources because we don't have a way to move the resources forward. So there is no one answer, Darren, really, to your question. We are dealing in a divided country, I think, politically. But there are ways, I think, to make some progress. And right now, I'm focusing a lot of my attention on trying to find ways to preserve what has been built to be affordable, to keep it that way, to try and invest more deeply in small businesses in every way we can, and to try to move resources that have been approved into the places where we can make the most difference. But I do agree with all of my colleagues that regardless of the struggle, if we are not committed to systemic change, we could bring us back here another 30, 40 years and we'll be talking about the same exact thing.
Kathy, I'd like to pick up on something you highlighted, and that is the pressure that businesses are facing from a growing anti-ESG. We know that diversity and equity investments will generate more equity, will generate less inequality. But I was just reading this morning that some of the tech companies, in the wake of layoffs, one company dissolved their DEI office. Another company significantly cut back on staff. One company ended the diversity ERGs, the employee resource groups. So do you think we're at risk in New York City of that happening with the economy slowing?
I think less so in New York City than nationally, but it is the pressure for corporations to be neutral on all these issues is enormous. Particularly asset managers, for example, because it's a no-win for them in terms of public pension fund investment, just as one example. But any kind of investment strategy, they've got a group that are on one side, a group that are on the other, and then the vast majority in the middle. I think it comes down to, and it's so depressing because the state of our Supreme Court, you mentioned one court decision, but there's so many more. In terms of affirmative action and everything else, the tools that we've had are being taken away from us. I'm at the point where I would support the legislation that wants to expand the size of the court, because how are we going to survive 30 years or whatever of this court in terms of the, again, systemic change, which they can reverse in a heartbeat. And so I think business is generally discouraged. The only solution they're seeing, and certainly in New York City, what we've tried to pressure is if we can reinstate voter involvement, citizen engagement on a political basis. We had in this most recent gubernatorial election, we had 33% of the eligible voters participating. That's of registered eligible voters, 33%. This summer in the primaries, we had 12%. So we have a disengaged public of all colors, of all races, who are discouraged about our democracy. I think that is the poison. That's what's toxic in terms of anybody trying to make change. And I think we have to start there. in re-engaging the electorate, teaching people that they can make a difference if they get to the polls and are focused. And to me, that's what we all should be working on. And the corporations are ready to pitch on that on a nonpartisan basis. That's where the opportunity is.
Your thoughts, Maria?
I wanted to say something hopeful. I feel like there's a lot that's sobering, and I don't think anyone on this panel ever believed that progress on these issues was ever going to be linear. But as I was listening to the presentation earlier and from my own work, I think what the young people of this city and this country are doing and are energized about do give me hope that while it won't be linear, that these issues have a real shot at being addressed. And in particular, I'm thinking about a couple of things. One is we hear so much from our young people the real connection to and focus on climate change, for instance, in ways that I think our generation has probably not, and I know has not done enough, but those are issues that are front and center, climate change issues, the top of mind for a lot of our young people that obviously have a huge impact on equity issues, and so I am hopeful about that. I'm also hopeful because as we have come out of the pandemic and 2 years of struggle and loss, and for many people, isolation, I'm also hearing that while on one hand, young people, there is a sense of that loss, there's also more of a connection and desire for purpose. And so if we can harness that feeling, that sentiment, that drive to engage more New Yorkers in what it means to ensure our city we don't just stand back up the city that existed before the shutdown, but a better and more equitable version. If we can harness that energy, I think we stand more of a chance.
I appreciate that, and I will come back to the issue of hope. But Jennifer, it sounds like you were saying before we could do anything, we have to basically tear the whole system down. I mean, isn't that part of the challenge in society, in American society, in the messiness of the democratic experiment, in the nuance that is needed to have a thriving, vibrant public square? But what you are saying, it sounds like, is well, as you said, we can do this, we can do that, but until we address the fundamental structures, systems, it's all marginal at best in terms of impact. So
it's marginal or fleeting. It is of the moment, in the moment, but then the moment changes. I'm reminded, and if you allow me to get a little personal, I've now been married for nearly 30 years, and in the 7th year, we had that, I don't want to say it was an itch, but there was a problem, and we went to therapy. And I'll never forget the therapist sitting across the room from my husband and me, and she said to us, there are 3 kinds of people in the world. She said, there are those people who deny that there's a problem. She said, there are those people who say, yeah, there's a problem, but you know, it is what it is. And then she said, and then there are a 3rd set of people who say, there's a problem, and we need to do something about it. America is in this place where we've got some people who are denying. We have a real problem, and it's at its core. It's at the root. There are some who are saying, yeah, we got a problem, as the data showed us, but you know, it is what it is. And then there's some of us, probably some of us, lots of us in this room, who are saying, we got a problem, and we need to do something about it. And so where I am in this moment is I'm seeking out the people in that 3rd set. You know, maybe it's the young people who are saying, we've got a problem. And until we embrace it, own it, and then willfully step forward to do something about it, it's just not going to be solved. And so I am hopeful too. And I'll say that here in New York City, the passage of those 3 ballot measures last week is what gives me hope. Because New Yorkers said, we believe that we can be greater than we are. We can be something more. Perhaps we can start a trend in this nation that really centers on these core structural issues. And the only way we can do so is if we begin to look, again, neighborhood by neighborhood, look at the data. What does it tell us about inequity when it comes to wages? What does it tell us about inequity when it comes to educational outcomes, when it comes to healthcare, and when we look at then the correlation between income and zip code and your educational outcomes? What do we see here? And what are we willing to do about it? That's what gives me hope right now. And perhaps if we get it right here, we can then be an example for the nation.
So my itch happened in year 5. But there was just 2 of us. Okay, so my partner and I, 2 of us. And it was easy when both of you are committed to saving the marriage, the relationship. You want 300+ million people to do therapy. And my sister, this is why I love her. This is why I love me some Jennifer Jones Austin, because she will go there in a minute.
But here's the deal. I'm going to tell you and I don't want to make this all about the racial justice proposals, but I will tell you that a colleague of mine who was my boss in City Hall, when we first put together these proposals, looked at me and said, "You know you could fail." She looked me dead in my face and said, "You know you could fail." And I looked back and I said, you know what? If I do what I believe should be done, I will not fail. If New Yorkers don't come along, that just means that we figure out how to come at it from a different way. So yes, you brought up that I'm a daughter of a preacher, civil rights leader, social justice activist, and okay, I don't want to get too far, but he once wrote this sermon titled "God the Revolutionary," and he wrote another sermon titled "The Majority That Matters." And what he was speaking to is that as long as you're doing the work that is intended to advance opportunity and equity for everybody, soon enough, more people will come along and they'll follow you. You may never have the majority, but you'll get stuff done. And so that's where I am right now. I may not get the 300 million, but I think we've got some willing participants in this room to, speak truth and to then engage in the work. I'll be quiet.
So we're going to be wrapping in a minute, and I would like to get back to this idea of hope. And I believe that hope is so critical to the American narrative. In fact, hope is the oxygen of democracy. People want to believe that opportunity is abundant in our society and that they can, if they just work hard, play by the rules, that they will be able to get on the mobility escalator and ride it. Now, we know the reality of the American dream and who has been allowed to experience that dream in its fullness, and who have been constrained from even getting on the mobility escalator and having that dream. But today, do you believe that the American dream, that dream which is really about opportunity and equality, that dream is still attainable? Are you hopeful that it's attainable? If you have reservations, what are those reservations? And so, Denise, I'll start with you.
I am hopeful, but I think that the advocacy and the resolve that's been stated here is absolutely necessary, and it takes a constant pushing back against perceived failure. It's a long road, so you have to have a long view. If you're looking for a quick fix, then you're not dealing in this focus. I do think that advocacy is a big deal and has been squashed a lot. The community development sector, Kathy and I talked about this earlier, has been defunded over the course of time. A reactivation of that community's capacity not only to do the programmatic and investment work, but also to be the big voice of advocacy across the country is important. This is not just a New York issue, it is clearly a national issue, and as you pointed out, even more so in rural communities, to be able to organize more. It's not just, we're organizing around a movement that might get us to better results on the turnout, but it can't just be because we're looking for the day that we're voting. But the supporting of community participation in policy making, I think, could have a very significant impact on policy, on programs, on how money gets invested. Maybe it gives more support to the business community to kind of maybe damp down the shareholder advocacy, because that is a strong voice. And a segment of the economy that we need. But at the same time, there's another segment of the community, consumer-based, that doesn't have that voice. But that voice, if it were more supported, I think we can get to a better turnout in elections, because people begin to understand how their fate is tied to the policy agenda that they're supporting. So I put my hope there. I will continue to advocate for the community development sector to be better resourced. And the last thing I'll say is philanthropy is playing a role. A much larger, louder voice there could be helpful in galvanizing this national conversation, of which much more is needed.
Kathy Wahoe.
I would agree with Maria's point that it's youth who turned out in many of the elections this year. It's youth that we have to rely on to lead the effort, and that the key, I think, right now with that population in terms of mobilizing them in a positive way is to figure out how to create more balance on social media. I think it's a tool that the over 35 crowd has not understood how to use, and it's been used negatively, and for the most part it's a hope crusher, a negative view. We did a social media listening exercise with Accenture and Sprinkler this summer about views of New York City, and it all started with everything was negative in terms of crime and this and that. And then when you dug down into the conversations, and they listened to like 3 billion conversations, which is where the youth spend their time on social media, the positivity came around parks. It came around food, of course. And then the third one, which blew me away, was graffiti. 92% of the conversations about graffiti, which they call street art, were positive. And so I think that, the fact that everybody over 35 who hears this is shocked, we've got to figure out how to use those tools in a way that brings us together rather than separates us. And I think that's the key. That gives me hope, because I've been learning about this stuff from the under 35 crowd. That's what gives me hope.
Thank you. Maria.
I'm very hopeful, one, because I've always been, and I hope I will forever be, a chronic optimist about not just the city, but this country. And I think you can acknowledge that we live in a time of deep social fragmentation and political stalemate. And yet, and especially New York, which in my mind has always been the purest distillation of the promise of this country as a land of opportunity, that we always can and should remake ourselves into a better version. But I think it depends on a few things. Number one, it is really critical that the work doesn't just happen within an echo chamber. And so much that I've learned from you, Darren, is that the work is not just about policy or programs or the data. It's about What does it mean to truly understand and win over the hearts and minds of not just the usual suspects, but everyone who should be part of this fight and this journey? Two, I think it depends on our ability within government, within the not-for-profit sector, to really think about the issues that matter to New Yorkers and to the people of this country as intersectional, that it's not just housing here and jobs here and climate there, they're all intertwined. And if you really took an intersectional lens on these issues, what would be the outcome there? And then finally, it's also just the humility that we all need if we are to be hopeful, but not hallucinate, that we are coming out of this really, really hard period after the pandemic, and that we need to grapple with that grief and with that loss. And just give ourselves, I think, grace to make, hopefully, really significant strides in this work, and not beat ourselves up with every little setback, and really be in it for the long haul.
We are at time, and I am reminded that hope and a belief in America is at the core of each of your beings. I'm reminded of Langston Hughes's Let America Be America Again, 1932. This black man who couldn't find a job, but wrote this poem, Let America Be America Again. And the first stanza goes, America never was America to me. But the last stanza, he ends, but oh yes, someday America will be. And so even though Langston Hughes was a man who was one of the greatest poets of the 20th century and lived in poverty, he believed in America. And if there is ever a reason for us, knowing that we stand on the shoulders of these people, we've got to believe that we can have an America where there is greater equity and equality. So thank you all for being here.
Who's clapping?
Thank you, Darren, and all of our amazing panelists. So power up, and we'll see you back here very soon. Thank you. now my pleasure to introduce Brian Kelly, Editorial Director and Executive Vice President of U.S. News and former Chief Content Officer. Brian will moderate a discussion with Alicia Glenn, a former New York City Deputy Mayor and a nationally recognized expert in urban development, infrastructure finance, job creation, and housing policy. And Barika Williams, Executive Director of the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development and former New York State Deputy Secretary for Housing. Brian?
Come on up. Stand here.
No, it's okay.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome. Thank you, folks here in our studio audience and everybody online. Kim's intro was suitably brief, but we could have gone on for great length. The resumes of both of these ladies are pretty darn impressive, scattered with names like MIT, Goldman Sachs, Columbia, Amherst. I can't, you know, we rank colleges, so we vetted you guys, and you're at the top of the class, no question at all. But we're going to get right into this because not only are they well credentialed, but they're extremely experienced at the issue at hand, which is affordable housing, and they've been in the trenches in city government, state government, nonprofits, running their own shows, and the other number that jumped out when I was reading the bios was billions, of which both of you are associated with many billions of dollars spent, and in many cases spent well. So the topic was solutions. At U.S. News, we are big believers in cutting to the chase, and solutions are what we want to start with. We know there's a crisis in housing. We don't need to restate the problem. But what we want to get at here in the time we have is what has worked and what could work and how do we scale what works. And it sounds simple, but obviously there's a lot of complexity to it. But Alicia, if I can start with you, you've had a number of big projects that you've been involved in. Give us a couple of highlights of things that you think were, you really look back and say, wow, that was great. How did you do it?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me, and I'm really excited to be here with Verika to talk about what is obviously, I think, the most critical issue facing the country in terms of our ability to grow equitably and be competitive in the long run and be the country we should be, where everybody has a right to quality and affordable housing. I think that when I look back on the various undertakings I've been able to manage, when I became deputy mayor and we really took a big step back and tried to think about where we were in New York City in the housing sort of continuum of all the work that had been done for many, many generations of other people in New York City who really made housing and the production and preservation of affordable housing a key part of a municipal agenda, which, to put in context, had never really been. It's always been a federal issue and was certainly until the 80s when New York City sort of put their foot down and said, no, this is a serious municipal issue for neighborhoods, for our workforce, for our people, and ultimately for our economic growth. And so what I was really proud about was for us to take like a step back and say, you know what, we can do even more than we have been doing over the past 30 years. And what are the component pieces? What are the tools in the toolbox we need in order to really blow this thing up in a positive way? And so we undertook a pretty comprehensive plan, and for the 6 years I was involved, thought about it in different buckets. How do you create the land use policies and the framework, the zoning, and the sort of way in which people do development in New York to encourage housing production in general, but then also housing production that includes affordable housing? So what are the sort of zoning and sort of rules of the road on zoning? Then how do we think about financial incentives, and what are the right incentives so that developers want to build housing that includes affordable housing, but remembering that the city doesn't own every piece of property in New York City. There is a private market, and we have to be able to figure out what the right balance is in terms of incentivizing private developers and private investors to want to build housing and to build affordable housing. And then the third piece of it is really how much can we do in government? How much of all of the resources and all of the pressure, right, that government has between schools and roads and garbage and criminal justice issues? There's a pot of money. And so how do we make a really compelling case that we should be putting more resources into this, right? So if you think about it, there are really three buckets. What can government do directly? What can government do to incentivize the private sector to do more? And how do we make the blueprint and the roadmap clear and pro-housing, right? And so I think our plan really did that and really sent a very positive message to the marketplace and to the advocates of saying, we are serious about building a lot of housing in this town and doing it in a way that proportionally increases the amount of affordable housing. So that's sort of how I think about the landscape of how you do that, and it changes jurisdiction by jurisdiction, and we can talk a little bit about that. I want Verika obviously to give her perspective on New York, but some of the positive signs are you're seeing other jurisdictions passing resolutions to actually create pools of money to directly support housing. You're seeing the federal government and other governments requiring zoning that will actually make people build housing and build affordable housing. So these things that we've been doing in New York for 20, 30, 40, 50 years are beginning to get into the national dialogue, and that's really exciting.
Yeah, good. Verika, your sense of that, and also where does New York fit in the national picture in terms of how progressive or lack of progression?
So again, also thank you for having me. I think agree that housing is a crisis, and also a crisis that we constantly don't lift up enough. So I think that's important to name and say. This is a cost and expense that literally none of us don't incur, and yet somehow tends to fly under the radar when it comes to actually putting it front and center too often in government, in national agendas, happens in campaigns, and then sometimes filters off once people get into those roles. And that's right, when we really think about, for a lot of us, we're spending somewhere between 20 and 40% on this cost every single month. We really should be having this as a very different level of a national conversation. In terms of what has worked, so ANHD, we are rooted in 80+ neighborhood-based nonprofit organizations here in New York City, those community-based actors that Denise and Kathy were talking about in the previous panel. And so some of it is projects and some of it is policies. So thinking about something like right to counsel, which has fundamentally changed what it looks like when people reach and hit housing precarity. In a course of 5 years, we went from 1% of low-income households being represented by council when they faced eviction to 78%. That little investment shifted legal representation that much, and then fundamentally changed whether or not people were being evicted. And what we know then is the stream that goes from eviction ultimately often to homelessness, right? And so a policy intervention that really started to get to upstream solutions of addressing homelessness in a way that took 10 years for us to get to that conversation. Individual projects, I think it's the projects that aren't as cookie cutter and aren't as template, that take a lot of work but really, really address community needs and community demands. So Sunset Park Library, which was a project recognizing an underutilized space of a library, the need for affordable housing in a community, and so saying, well, why don't we put these two things together, right? Why don't we take a community developer, Fifth Avenue Committee, who's been developing affordable housing for almost 50 years now, and they're going to do the renovation and the work of the library. We're going to build affordable housing on top. We're going to invest in a new community space, and we're going to create the affordable housing that the neighborhood needs. No, it's not a template project. No, it's not something that we had necessarily done before, but this is the kind of innovation that we need to be using in order to not just create the housing that we need, but to create the community and community facilities that we need in neighborhoods.
So you use the D word, developers, right? You can't build anything without developers. And we were chatting before. There's a few stories that have come out recently that maybe there's a change in the weather that's thawing a little bit. Developers maybe are working with community organizations a little more. Is that in fact true? Let me start with Alicia, and then I want you to address that, Brika. And then, if not, what is the state of play of the development community, and what does it take to, incentivize them to do the sort of things you're just mentioning?
Well, first of all, like anything, all developers are not the same, right? There are good guys or good women and, some bad guys and bad actors. And I think that there is a tendency to see them as a monolithic group of developers. So certainly there are also, and by the way, there are fantastic neighborhood-based development groups and nonprofits. And then there are some nonprofit groups and neighborhood development entities that really can't scale, and it's very challenging for them to become developers. And I think that we have to be very honest about what the capacity is in the marketplace on the nonprofit side and on the for-profit side. But I think that it's less about a thaw than hopefully a sort of a growing recognition that at the end of the day, the United States does not have a public housing program, a production program. In fact, it is against the law to build any more public housing in the United States. And so it is truly a public-private partnership. And that can be a partnership between the government and a nonprofit or the government and a for-profit. And so what you want is you want developers who are truly sensitive to and aware of the communities in which they're building. And also are not what I like to call, short-term greedy. I like the sort of longer-term, longer play kind of developers who understand that they're trying to build a neighborhood, an asset that over time will not be perceived as a negative, but as a positive. And I think there are developers who think more holistically about the long run. And then there are developers who are sort of what I call the in and out guys. And and I understand communities should and can be angry at people sort of coming into their neighborhood, doing one deal, and they're out. But I don't think that, that there's this sort of like all developers are bad. And it's just also not particularly productive, right? Because again, at the end of the day, the developers in the construction industry and the financial industry has to be part of the solution. So demonizing them is not productive. I think being very clear as to who you want to work with, and again, going back to what are the rules of the road, right? And whether that's about enforcing rent regulation. I'm happy she mentioned the right to counsel. I was in the room when we came up with that. I worked at legal services. It's my first job out of law school. I believe incredibly strongly that once you're in, you have to play by the rules. And I think there are some guys, and I generally it's guys, I might point out that maybe if women ran this industry, people might hate it less, that are coloring outside of the lines. And that does sort of make a distraction about the fundamental issue, which is that we need to build more housing, we need to build more mixed income housing, And we have an incredibly strong marketplace in New York, and we should be leveraging the market's appetite so that we can produce more affordable housing for free, so that government resources can be more effectively targeted into projects like, and I also worked on the Fifth Avenue Committee Sunset Park project, which is amazing. But those are not, they're not widgets. And so those take a huge amount of work. And so again, you know, it's like any industry, there are pieces of it. And we have to sort of create an overarching narrative as to why we need to be holding hands and building really interesting projects and not pitting people against each other.
So your thoughts on that, Barika, and in particular, is there a generational change? You know, does the Gen X, Z, whatever we're, you know, have a different view of making money in a sense?
I'm not sure so much about the generational change. I mean, I think the place where we actually may see a difference generationally is actually more so rooted in homeownership, and that's because we've closed off so many other opportunities for people to acquire wealth, and specifically for people of color to acquire wealth and then build intergenerational wealth outside of homeownership, that there has become a double, triple, quadruple reliance on purchasing a home, on buying a second home, on passive income via home ownership. So I feel like that's maybe where we see, but in terms, and then that starts to bleed into some smaller scale multifamily 1 to 6 units. You know, if you've got 3 or so houses that are your passive income, then your next natural place to go is to become a owner of a 6-7 story rental family. But if you had access to long-term income and wealth building where you could put it into a retirement fund where you could really accrue wealth in a different way, maybe that's not as necessary a vehicle. So I think that's where maybe there's a generational difference. You know, I'm not sure that there's such a thawing between developers and housing advocates. You know, Alicia mentioned there are a lot of different people in this, right? There's a lot of actors under the umbrella of developers, and I say that being a membership organization where folks will be like, you all are anti-development, and it's like, well, a third to half of our members are developers. They develop and manage affordable housing. They have been doing this for 50 years before anybody else in New York City was doing this. And in some ways, I think one of our struggles is the inability to have the capacity and to take on these big projects is because we've siphoned off so much of the resources, so much of the money that was designed to go to those community-based actors and community-based developers into other developers, many of whom are designed to do this with profit as opposed to mission-oriented and designed for communities, that we've created a very different industry around it than what was originally conceptualized. But I think kind of going back to the previous panel, we've got to recognize this is a conversation about equity. This is built around and built on a system and foundations that are very much rooted in an understanding of property and ownership in America that is built on theft, extraction, denial, discrimination, right? That is what we are rooted in. And so to what Jennifer Jones was saying before, I think I liked her, there's the deniers, there's the acknowledgers, and then there's the transformers. I think we're a little bit at this moment in conversations with developers where I think there's some tacit acknowledgement that behavior has to look different, right? That development has to look different in 2022, 2023 than it did years ago. But I think it's on us as housing advocates, which is why I don't think there's a thawing, to say there's a difference between being a part of the transformation into something that is actually equitable as opposed to tinkering and staying in acknowledgement. And those are very different things, right? So to think about, as Jennifer was framing it, you're not actually working on the relationship if you're like, well, I'm taking out the trash, but that's all that I'm doing. So don't ask me to do anything else. We're not actually transforming. Yeah. And I think we have to recognize that in a city where 50% of our household population are renters that need units $1,500 or below, we are not going to address this entirely with only market-based solutions. That part of the solution has to be recognizing that we have a population that cannot compete in a market where the average 2-bedroom is $3,000, $4,000. They're just not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, yeah. Let me quick. This is a great discussion, and we're running out of time. I'd love to go on. What about citizens, the neighbors, the NIMBYs? You know, I live in Washington D.C., Northwest Washington. Very, very liberal community in so many respects. As soon as somebody says affordable housing, they say, "Well, not here." And I see that in other parts of the country. How are you
It's
dealing?
alive and well.
Yeah.
NIMBYism is alive and well, and
Yeah.
it's basically 90% of the time it's code for racism, and probably 10% of the time it's code for what I would call classism. Right?
Right.
People don't like to talk about class in America, but let's be very honest, it is alive and well, and it's alive and well right over here, a few subway stops from where we're sitting. And I think that we have to be, and I think Barika's right. I think we can't just like talk about it. It's not a bumper sticker. This is real. And this is why fundamentally changing the rules of the road, for example, and why I think things like mandatory inclusionary housing when you're building bigger projects and making sure that nonprofits and women and people of color have an opportunity to be developers is so fundamental, because we can't just talk about it. You have to put your thumb on the scale, provide the resources, and sometimes that's carrots and sometimes that's sticks. And that's why it'll be really interesting as we go into this political cycle to see whether some of the more interesting stick approaches, some of which are being tested in other jurisdictions about zoning, land use, set-asides, really being honest about what it means to be a person of color or another underrepresented person in this country. What does that mean in terms of government then putting their money where their mouth is? And the private sector has to step up also.
Right.
They have to stop talking about making announcements about how they're solving the affordable housing crisis and helping black entrepreneurs, and they care about gender. The reality is you have to put money towards this. You can't just make announcements, and you have to sit with people like Barika and people like me who've seen this from all angles and be smart about how you inject money into this whole system so we build more, and we build more units for people who can't afford the market, but also we build more units for people who are going to be the future of the market, which are the people who are the engine of our cities.
Yeah. So Barika, 30 seconds. Mandatory exclusionary housing, you mentioned, Alicia, that I wanted to touch on, but tell us quickly what that is and the implications of that.
So mandatory inclusionary housing there's different iterations of it across the country, but basically says when you are building a new development that you are required to slice off some portion of it as affordable housing. Sometimes it's tied to zoning, sometimes it's pretty much always tied to new construction, but when it is triggered really depends on where you are and what the rules are, but it's in place in a variety of different places across the country.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm afraid we have to leave it there. I would love to keep going on with this because you guys really do know what you're talking about. And,
Let's hope.
and it's been really valuable, but thank you for
Thank you.
sharing with us your experience.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Brian, Alicia, and Barika. We're going to switch gears a little right now and hear from leaders in finance, technology, education, and the economy to discuss what lies ahead for New York. Please welcome back to the stage U.S. News Executive Chairman and CEO Eric Gertler, who will be joined by Beth Ferreira, partner at Firstmark, Hope Knight, President, CEO, and Commissioner of Empire State Development, Richard Mack, CEO and co-founder of Mack Real Estate Group, and Felix Matos Rodriguez, Chancellor of the City University of New York. Take it away, Eric.
Great, please join.
Yeah, you can sit there.
Great, well, thank you. Thank you, Philo. Thank you, Beth. Thank you, Hope. Thank you, Richard, for joining.
Hi, how are you?
This panel is on the future of New York. And when you sit and you think, why are we doing a panel on the future of New York when the conference is about the state of equity in America? And I think the best answer to that, the words came from the last panel when Maria Torres Springer said, and I quote, "New York is the purest distillation of the hopes and fears of America." And that's why we want to talk about New York. New York has been one of the hardest hit economies from COVID-19. And we're still, in many of the important data sets, lagging the rest of the country, certainly in terms of regaining jobs. And there's challenges in our system. But today, And on this panel, we have experts who are going to lead us to some of the solutions and some of the answers. Now, this panel is going to be run a little bit differently. You know, there's those Queensboro rules of fair play in boxing. We don't do that here. This is New York. We're tough hitting, we talk clearly, and as a moderator, I'm going to hold the prerogative of cutting people off if they don't get the answers quickly, because we got to move. We have a good audience online. They've been sending us lots of questions and comments. I want to start with Hope Knight, who leads Empire State Development. Please give us a macro view of the state. What's going on? Is it positive? Is it negative? Can we be optimistic?
So I'll say that over the long term, I'm very optimistic about what's going on in the state. I won't dismiss the fact that, you know, we're still coming out of COVID. Small businesses are still suffering. It's many difficulties and challenges in the economy. We see a lot of expansion. We see expansion in the life sciences area. We see expansion in advanced manufacturing, specifically in semiconductors. We'll talk about that a little later. We see unemployment rates coming down in every county in the state and even in New York City. And so there are signals that there is a lot to be optimistic about for the future. I'm not going to dismiss a very difficult capital markets environment, which impacts, you know, building and expansion. But over the long term, I'm very bullish on New York State.
And how do you balance the need to support small businesses, support employment? Congratulations on the Micron announcement, fantastic. At the same time, we have to ensure that the upward, you know, higher income mobile class stays in the state. How do you find common ground and make sure that we're continuing to build a vibrant ecosystem here in New York?
So I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. I think we can support and grow small business, as well as focus on what I'll call the innovation sector, sectors that create, you know, high-paying, good jobs. Life science is one, and, you know, trying to attract and build out the ecosystem here so we can compete with other states in the life sciences industry, advanced manufacturing. And we're also seeing companies moving to New York City, locating headquarters here. And so those are all things that we can do at the same time with small businesses and, you know, corporate entities.
Great. So Beth, you are in a sense, our representation today on the innovation economy. You represent Firstmark that, you know, if there's any investment class that is hopeful, it's the venture capital world. In your view, are we seeing growth, technology growth in New York? And are young people coming to New York to build the companies of the future?
Yeah. So, you know, I'm really fortunate to work in a sector that's a real bright spot for New York. It's been growing at a tremendous rate for the last decade, and that growth hasn't diminished in COVID. So we're seeing companies continue to build here. We're seeing companies move here. You know, we're at about 70% of the companies funded as Silicon Valley. That's not just San Francisco, that's the whole Bay Area. So we're seeing a lot of investment activity, a lot of people wanting to build their companies here, and I think that's for a number of different reasons. One, I think young people want to be here, and we're seeing people who might have left come back. And it's just a vibrant, there's a broader set of talent here. The companies that are not just like core technology, which there are a lot of core technology companies here, but there's a lot of advantages of bringing people from the vast variety of industries that New York has into these companies.
What about women in technology? Are more women being today supported by the venture capital industry? Are you seeing higher numbers of women running venture capital businesses, venture-backed businesses rather? What's
so
the
I mean,
sense?
I'm not going to say that the numbers are great across the board, but New York is definitely leading in those numbers across, you know, any sort of metro area. So here in New York, about 25% of the Tech workers are women. That's much, much lower, less than half of that in the Bay Area. We're seeing more women in venture capital positions here, but the numbers are still low. So there's a lot of work to be done in order to get people not only into the industry, but also in decision-making roles.
Phalo, Chancellor of City University of New York, from your perspective, how do we ensure that we're continuing to support New Yorkers to become more skilled and to be able to join the innovation sector?
Well, so I talk about prepare, connect, repeat, right? And that's the space for higher ed. We need to be able to do the things that you would expect from a university, to have the training programs that are connected with the sectors of the economy that are growing, to keep that cycle of connecting to industry so the curriculum is up to date, that there's the linkages with internships and apprenticeships and pipelines to that industry so that the talent sort of flows in the most natural way. So we need to have that preparation. We need to work on connecting. When you think about the City University of New York, where we have about 40% of our students coming from households that make less than $20,000 a year, there's great talent there. They don't have the networks, right? And the university has to be the place where we partner with industry so that those opportunities in which you explore what you want to be, or you follow, your talent, and that connection and that building of social capital and networks occurs. So it's one of the things that I've been focused since I became chancellor, that whole idea of career success. And then we need to repeat, because we need to, in every student, let it be a student that's with us for 4 years, for 2 years, for a short certificate, the bug that you're probably going to have to come back for some additional upskilling, retooling, and that you felt as satisfied with the experience you had with us, that then when that happens, right, we're going to be your partner of choice.
So are you seeing businesses now connecting at higher levels to obtain that talent you're talking about? And are you concerned that if the economy starts to slow, as we've seen over the last few months, that businesses will not do that anymore?
Well, I mean, they've been knocking on our doors in record numbers, and we actually have built an entire infrastructure of an Office of Career and Partnerships to be able to do that. And, and when you think about CUNY, you have to think about both our role centrally. There's some employers that want to come to us because they have the scale. And then we have our campuses, right? And there might be relationships that are more local, right? We have folks here from McGarry was in Brooklyn, right? There might be a local company very based in Brooklyn, and they go to McGarry, some of the campuses there. We have many examples of that happening. We still have ways to go to make ourselves a lot more friendly and easier for employers to navigate, both for the employment opportunities, but also for the internships and all all of that. But I think that when you have those sustained relationships, you're going to be able to weather a negative economic cycle, to go back to your question, in a stronger way, because you have built in the relationships. And I am very optimistic about that, and it's been one of the things that we think that CUNY is indispensable. Going back to Hope's point about how do we bounce back, and we want to be the best partner for talent, for industry, for government, but also in a way that builds a recovery that's equitable, which I think is very much the theme of the conference today.
So it sounds that it's got to be a very balanced push and pull. You've got to make sure that you're pushing your students to business, but in the same way, pulling businesses in, so that there is that dynamic.
Absolutely, we cannot be working in silos, and we've been addressing that at various points, even working with faculty. I mean, for example, if you think we have a group of faculty in areas where you wouldn't think, it's not tech, it's not, but in languages and humanities. Well, you want all those employees to be good communicators, good team workers, no matter what they do, right? And each course and each part has a role to play. And we want our faculty to be thinking about that all the way, no matter what they're doing, to be connected to the career success of our students.
Richard Mack, you're in the real estate business. My hope for New York has always been based on the fact that over centuries, we have attracted the best talent, we have developed the best talent in the world. But the talent has to go somewhere. They have to work somewhere. And this morning in the Wall Street Journal, I read that tech firms now are, eliminating, tons of square feet, and people are or are not going back to the office. I mean, what's the reality of what's going on in the office space world?
Well, it's not really good. I think let's start with the good news. Young people want to live here. And in the search for talent, New York has a competitive edge. But our economy is being fundamentally changed by the forces of technology and lifestyle. And that's not good for the office market. And it portends a lot of problems for the structure of New York as we know it today. People, from an economic perspective, take mass transit, come in, go up to offices, spend money around, and then leave. That's an economy that we've built a substantial infrastructure around. And about 20 to 30% of the taxes paid in New York City are paid by office buildings. So office buildings and the office economy is something that I don't think we can take for granted. A recent LinkedIn evaluation showed that 40% of the New York City jobs, you could work fully remote. That's not good for the New York economy, but it reflects the reality of how people want to live and work. Young people are excited to live in New York, they just don't want to go to the office. And so we've got to react to this. I'm just going to add one thing because I'm wondering why I'm on this panel, so thank you for having me. And I'm a real estate guy, but there's three things that I want to just tell you. One is I was one of the founders of the Housing and Homeless Committee at Robin Hood. We were one of the first to build on top of the library, actually in Dyckman, not Sunset. So, developers are not all bad. I just want to say that. Two, I teach a class on real estate disruptions at Wharton, and it gives me a lot of perspective on kind of how the New York City economy is being shifted. And the third thing I want to say, and it's kind of maybe unfortunate, is that I live in New York, I love the city, my family's been here for 4 generations. If you look at where our economic activity is, it's not in New York City. And that's not good.
So why is it not New York? We have the talent. Why is it a different regulatory environment? Is it a different tax environment? Is it a different composition of the city? Why are you looking at other markets at this point?
Yes, yes, and yes. Okay. Other markets want us. Congratulations on the Micron job. But Phoenix, our biggest market, is getting investment from Taiwan Semiconductor and Intel of $50 billion. They did whatever it took to make that happen. As a developer or real estate person here, I have to go out of my way to try to prove I'm not the devil. I mean, maybe that's an exaggeration. That's how developers are made to feel here. And honestly, I'd rather give my time and resources to community work here than build an environment that's really hard. And it's all those things. Sorry.
So, Hope, you are sitting at the agency that is thinking about the future of New York. You have a love for New York. How do you think about this office market? How do we think about growing it, sustaining it, or changing it? Given that it's such an important part of the fabric of this city, and as Richard points out, our tax base.
It's a significant component of our tax base, and so it's important that we figure out, what do we do next? I've been on a couple of working groups, I think, Phalo, you've been on them too, where the city and state are working together to figure out what are the regulatory challenges that we have to think about repurposing commercial real estate. How do we attract companies to come here and locate? And then, what is it that we need to do to create more mixed-use communities? Because some of these commercial communities that, primarily office, you look at the small businesses that are around those communities, and they're suffering because people aren't coming to the office. So to the extent that you can create more of a 24/7 community, you can bolster those communities. And we're hoping that we're coming out with some recommendations that will focus on how do we rethink the future of commercial real estate in New York City. When I look at the entire state, it's a little bit different because I think we've made some significant gains in attracting businesses to some of the larger cities upstate. When you look at the post-industrial decline of manufacturing, it's taken, decades for these cities to come back. And we've seen population growth in places like Syracuse and Utica and Ithaca. And, as a result, we're seeing companies wanting to locate in those places because our regional economic development strategy has really invested in trying to figure out how do you make places vibrant where people want to live, work, and play. And I think we've done a good job over the last, couple of decades to do that. And that's one reason why Micron thought that Syracuse was a place that their employees would enjoy living.
So one of the core tenets of making sure that that regional strategy works is that we, as a state, and in each of these areas are ensuring that the private sector is partnering with education facilities. We're making sure that together the right talent is prepared to meet the challenges of the future. Phalo, you are in an important seat to look at the future of education. Obviously at U.S. News, we assess and rank colleges, but I think we're going through a very difficult time. We have, in many ways, made a university education very expensive for many individuals. We've seen declining enrollment. Education has always been the key in this country to ensuring that people can move up the ladder. Are you still hopeful? What are your thoughts on the larger educational system?
Well, hopeful, but work to be done. Luckily for us, we're very proud of the City University of New York. When you factor in the state and federal aid, a little under 70% of our students go to college basically tuition free. And about 75% of our students graduate with no federal student debt, right? Few colleges can say that. And one of the things that hurts us is that the mindset in many families is that higher ed is unaffordable, and they assume that without looking, for example, at the investments New York State has done to make that accessible. And we're very, very proud of that accessibility. We have seen a decline in enrollment, mostly in our community college sector, and that's probably tied to the COVID and the post-COVID economy and the effects that it had in New York City. If you look at the sectors where COVID hit New York the hardest, is the sectors where many of our students were located that have now totally bounced back. Retail, hospitality, and I'm worried because, folks where I sit think enrollment and they think about revenue. I also think about lost opportunity. I'm thinking about where are those New Yorkers that need those skills to be able to participate fully in this economy that we're shaping. And we're doubling down on our efforts to try to bring them back in very sizable ways. So I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to do that. We continue to be a very affordable, probably the most affordable vehicle for New Yorkers to attain an education. And I think that If we have that success of social mobility, which has been documented, and we add this doubling down on career success and this greater connectivity to industry, we're going to be even more formidable in creating a path for New Yorkers for prosperity.
Beth, do the tech companies you're involved with, do they actively recruit at CUNY? What are they doing to ensure that there's a diverse workforce in these businesses of the future?
I'm not sure that they're actively recruiting anywhere. I think the question is how do you get the opportunities that are at these companies to a more diverse set of people? And look, like the war for talent has been real. It's been really difficult to get people, particularly in tech and marketing roles in these companies. And so, I think each one of these hiring managers would be super excited to have a pipeline from the schools that are in the area. I think the question there is these companies are generally very, very small, and in many cases they're hiring from people in their networks. And how do we help these students penetrate those networks to get into the flow of what that information is? Because this is ultimately, these guys, this is just a small sliver of New York. It's fast growing, but if you think about, like, if there's a place where there is a bedrock of opportunity to like open up a bunch of like new and exciting, interesting, well-paying jobs, like this is where it is.
So the tech job is when you look at the makeup of jobs in New York City, it's the fastest growing. It's become one of the largest sectors now. But then we read the headlines. Amazon laying off thousands, Google, Microsoft. I mean, all the big names in technology. What does that mean for technology in New York? I mean,
yeah. So it's interesting if you look at who these companies are firing. They're generally not revenue-generating people. Which, fortunately, in New York City, if you look at Facebook or Google, like those are the people in ad sales and other revenue-generating positions that there's not that there's no layoffs, but the bulk of the layoffs are in other geographical areas. So that's been one fortunate thing. The second piece is that they haven't really pulled back on growth here. So they're not pulling back on their square footage and space like in other industries. They're sort of pushing forward. So I think from the standpoint of New York, that it continues to be tailwinds for the industry. And when you think about just like when you step up, maybe 30,000 feet, if you looked at New York 20 years ago, people would say, why would you come here to build your career in technology? That's crazy. Now that narrative is gone. So if you think about, particularly in the last 10 years and that acceleration, like people want to be here and they know that any company, whether it's the large companies or the small companies, they want to come where the talent is. They want to come where the people want to live. And as long as we continue to do that and address some of these issues that we've been talking about on this panel, these companies will continue to stay.
So I often joke and when I talk to other CEOs and they say that their employees are not in the office, so I can't talk to them. I said, well, you just go to the bar at night or go to restaurants and you'll see all your employees right there. It's the easiest place to talk to them. But they have to go somewhere afterward. In other words, they have to go and sleep somewhere and house themselves. Richard, you've spent a lot of time as well thinking about, the housing crisis we have, the fact that in New York, you can get by in a lot of ways, but housing is still that you can't, in a sense, fudge. You can go to less expensive restaurants or, hang out with friends, but you got to live somewhere. I guess two questions to you. Why is it still so difficult to build affordable housing? What can we do with NYCHA, which is such a, has been, an area where so many lower income people have lived, but it's not even up to the standard that we would want it to be.
So, you guys hear me? Is that better, or should I turn this on? Okay. So, this is a really hard issue, as we heard from the previous panel. But you've got to kind of throw everything. Use the mic.
Okay, you have to really throw everything at it. We've got ourselves into this situation, in my opinion, a little bit because of rent regulation. No one likes to hear that, but rent regulation creates entitlement for those that have apartments and pushes up the rents for everyone else. Now, people may not like that. It may not be politically correct to say that, but there's been a lot of economic research on it, and I don't. Academia is academia, and so we're not going to change that. So if we're not going to change that, then we start to create incentives to build affordable housing, and incentives to build affordable housing only work if construction costs are at a point where what you have to pay for the land and what your construction costs are, which have gone up a lot, and we have work rules that other states don't have that increase that cost. And then we have limited land that's accessible. So it takes longer to commute from East New York than it does to commute from Greenwich, Connecticut. So unless we're going to fix our infrastructure and make places in New York City that are stranded, accessible, and we upzone those areas so that building is more affordable, we're going to have a hard time denting supply. Now, we've done some things that are good, but we haven't done them all the way good. So, I salute the Bloomberg administration for upzoning areas, but I think you can't upzone and create residential without creating an incentive to build, because otherwise what you're doing is just transferring wealth to the property owner. And so if we're going to rezone, we need to think about this much more carefully. And that is that if you don't build, and you have to build affordable housing when you build, if you don't build within a certain period of time, you have to pay penalties if and when you begin to build. And this will limit land speculation and create incentives to build, which just upzoning does not.
So let me just ask Hope and both you, is the conversion of buildings, office buildings, to solve the affordable housing problem, is that a realistic solution?
So it's not a total solution, and I'll leave it to the expert here. I think it might be a component of the solution, but it's not a total solution.
That's absolutely right. And Hope, you made a really great point about rethinking our neighborhoods. Young people want a live-work environment that's exciting and invigorating and a place they want to spend time. And we have areas like the Garment District that don't provide any of that. And those areas probably need to be rezoned, and we need to create incentives to build affordable housing there. And we really need to create these 24-hour communities everywhere to get people to go back to the office. Office utilization rate is depending upon who you talk to, 40, 50%. So we've kind of got to address all of this together, and it's a very, it's complex, and we have to really say, what are we over-regulating? How do we work with the unions to make sure they're busy, but not stifling construction? Because if we can't attract investment because it's too hard and it's too expensive, well, those people won't have jobs either. So this is a difficult, holistic issue to solve. And really, unless we kind of address all of it, it's going to be hard. As it relates to NYCHA,
So if you could, quick answer, and then I want to wrap up this. In fact, let me give you each an opportunity. We got a few minutes left on this panel. I'm going to ask you each one question, same question, and I'll start with Phalo going down the line. What keeps you up at night when you think about the future in New York? Either because it's a nightmare or because it's a wonderful dream. So you can pick, but Phalo, I'll let you start.
I mean, I worry now about some of these New Yorkers that we have lost in terms of, in our case, in our campuses. because this is a key moment in the rebuilding of the city's economy, and you want those individuals to participate fully, and you know that the road ahead is going to be more challenging if they don't have whatever different kind of credentialing, education, skilling they might have to take advantage of the opportunities. I also think that we're a key engine of what I call civic mobility in terms of how do we train generations of New Yorkers to participate and engage. If we're losing those people out too at a critical moment in our democracy, it's another inflection point, so that keeps me up at night.
Beth?
So there's a lot of things to worry about, but I'll talk about some positives. I think tech as a bedrock of like bringing new industry in. So whether it's blockchain companies, real prop tech companies, all those companies, I think it's super exciting. I think we need to rethink how where those companies sit, and whether it's from where they live, work, or in many parts of the city, the floor print is not exactly what makes sense for some of these more creative, innovative companies. And so there's a lot of work to be done, but there's also a lot of opportunity because there's the people, the talent, the industry here to make that work.
So I'll focus on opportunity and build on something Phil said. So there are all these companies that have jobs, and there's this mismatch of skills. And so how do we get the residents here who are underskilled to access opportunities that traditionally have had barriers for them? And we have this Office of Workforce Development where we're trying to create consortiums of groups that will help folks overcome barriers like childcare and transportation upstate and other barriers that keep them from accessing opportunity. Because to the extent that we can get these folks trained and into the workforce, we will expand the economy across the state.
So I guess I'm going to...
So I guess I'm going to answer the question to be the downer. Crime, taxes, education.
Okay. So, for this panel, and when we think about the economic inequities that we need to solve, and we look for solutions, I think that it's critical that we have the right partnerships. Education, talking with government, talking with the private sector, and thinking about innovative solutions to come together. And I think that finding the right answer in each of these problems and thinking about workforce development and thinking about the talent of the future, thinking about the mismatches that we have with businesses and skills, thinking about the importance of how we house these individuals, where they go to work in a post-COVID environment, are all really critical questions that I think cannot be answered in isolation. So I thank all of you for bringing together your perspectives on this panel. Thank you. Let's have a round of applause for our panelists. So thank you. Right. We do a picture?
Thank you, Eric, and thank you to our panelists. I'd now like to welcome to the stage U.S. News Vice Chairman and President Bill Holliber. Bill has had a distinguished career in media for more than 4 decades, managing over 30 publications and launching more than 10 new magazines in the media and tech industries. Bill will chat with Shamina Singh, founder and president of the Center for Inclusive Growth. She also serves as MasterCard's Executive Vice President of Corporate Sustainability. MasterCard is a partner today who is on the cutting edge of building better communities and shares our desire and passion to make society a more equitable place.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome, everybody. Really excited about this discussion. We're sort of wrapping up the morning session, and a lot of interesting conversations leading to this.
Yep.
Shamina Singh is the founder and president of the Center for Inclusive Growth at MasterCard. She's also the executive vice president of corporate sustainability at MasterCard as well. For over 20 years, she has been on the front lines of developing and implementing solutions to make the global economy work for everyone, everywhere. Since 2014, Shamina has led the Center for Inclusive Growth, working to advance equitable and sustainable economic growth and financial inclusion around the world. It's a big responsibility. The center leverages data insights, expertise, and technology, capital, and expertise for social impact. And in her role as Executive Vice President for Sustainability, she's responsible for the development and implementation of the environmental, social, and governance strategy across MasterCard. So clearly, we have an expert in the house. And, but you also have a tremendous amount of experience from the private sector putting programs into action. So to start off, it would be really interesting to get a viewpoint from you in terms of what you're focused on with the Center for Inclusive Growth on this sustainable aspect of making it long-term and what you're doing in a number of ways, including data science. And what is that data telling us, not only globally, but also in the United States?
Well, let me just say I'm really glad to be here, and I'm also really glad that I came early enough to listen to all of the panels, because I think that the thread that I've heard throughout the day here, which has been really interesting, is one, public and private have to work together. Mm-hmm. There's no problem that either one can either attack or resolve without the other. And so there is an interconnectedness between government and private sector activity. The other thread that I've heard is data and anecdotes matter. Mm-hmm. So the lived experience of people on the ground and feeling the impact of all of this work is job number one for all of us to think about, but also the evidence base that data brings that says, what is that lived experience and how can you calculate it in such a way that allows for government programs to address it, for investors to invest, for private sector companies to employ. So the interconnection between data and lived experience, also very important. And I guess the third thing, and this gets to sort of where we operate in the space, is people in place. So we've talked about the state of equity in America, and we've talked, rightly so, about the state of individual equity based on gender, based on race, based on the lived experience, and frankly, the shared experience for Americans, and primarily in these conversations, also New Yorkers, of which I consider myself one. But the other thing that I think is place matters. And so that's the place where the Center for Inclusive Growth is spending a lot of its time and energy, because equity in the United States, measured by place, shows us, at least, that in the difference between metro and non-metro areas, equity is, there's at least a 5-point difference between cities who have more equity, in our minds called inclusive growth, and rural populations or semi-urban that do not. So there's a difference in place in terms of what the data is showing. There's also a difference in opportunity zones. So many of you may remember that the United States started a program that wanted to include opportunity zones as places of investment because they saw opportunities to oftentimes bring tax incentives or bring investments to places in the country. We're seeing a 9-point difference between those places called opportunity zones that were there to attract investment, to increase inclusion, versus non-opportunity zones, which don't have those same types of incentives and are actually doing better on the inclusive growth score. Where am I getting this information? I'm getting it because the Center for Inclusive Growth takes the assets of MasterCard, which, you know, as you all know, is a global payments company. So we have data from around the world that gives us a sense of where people are spending, not who is spending, but where they're spending and what they're spending on. And so it allows us to take all of the data and make some analysis around spend cycles and places that are attracting that kind of spend. And the inclusive growth score is something that the Center for Inclusive Growth created as an open source tool that anybody can use to help make better decisions about where to allocate resources.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, we heard it in the session that Darren had earlier today. There was a lot of discussion about community, right? And you know, there's national or federal programs, but in the end, it really centers it on that local community. And you referenced the urban community and the semi-urban / rural community. How do those, is it possible for those things to work together in terms of inclusive growth?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's the piece that also underpins the center's theory of the case, which is that networks power the modern economy. And your proximity to those networks determines your productivity and success in life. And so you heard it here from different speakers who said, you know, basically geography shouldn't be your destiny. Your zip code should not determine where you end up in life. And so that is this connection around networks. And so we have focused on financial service networks, so sort of really looking at your proximity to financial access as being a lever for your success. But there are so many other networks. You heard education, you heard technology, you heard environmental. Proximity to those networks matters too. And the connectivity between urban, rural, peri-urban, semi-rural, all of those places, also speaks to not only the direct connection between those two things working together, but also what another speaker talked about in terms of your economic mobility, which is also something that Darren talked about. I have to say that, like, as the daughter of immigrants, that really matters to me because my parents did come to this country for better opportunities. So they made a geographic switch so that they could achieve a level of prosperity. What I hope they never have to do, and what is increasingly happening, is they shouldn't be penalized for a demographic dividend. And that's also, it's the good news and the bad news. The good news is that the demographics of this country are changing. And what we're seeing, I think, in terms of the bad news is the response to that the demography of this country changing. We're seeing what that looks like, and it's painful.
So as a company, a global company, and obviously a company that is heavily committed to the United States as well, what are you seeing that in terms of your employees, the communities that you work with, and really talk about how you're applying what you're bringing to an investment in the community? How does it work? Who are the leaders that you need to engage with? Talk to us a little bit more about the practical side of what you're doing and how that comes together.
Yeah, so, you know, my own view is that I think that COVID changed everything for everybody, but it really changed the relationship between employers and employees. And MasterCard is no different in that conversation. And it's also where, frankly, you guys are really important, because during COVID, what I saw around the world, with not only our company, but many companies, is we didn't know where to trust the information that we were getting around a deadly disease. And so we were hearing something from governments, plural, right? In that moment, there were we were all being impacted. So if somebody was saying something in one place, somebody was saying something in another place, we at sort of people who were responsible for employees had to have a heightened level of discernment to really try to figure out what was real, what wasn't, what was working, and that trust between employer and employee, I think during COVID, you either made it or you didn't. And if you read the Edelman Trust Barometer, you will see that for the first time that they've been doing that work, trust in private sector companies has increased more than any other sector. And I think it's because of what we had to go through during COVID. So when you ask about our employee population, I think we see ourselves differently now. We see ourselves more as a community of people who are working towards common goals.
And how does that work when you go into a community and you're developing a program? Who are the people that really help make this happen?
Yeah.
You know? And how do you measure the success of those sort of things?
Yes. So we have a number. So at the Center for Inclusive Growth and also at MasterCard, we have a number of programs that we're actually focused in on based on the complementary assets of the company, right? So for us, we have really focused our attention on creating something called Strive, which is a program that will empower and enable small businesses to thrive in a digital economy. And so we have many partners, not only in the United States, but also around the world that we're working with to make sure that we're respecting that lived experience for the small business owner and making sure that we tailor the approach to what they need in their communities.
Well, I mean, it's great to hear earlier about the enthusiasm of the BIPOC community about the future of the United States,
exactly.
right? Enthusiasm about the economy. But again, you know, trying to address things in the system is always a challenge. And being on the private sector, you have an advantage that you can work within the systems, right? You also have the ability to create change, to get money down at the community level. Could you talk a little bit more about Strive USA, what you're doing in New York City with Mayor Adams? It's a really interesting project. You know, you've committed a great deal of funding in 3,000 communities around the United States, and part of the EOC program that Vice President Harris mentioned. In July, you're one of the 20 companies that are doing that. But how is it working here in New York?
Well, the other piece is that our CEO was just appointed to the Racial Equity Commission that the U.S. Treasury Department just formed. And we were excited because he's actually the only private sector leader that they asked to serve. And so I think that's an indication of our commitment to racial equity, certainly, but also economic equity. And so the Strive program is one example where we have built an evidence base around what we have seen through our data and our analytics and the technology around the world about where we can be most helpful to small business growth. And for us, that's around three things. It's around making sure that we are enabling access to capital. Small businesses need money. We're enabling access to digitization. And only small businesses who are going digital will survive in a digital economy. And we can enable access to networks or more markets. So those are the places where MasterCard, as a technology entity who basically sits as a network organizer in a trusted network, can really make the most difference. And so that's how we're really approaching our work at the millions scale for small businesses. And in New York, the other thing that I talked about earlier and what I've heard is it's the accessibility and the direction that government flows take, right? So you heard about the economic development. There's so much money that has come out of the federal government, even in this administration. Billions of dollars came out of for COVID. Billions of dollars are coming out of the Reduction in Inflation Act. Where is all that money going? If it's not being steered or guided or pulled down in a way that's based on evidence and based on data, it's going to end up in places that don't make a difference. That's the frustration I think that you're hearing from people here, but also from Americans, is that yes, BIPOC communities feel good about the country, and we'll always feel good, by the way, because we believe in democracy. And we are always going to be resilient in the face of anything. That's our history in this country, is resilience. So you're never going to find us backing down or backing away from a challenge or an opportunity. The thing that we can be helpful doing, though, is making sure that when government makes a decision to steer funding to people in the community that need it, that we're using the best of our assets, the best of our resources, the best of our data, the best of our technology to ensure that it actually gets there. And that's where a MasterCard, with its ability to do authentication, for its ability to make sure that you are who you say you are, to do, because you have to do all of these things when you're transacting. That's where we come in. But an organization like yours comes in because you're actually rating and ranking. And so people pay a lot of attention to when you say something about an organization or a thing, that it's real. And so I think that there's a really great partnership because our success depends on trust. And unless we have that trust and are constantly working to ensure that we earn it, we're nowhere. So I think that that's sort of the trust is really the thing that I would say that unites us, but also is the thing that's going to ensure success of any government program, but of any private sector program.
Oh, thank you for the kind words. And one last question, maybe in 30-second answer. What is your hope for the future about creating an equitable world?
I have a ton of hopes for the future, but because we're on this panel, I would offer a very pragmatic approach. And I think in the United States, we really need a financial inclusion strategy. Currently in this country, we are one of very few countries who actually do not have a national strategy for inclusion. And so we have come together with organizations like the Aspen Institute and 130 other organizations to call for a national strategy to ensure that people in the United States benefit from a digital financial economy. And so I think if I have one thing that I would like to offer up and sort of say the thing that we're focused on is to ensure that, like many countries around the world who have higher inclusive growth scores than us, because of their national financial inclusion strategies, we invest in the time and energy to bring one to this country.
Well, thank you very much for those great words and understanding what the private sector and what MasterCard is doing, not only in the United States, but globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
That was great.
Bill, thank you for that wonderful conversation. Shamina, I couldn't think of a better way to end the morning sessions listening to your hopeful words. And I wrote it down, not going to back down. I mean, the hope that you have for the future and the idea that we need a national financial inclusion strategy. So really important, and what a great way to end what has been an important set of discussions this morning. Important, necessary. For us, it's not just about the discussions, but also finding the solutions that can be implemented in your companies, in your communities, in your constituencies, all in the hope of how do we address those systematic inequities that are really continuing to plague our country. And, now is the time. To have these discussions today, I just want to also express my gratitude and appreciation to all the speakers, all the panelists, and the organizations that helped make today possible. The Black Directors Health Equity Agenda, the Chief Executives for Corporate Purpose, CECP, MasterCard, with that wonderful conversation from Shamina, thank you. Optum, thank you for your dedication, your support in helping to attack such an important policy issue that we need to bring to the forefront in this country. I also want to thank our wonderful MC, Kim Castro. You did such an amazing job this morning, guiding us through today's discussions. My partner, Bill Holliber, who's been involved in all aspects. Kate O'Donnell, Marion Phillips. I mean, this has been, Brian Kelly, thank you. This has been a total team effort. At U.S. News, we know that we are going to continue to champion this issue on equity in America, on thinking about financial inclusion. It's certainly the right thing to do, but it's also part of the core values that we have in our company. It's part of the DNA of who we are. And you will see that for us, this conversation doesn't end now. In addition to other reporters that will be writing about some of the conversation we've had today, our reporters are going to be writing about it. They're going to be distilling the conversations. They're going to have stories on our site, and then they're going to use social media to distribute these stories. So thank you all. And now lunchtime.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I would like you to do me a couple of favors. Since I'm going to be looking mostly at these three people, would any of you like to join them? That's just a hint to come to the center, but it's not a problem. But good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our afternoon session of the State of Equity in America Forum presented by U.S. News and World Report. I'm Marion Phillips III, the Senior Vice President for Community Development and DEI, and we're excited to host you. We're excited to be here today, and we're excited to hold this very vital conversation on health equity. When you consider who we are as America, we are one of the most prominent countries in the world, yet we have a median income of only $31,000. We lack affordable housing that people can't afford. And worse than that, according to the U.S. Department of Education, people between the ages of 16 and 74 read below a 6th grade level. Can we all agree we have an equity problem in America? Equity in all forms is a right granted under our Constitution, which requires us to have a serious discourse, a meaningful dialogue, and a passionate discussion at all levels of government and all in our respective communities. Meaning the issue of equity must be an exchange of ideas between thought leaders, policymakers, stakeholders, business leaders for policy to reflect an equal opportunity for each and every one of us to excel. This is the very reason why we have invited you, specifically invited you, to be with us today. We want to make sure that everyone here is an active participant in the most important conversation that will affect each and every one of our lives. Parenthetical, I'm a Baptist preacher. Normally when I say something good, there's an amen. Amen. Thank you. We encourage you, as I said, be active participants. We encourage you to use the hashtag USNEquity, USNEquity, on your social media to share ideas, insights, and continue this dialogue online. Full disclosure, this issue of equity is very personal to me, especially health equity. 4 family members have an MD, a PhD, or an MD PhD. All of them live in New York, plus I have one niece who lives in Texas and runs her own lab at the University of Texas Southwest. That's not bragging rights. The equity issue is they're all black women, and they're all from New York City, and they all went to public school. So please, will people stop telling me we cannot achieve and we cannot excel? I have proof positive around my table every single day. Diversity is real, and these young ladies in my family have broken their glass ceiling. Let me tell you a little bit about our afternoon. We're going to start off hearing from our CEO, Eric Gertler, followed by John Gersma, who shall share the results of a recent Harris poll and U.S. News and World Report survey on equity, discussing the perceptions and reality of how equity is viewed in America. Then we will hear from Pamela Wallace-Sutton at Yale New Haven Health, who will talk about moving from shifting the paradigm to changing the landscape in health equity. That will lead into a dynamic conversation with 4 hospital and health system executives, who among them represent the 7th largest county in America. They also represent a county with the nation's highest asthma rate, a county with the 3rd most billionaires, and a world-renowned cancer center. After a very quick break, we will return to hear important information to work toward health equity solutions. This is not a complaining afternoon. This is solution-based afternoon with Dr. Ali Shervani Madhavi, who leads the health equity analytics at Optum. New York Urban League's president, Mark Morial, will share the importance of moving from talk to action to help bring needed change. Then my colleague, I just want to brag again, my colleague from U.S. News, Bryn Harder, will highlight the efforts of U.S. News as it relates to health equity analysis for hospitals and communities nationwide. Our day will close with an impactful keynote from the 18th U.S. Surgeon General, Regina Benjamin. I think I've talked enough. It's time to get started. It's time to engage. It's time to get ready to move forward. Allow me to take a moment to introduce our CEO, Eric Gertler. I have the privilege of introducing someone who's a friend and happens to also be my boss. He's the executive chairman and CEO of U.S. News, the nation's leading authority on rankings, unbased journalism, expert guidance on life decisions. That's the stuff he did not want me to tell you. He said, shorten it, so I'm going to shorten it. Eric is a person who has a heart, he has a passion, and he has a passion for doing the right thing. And for me, that is why we're here today, to talk about an issue that affects everybody in this house, everybody outside, everybody around the corner. So yeah, he runs U.S. News, but more importantly, he runs it with his heart and with his head. So will you welcome my boss, my friend, and the person who came up with today's afternoon.
Short enough? It was perfect. Thank you, Marianne. And I will not tell you anything anymore. I'll just say amen. So good afternoon, everyone. And thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you. And thank you for joining us for the inaugural State of Equity in America Forum by U.S. News and World Report. To those of us who are here this morning, thank you for sticking with us in our afternoon session. I also want to welcome the large audience that we have online that we're live streaming, and know that our discussions are being live streamed, but they will also be distributed to our audience, our online audience, which is 500 million unique users every year. So that is a large audience. These are important discussions, and we want to make sure that people hear what we're saying today. U.S. News, as Marion said, we're a mission-driven company. We've been focused over the last 90 years on helping people make important decisions in their lives. And that's whether it concerns selecting the best college for them, selecting the best hospital for them, deciding on what is the best state for them to live or work, and really on deciding all of the important life decisions. But we also firmly believe that it is our duty and our obligation as a news organization to ask the hard questions and to spark the important conversations that tackle the complex problems that we, as a society, must urgently address. In our morning sessions, we discuss the inequities in our economic system. The inequities are glaring, and the solutions are complex. Now, in this afternoon's discussion, we are going to hone in on equities in health. But here, too, we must face the realities of a broken system, both in terms of the inequities in access to quality health care and also the disparities of the social determinants of health: where you live, how you eat, where you're educated, what economic opportunities you may experience, and so much more. In this way, economic and health disparities are inextricably linked and have a certain commonality. But there is one fundamental difference. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. declared at a press conference in Chicago almost 60 years ago, when addressing the inequities of health in American society, he said, and I quote, "Of all of the forms of inequality, injustice in health is the most shocking and the most inhuman because it often results in physical death." As with economic inequities, the COVID-19 pandemic merely magnified the health disparities in society. Let's look at some of the numbers. In the first year of the pandemic, while Black people only represented 14% of New York State's population, they accounted for 23% of the deaths and 29% of the hospitalizations. Hispanic people represented 19% of New York State's population, yet they endured 23% of the deaths and 35% of the hospitalizations. Conversely, white people accounted for 56% of New York's population, but they represented 40% of the deaths and 26% of the hospitalizations. Now, numerous factors from an inability to work from home, higher density households, lack of access to PPE, personal protective equipment, and healthcare, pre-existing health conditions like asthma, play a role in the disparity. But the inequities that existed and set up these conditions were here before the pandemic hit. And these disparities have been all too glaring. Let's take our geographical region. Let's take New York. If you're a resident of Manhattan, life expectancy is 85. In the Bronx, life expectancy is 81. Why? Residents of Manhattan have a higher median income than their neighbors in the Bronx. They spend a higher percentage of at-home food expenditures on fruits and vegetables because they can afford to and they have access to them. Now, other cities show even greater disparities. Let's take some data from past research that shows gaps in life expectancy of up to 33 years between neighborhoods within miles of each other in Boston, with a high of 92 in Back Bay and a low of 59 in Roxbury. Think about it. In the 21st century, in the richest country in the world, it is truly unconscionable that where you live can have such dire life and death consequences, especially when you consider cities like Boston and New York, where you have such outstanding medical care. But these examples and the supporting data make it clear that your zip code has a much greater impact on your health than your genetic code. Now, I had an opportunity before U.S. News. I had the privilege of running Empire State Development Corporation, which is New York State's state agency for economic development. And at that time, I mean, as is the case even now, to create stability and support where we could, but then we were doing it in a fragile, chaotic economy. What became clear as we tried to navigate the COVID-19 pandemic is that we could not resolve the deepening economic crisis without resolving the health crisis. A health crisis caused an economic collapse, and normalization of our economy could only truly happen upon resolution of the health crisis. But the relationship between the economy and our health system should be symbiotic, as in, a healthy population results in a growing and prosperous economy, and similarly, a growing and prosperous economy includes equitable access to health care and a reduction of health disparities. Now, the good news is that the data and insight can help as we look to create roadmaps for such a change. Investing in solving these issues now will not only save lives, but also will cut costs throughout our healthcare ecosystem. Simply put, we need to do more to provide resources and to make policy changes that will help residents live healthier and longer lives. This is especially true in those communities that have suffered due to the inequities of our healthcare. Now, this afternoon, as Marion pointed out, we will hear from some of the leaders of some of the most important medical institutions of the world and some of the most influential policy thinkers in our country. Collaboration on this issue and pushing forward new ways of thinking and solutions is our collective goal. We aspire to create healthier communities and healthier individuals, especially for those that have been underserved. So before we turn it over to the panelists, I just want to thank some of our partners. I want to again thank MasterCard. I want to thank Optum. I want to thank Black Directors Health Equity Agenda. And I want to thank CECP for helping to make today's discussions a reality. And I also want to thank our team at US News, Marion, Kim, Bill, Brian, Kate, and the entire team for doing such an outstanding job in bringing together an impressive array of thinkers and a day of important discussions. So with that, I invite my friend, our afternoon MC, Marion Phillips, Senior Vice President for Community Development, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at US News and World Report, back to the stage to guide us, to preach us, no, just to guide us through our afternoon program to get those conversations started. So thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you, Eric. That was very kind of you. So let's get started. Let's not linger. Let's just get started. Our first panel, our first conversation is really a presentation by John Gersma, the Chief Executive Officer of the Harris Poll, a leading public opinion market research, corporate brand, and reputation strategy firm. Try to say that fast. John is a pioneer in the use of data to identify social change and help leaders and organizations anticipate and adapt to new trends and demands. And he's here today to present some important and some very disturbing numbers for us. Recently, I was in Atlanta, and the person who spoke before me gave important and disturbing data. I need you to be open to what John's going to share with us, and at the end, understand. Some of you are going to say, wow, that's good. Some of you are going to say, that's fine. Some of you are going to be pissed off, and that's right. The goal here is to be informed and to be challenged. So, John?
Thanks, Marion. I really appreciate it. And thanks for the time this afternoon briefly to share some of the Harris Poll public opinion health data that looks at health inequities across America. You know, as Eric was talking, I was thinking about March of 2020 when we started the first weekly COVID tracker. We started week 1. I think Jack and Nikki were on week 158, 100, something like that. I had hair when we started the project. The point is, throughout it, we found substantial variances based on the various factors that Eric just laid out, right? And one of the major challenges as we went weekly through COVID is we saw disproportionate negative health coming out for people of color. We also, at the same time, saw substantial mistrust within the public, particularly among blacks and Hispanics, toward the medical community. And so we needed to understand that as we tried to really, at that time, process vaccination rates and adoption, trust and understanding. And I want to just lay out real briefly a few facts to kind of give the panels a little bit of information as we start to think about this really important topic. So let's start with the negative, as Marion said. It's first important to understand that when we talk to BIPOC Americans as patients, they're more likely to report having received poor quality health care in the last year. Now, what does that mean? 4 in 10, 44% of BIPOC Americans say, and 47% of BIPOC women say they've received poor quality. This is a substantial difference. We have a fundamental difference here of 10 points, for example, 13 points between BIPOC women and white women on whether or not they've received poor quality care. The next thing we see is that 45% of BIPOC Americans say they've sought out a second opinion because they feel like their original healthcare provider dismissed their health concerns. Just pause on that for a second. That's a substantial number of patients, nearly half. Again, when you look at, for example, BIPOC women, 48% versus white women in America at 34%, a 14-point difference. So we went a little bit deeper and we looked at our data with our partners at CBS, the CBS Health Poll, Harris Poll National Health Project. And we also found that 1/3 of Black and Hispanic Americans report witnessing discrimination based on their race, ethnicity, at the doctor's office, at urgent care. That's 35% for Black patients and 33% rather for Hispanics. And nearly half of Black and Hispanic Americans agree that they didn't find the quality of the health care they received in the past year based on matching the money that they spent on their medical costs. So there's a value equation. The quality of care doesn't work for the hard-earned investments that these Black and Hispanic patients believe that they're due, and clearly they're due. I wanted to add to that, we did a recent survey with Johnson & Johnson, and we found that 32% of Hispanic patients and 20% of Black patients found unexpected cancellations at their doctor's office. Another major component where nearly a third of both Hispanic and Black patients faced transportation issues or interruptions at work. My point is when you get to quality care, as Eric pointed out, there's a myriad of factors that create that blockage in terms of that happening. But lastly, 40% of BIPOC women with periods report being regularly stressed about affording period products. So this cuts across the gamut of quality health care from substantial, needs to daily active needs. Now, let's go a little bit deeper. We asked this question, how much do you agree or disagree that the following factors negatively impact the quality of health care you receive? Black patients are in the blue column, Hispanic are in gold, Asian American AAPI are in green, and white patients are in the gray. And you can see a 40-point difference between Black and white patients and a 25% point difference between Black and white patients on race and gender. So you just start with those two factors. It's exactly what Eric just said. You lay that out there, and this is public opinion data of people saying that they're treated differently based on their race and their gender. That's followed by income and then also where they live. Now, if we go a little bit deeper, BIPOC patients are also more likely to face healthcare choice trade-offs because of costs. One of the casualties of the economic crisis that we're in right now, where nearly 9 in 10 Americans are concerned about inflation, is that creates trade-offs. We have less money and we've got to make choices based on the limited amount of money that we have. That, unfortunately, has impacted healthcare, especially for BIPOC Americans. So we asked within the last year, how much do you agree or disagree with the following? Number one, you can see worried more about medical costs than a year ago. Those numbers tick up on the BIPOC patient side. Had to delay health care due to other costs being more urgent. That again skews BIPOC with a significant bump among AAPI patients. And then had to cut back elsewhere to afford health care. That's simply unacceptable in America today. When we look at these discrepancies, 60% AAPI versus 33% of white patients, or 47 and 42 of Black and Hispanic patients, it's just simply unacceptable. Now, when we look at BIPOC, they also feel disproportionately worried over the environmental health factors. Again, increased heat waves. You can see a nearly 12-point difference between Americans and people of color. Same with poor air quality, same with poor water quality, even microplastic pollution. So all of these environmental factors also are creating added, stress and concern among the overall health of BIPOC patients. Now, we asked this question. This was sort of a forced choice of different demographies in the United States, and we asked which of the following, if was solved immediately, would have an immediate positive impact on your community. This was just fielded this weekend in our brand new U.S. News Harris Poll survey. And we surveyed Americans and white Americans on the first column who had the same answers. Affordable health care was number one, also with the AAPI community. When you get to Black Americans and Hispanic Americans, you start to see other social factors becoming even more important. So thinking about this like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you're looking at crime and gun violence, very important to both constituents, then housing and insecurity for Hispanic Americans. Within New York residents, crime and gun violence was of greater concern, followed by affordable health care. And then New York City residents, you're looking at crimes, housing, and job access being the three barriers before you even get to affordable health care. So clearly this is a massive issue across the board. but you can see how some of these other factors take higher priorities in people's minds. So you look at that data and you would suggest and understand that patients of color are more stressed. We asked this question: how much or little have the following caused your stress levels to increase in the past year? I should note we asked this questions around the economy, we asked this around jobs, but these are questions related to healthcare, and they have a direct impact on the stress of BIPOC America. So state and federal healthcare policies, you can see 51% of all Americans agree that that is creating some amount of stress. Those numbers tick up for Black, Asian, and Hispanics by sort of 5 to 6 points. But look at the second line: accessing quality health care if needed. The factors that we've just discussed, you're looking at 43% as a stressor across the general public. That number goes up 16 points with Black patients, 54% with Hispanics, versus 39% of whites. So a significant delta there in terms of their reactions on affording, accessing care, and the stress levels they perceive. Same issue goes with affording a clean, safe, and living environment, and systemic discrimination and racial justice. Again, look at those numbers. That's a significant gap, 22% difference in the Black experience, for example, than in the American experience as related to stress. Now, that gets compounded by mental health and wellness, a significant issue in our country, clearly brought about by the pandemic. But we've asked, how much do the following negatively impact your mental health right now, if at all? And just cutting across those numbers simply, you can see the difference where white Americans in the gray box are a lot lower on their financial situation and stress, affording their living costs, even macro issues like social unrest in the United States. That's creating greater stress among people of color, followed by your job, racial discrimination and bias, and then access to quality mental health care. Quite ironic that that's causing stress, and yet the difference between 46% of Black Americans, 39% of Hispanic versus only 20% of white patients, or white Americans rather. So, despite all this, here's the good news. This, I think, is really interesting. Despite all these barriers, all these social headwinds, all this systemic sort of structures that are lined up against patients of color in America to receive quality health care, they're actually more into it and more supportive and more health-focused than America at large. So we asked this question: which of the following things will you prioritize that you didn't before COVID? Staying physically active. 47% of Americans say, this is stated data, but they say they're trying to stay more physically active. That bumps up 63% in the AAPI, 50% with BIPOC men. Meeting health habits and goals, look at the difference there, 6 points bump between BIPOC women and the public, same situation with AAPI and Hispanics. Buying products that protect my health and my family's health. Here's where we saw one of the more significant jumps. Only 35% of Americans saying they're doing that, yet 43% of Black Americans saying that they're striving to do that. Also 42% of BIPOC women. And the story goes on and on. More emphasis on mental health, more emphasis on a better work-life balance, visiting the doctor more. Look at that number. 18% of Americans say they're going to visit the doctor more. And despite all the barriers I've just laid out in the last 10 minutes, Black Americans say that they are striving to visit the doctor more. So you're dealing with all these barriers, and yet a temerity within people of color, a desire for wellness, a desire to have that right and to pursue this healthy life. And so as you think about this, I just want to really stress this as the panels get into discuss, is how that desire is coming up against these barriers and really working to try to overcome them. So real quickly and lastly, possible solutions that might include building trust with providers. In our survey that we conducted recently with Johnson & Johnson, we asked the question, which qualities would you like to see in a healthcare provider that would make you trust them and feel comfortable receiving care? Please select all that apply. Well, this is what Black and Hispanic American patients told us. Number one, 6 out of 10 say, take me seriously. Listen to my needs and concerns. Remember the first chart I showed you saying that they feel like they're dismissed by their healthcare providers. Then explain to me in terms I understand. That's, again, more than half. Is genuinely invested in my health and demonstrates they care. The empathy in healthcare, not just the stated empathy, the actual empathy, is what Black and Hispanic patients are really looking for, that you're going to take that time, understand my needs, and really own and help me own my health. And lastly, does not make assumptions about my health. So that gives us a little bit of a basis of some of the data that we found as we go into this afternoon's panels. And I can say, for one, that I'm really excited to hear some really great discussions on trying to solve some of these social issues. Thank you.
Thank you, John. How many of you are in the wow category? How many of you are in the, how many of you are pissed off? All right. So let me help the rest of you join us. Association of American Medical Colleges. Half of white medical trainees believe such myths as Black people have thicker skin or less sensitive nerve endings than white people. You do remember what John talked about, how people viewed going to the doctor? I guess that should give you a little bit of understanding of how we got there. So with that in mind, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to bring to the table, to the floor, to the panel, to the stage, Brian Kelly, who will lead our first discussion with Pamela Sutton-Wallace. Brian is, let me introduce Brian properly, is the editorial director and executive vice president of U.S. News and World Report. He is also an author and a frequent speaker and panelist on issues related to media, national policy, politics, and education. That is Brian's official title. Come, Brian, please, Pamela. But let me tell you who Brian is to us at U.S. News. He is our Yoda. He is our Yoda. But Brian is one who is there for each and every one of us as new employees who've been there for a while. Get to talk to him enough, you'll understand why Brian is our Yoda.
Here. Glad to hear that. I've had some pretty interesting introductions in my time, but not that. Marion, you are unique. But I mean, Marion is part of some of the newer folks at U.S. News, and we're very happy to have him for many of the reasons that everybody can witness right here. He has helped us open our eyes to some new aspects of our journalism and helped us dig deeper. And John, thank you. Never bring John Gersma on unless you're willing to go deep, because he is one of the great pollsters in America, and that polling was fascinating. You could see that there's a lot of things going on there. So I was thinking as I'm listening to John, what if I had a great healthcare executive with me today to ask the simple question, what the heck do we do about this? And by coincidence, I just happened to run into Pamela. No, she was scheduled, but Pamela, who has a long and great career managing health institutions, Duke, and in the city of Raleigh-Durham, University of Virginia, and Charlottesville, and most recently, and New York during COVID, and most recently Yale, New Haven, which is Connecticut up to Rhode Island, and a big system with a very complicated population. So I don't think we could have anybody better, except we do have 5 or 4 New York City executives who are, so we're gonna lay out even a higher bar for them, but let's start with Pamela. And Pamela, so give me your reaction to that data from John. John says some good news, bad news. How do you see?
It is. And thank you. First, let me thank everyone here, and thank you to U.S. News for inviting me to participate. I think this conversation is just long overdue. Let me just say, I'm still in awe that we see numbers like this in our healthcare institution. We've been at this work for a long time. Healthcare disparities are not new, especially to many of you in the room who are the experts in this field. You've been doing this for decades. And yet these disparities, these inequities, whether perceived or real, they're real to us, right? That they are perplexing, they're persistent, and we haven't done the hard work. And it is time, and I was asked about the title of our time together. It really is about how do we move from the conversation, move from the data collection, to actual implementation of solutions that we know can change fundamentally some of those really important statistics.
Yeah. So this will sound like the old conversation. Let's put the bad stuff over on the side for a moment. But in the sense that we know there's a problem, and John and others have just really reasserted that it's still there. But let's, as you say, U.S. News, one of our hallmarks is solutions. We've had, have tried to say, let's focus on what works and can we move the needle. So what in that data was encouraging to you that may help us move the needle?
I think it's really the point that John ended on, that I don't know where the perception comes that people of color or BIPOC communities don't want to have good health care, right? That somehow there are individualistic decisions that one is making that is preventing us from getting good equitable care. It really is structural barriers. And I think the good news is this validates that, and that most of us want to take better control of our health and well-being. It's our responsibility as those owners of the system to help make it easier. I think if there are any silver linings in COVID, and believe it or not, I actually think there are some silver linings of the pandemic, is it has people's attention. It got people's attention in such a glaring way, we could not deny what we saw. And I think our regulatory agencies, and again, I think they were working on this before COVID, it just accelerated in addition to the George Floyd murder. I think it accelerated our attention to this. And so that is, I think, a piece of encouragement. And now, whether we're talking about the Joint Commission, which generally governs most hospitals and health systems in the country, as well as CMS, they've put into place some real expectations that have teeth to it around how do we now seriously collect data, share information, capture real and SOGI information, so that now we can cut our analytic and clinical data in a way that helps us to address these issues that have been just so pervasive.
Yeah. Issues like patient satisfaction surveys and those things now being more socioeconomically driven.
Well, I think certainly that's one aspect, patient experience and patient satisfaction, and it points out that the experience that people of color is just as problematic as the clinical outcomes that are occurring. So it is important to look at the service level. Right. But I would argue even more importantly is to now cut the data by the clinical outcomes and our processes, and are things that we are doing, again, structurally creating the inequities. We know it is creating the inequities, but now to have the data and to have, particularly I think, physicians, physician clinicians, nurse clinicians, nurse researchers, to have access to that information and make modifications to their practice based on that strong and solid data, really helps advance the field.
Ben Harder, U.S. News' Chief Health Data Strategist, is here in the audience, and I'll bet you would just love to get your hands on that kind of data, Ben, to rank hospitals. I mean, seriously, we would love that because we can then show the disparities in real time in equally situated institutions, which is I think going to cause some change.
I think it's evolving, right? That again, now that we have the focus on it, and it's a really critical focus, and now that we start systematically collecting the data, we can do the risk adjustments, whether they're clinical risk adjustments or social risk adjustments. And quite frankly, hospitals have been clamoring for that for a long time, because we know we are all serving different populations of people. I do want to call out too, and not to undermine the needs of BIPOC communities, but equities have impacts on not just BIPOC communities, but on those who are of a range of ages, on women's equity. When we think about maternal morbidity and mortality, we've got to look at those statistics in a different way.
So let's talk about Yale and your system. I mean, as we were talking earlier, you have Greenwich and you have Bridgeport and you have parts of Connecticut I've never been to. That so all of the problems that we see, it's a decent-sized microcosm there, right? How are you trying to address some of these sort of issues?
It's a great question, and I think this is really important because there's so much health system consolidation happening in our markets. And so please caveat, I've been at Yale for 4 months, so I'm still learning, but I am learning very quickly. And one of the things that we do is we look at the community that surrounds the hospitals and health systems to really understand the nuances of the difference. And we look at it from a demographics perspective, but also from a social drivers of health perspective, so that we're really understanding that community specifically around our hospitals and our ambulatory sites. I think that's important work because the needs are different, as you're pointing out. And as you can imagine, where we see the most pervasive inequity is in the greater New Haven community. I was just looking at some data recently, and more than 64% of those living in greater New Haven are suffering from living not only under the poverty level, but the working poor. And I think it's a really important statistic. Most of us look at individuals living under the poverty level and look at data cut that way, but are we looking at the working poor? And that's a larger and larger segments of our population, and they are having even larger barriers to healthcare. And so we look at that kind of information across each of our delivery systems.
And I mean, you know, it used to be hospitals, now it's health systems, and you know, certainly we're putting a lot of pressure on your institutions to solve problems that extend well beyond that. But what are some of the specific things that you can do to try to reach that community in terms of service delivery, education? What can you do to help move the needle on that?
Well, I think as these large health systems and in smaller hospitals and health systems, we have an absolute obligation as part of our missions to do this work. And I know, again, for those who have been in this work for much longer than I have, we are now finally talking about equity as being part of quality and safety. And I think that was happening in certain health systems. I hear it now more completely in other health systems, particularly health systems that are serving a very wide range of people. And I think that's the right approach. How do we integrate equity into the quality safety work that we do? You cannot have high quality, high safety delivery without high equity. And so that becomes a whole new framework, at least in the institution that I'm in. And now we are starting to really redefine our care pathways, that we are putting that lens of equity, we are using the data we're gathering, and I think that's an important step for institutions, first to collect the data. And there's been a lot of work and attention to collecting that demographic information, and also now collecting the social drivers of health information and making that part of the health record. Now that we have all that detail, we can look at the clinical pathways, look at the patient outcomes, and understand where do we see disparities in our own institution, and really start changing our algorithms, whether it's the clinical algorithms or changing our pathways in our institution. We're integrating process steps in our pathways, not just the clinical, but what are things that this patient needs. For example, if they are suffering or challenged by homelessness or food insecurity, we are making that part of our record, connecting them to the support systems that we may own ourselves or partnering with our community-based organizations to ensure that before that patient is discharged, or if they're in the primary care settings, we're connecting them to that psychosocial, social support systems that are needed.
And you're measuring these things,
That's
and
right.
you're publishing them in some form, or you're sharing them. We'd like to publish them, Ben. So it's, but you know, the measurement is, if you don't measure it, you can't fix it, right? That's one of our famous sayings at U.S. News. One of the questions again that John raised, people saying, you know, take me seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a lot of doctors, and believe me, my doctors take me seriously. I mean, you know, let them know. Why isn't that working in your, I don't know about your institution, but your experience with many institutions? Is this a doctor problem?
I think it's a people problem. And doctors and nurses and respiratory therapists and pharmacists, they all work in the American system. And I think there is a lot of cultural history that we aren't immune from in the healthcare environment. We bring that with us to work. Most of us did a lot of early work around implicit bias and being able to recognize our own biases that we bring and the judgments that we make. And not necessarily by choice, by definition, it's kind of unconscious.
Right.
We need to constantly bring that work to the forefront, because while I'm talking about all the data-driven activities, there is a cultural-based activity work that we need to keep doing and reinforcing. And you know, when I was at UVA during that really challenging white supremacy event in August of 2017, and as we learned from that experience, we heard from our patients, or actually from our team members, our own colleagues, that every day they were dealing with issues of racism in the workplace. And you know, I am a black CEO, and there was a black dean, and we were actually like, what do you mean every day you're dealing with, and how are we not hearing about this every day? And we discovered that people, and it was residents, for example, in particular, were being discriminated against by patients, being threatened, women being threatened by patients in particular. And we finally realized we had to intervene, and so we put into place expectations and training that required vignettes to teach, particularly our attending level physicians, how to address racism, sexism, homophobia, Islamophobia was a big issue for us, anti-Semites, how to bring language to address the problem in place in real time, because people were scared to do that. And I think we can't underestimate that. And I think the reverse is true. We've got to teach how to address and approach patients in a culturally competent, culturally sensitive way. It is not intuitive for everyone. And then I finally would add, representation matters, right? We still, despite our best efforts, and I would say particularly for black men, we don't have the level of enrollment in medical schools and undergraduate programs. And how do we restore that pathway to get black men in particular into critical medical fields so that they see themselves, our patients see themselves in the representation.
The other key issue was cost. Obviously a tremendous burden on many people. What can health systems do to mitigate that? And you got 30 seconds.
30 seconds. You know, this is a really perplexing. I think COVID has really done a number on healthcare institutions. Again, looking at some information recently, 50% of health system hospitals will have negative margins in 2022, and including my own. We are planning, where we just experienced a $300 million negative margin. I guess you don't call that a margin, that's a deficit. That's a lot of money. And the cost of labor, everyone is having challenges around workforce development, workforce recruitment. I wish I had all the answers. We have to find, I fundamentally think we do have to move to value-based models to align incentives between health systems, physicians. I would also add health delivery systems that don't have an obligation to care for patients of all ranges, right? So the burden is falling to many systems who have emergency departments in particular when other providers don't have that pressure. We have to equalize that playing field and set some expectations about serving others. And then I think really being realistic about what are we paying for? There's enough money in the system, it's just not being placed in the right places, I would contend, and we have to tackle that as a country.
Okay, there's enough money in the system. Now that's part two. We're bringing you back on that one.
Oh, don't please. I'll probably. Well, if we're spending 20% of our gross domestic product on healthcare, there's a lot of money in the system.
Yeah. No, it's a good. I think that's a really good point. It's about efficiencies and thinking things. But we'll take one problem at a time. I think I really appreciate your insights on this and some of your thoughts on what you have accomplished and what you will be able to accomplish. We hope in the next. It's only 4 months in, but. You got a big job, and we appreciate you taking the time and sharing this with us. Thank you, Pamela.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Pamela, thank you very much. Thank you very much. As you can see, Pamela gave color and life and made it very personal to the numbers that John presented. So thank you very much, Pamela. Thank you very much. Next, my task is to introduce Bill Holliber on this next panel of hospital executives. Now, I've got to be honest on this hospital executive thing. I'm not a hospital executive, but I'm very biased. This is the best panel, so fellas, do not let me down. This is the best. I'm biased, though. I told you that. Full disclosure. I worked at Memorial Sloan Kettering, so I'm biased. Next one. My primary care is at NYP. I'm biased. Now, oh wait, I got a family member who graduated with her MD, PhD from Montefiore, Einstein. Oh, but Dr. Riley, you're the one who has the biggest. My wife, MD, graduate of Downstate. She's on the faculty at Downstate, a deputy DIO at Downstate, program director at Downstate. Downstate, do not let me down. So this is the best panel because, as you can see, I'm completely connected to this panel. But leading this panel will be our president, Bill Holliber. He has been in the media world in his career for over 4 decades. He's managed over 30 publications, launching more than 10. I'm tired of reading this stuff. Bill's an awesome guy. But more importantly, just like Eric, he has a heart, he has a passion. And the only way to move the needle on issues of this importance, you have to have leaders who care. So yes, you can read his bio online. It's online at usnews.com. But this is a person, along with Eric, who have a heart and a passion.
Okay, I want to get this superstar group together as quickly as possible. We've led into this conversation with John and his data, and Pam and insight, sort of real life, what's going on, but we're going to take it to another level and really appreciate everybody's time on this. Just keep in mind, there's close to about 1,000 people watching this live and streaming, so not only here in New York, but all over the country. And so thank you, Marion, for that nice introduction. So pleased to welcome the panel today, the Executive Roundtable on the state of hospital health equity. It's a very important topic. As we know, hospitals in our communities, especially here in New York, represent the lifeblood of what goes on in the city. And the healthcare systems that we have here today are one of the largest and most significant here in the city. These leaders are quite unique and have work in many different systems across the 5 boroughs and even in the metropolitan area and in some cases internationally. So first I'd like to have Dr. Steve Corwin, President and CEO of New York Presbyterian, to join. Dr. Philip Ozua, President and CEO of Montefiore Medicine. Dr. Wayne Riley, who's the president of SUNY Downstate Health Sciences University, and Dr. Selwyn Vickers, president and CEO of Memorial Sloan Kettering Center. So, gentlemen. So leading the group is an old friend of mine, Charles Phillips, who's the managing partner and co-founder of Recognize, a technology growth equity firm. I met Charles many years ago when he was... Do we have a doctor in the house?
We're okay, we're okay. We're okay.
We're good, we're good.
All right. It's a short stage.
You okay, Selwyn?
I am good.
Okay, good.
You did say this was an exciting panel.
Yeah.
We have the shirts.
All right.
That would have been a pretty short stay in New York for Selwyn, so we love him.
Okay. Anyway, Charles and I have known each other. I met him when he was the CEO and chairman of Infor, which provided enterprise software specialized to many industries. We were working on a project. Yeah, go for it. We were working on a project, but what's interesting is when he was running Infor, 14 of the top 25 largest healthcare delivery networks were Infor customers in the United States. It was an incredible... all right, good. I'm not sure everybody was listening, but fine, we'll keep things rolling. He was also former president and director of Oracle, and he is the co-founder and co-chairman of the Black Economic Alliance, a consortium of business leaders committed to economic growth in black communities. And he will lead the panel today. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. A lot of pressure for this panel. So I had to arrange that attention getter. That was all planned. So as Bill mentioned, we've known each other a long time. I spent a long time on the healthcare business, but on the technology side of it, and got to see hospitals from a different perspective. We delivered applications for clinical integration, surgical instrument management, HR, nurse scheduling, things like that, so the operational side. But doing that, you see a lot of clinical data as well, since we did all the integration work, and learn hospitals in a different way than perhaps these gentlemen. But they're the stars here, what we want to get. We have a great panel here, and I'm excited about what we're going to talk about today. So let's start off. I won't go through the intro since you've heard that a couple of times, but there's a fantastic panel here. So what I wanted to start off with is just talking about, this panel is about the equity in healthcare. And if you look at what the Institute of Medicine says, there are kind of 6 pillars of healthcare that we should all be focused on. It should be safe, effective, patient-centered, timely, efficient, and equitable. And that last piece is what we're going to focus on in this panel. So what I want to start off with is talking about what's going on inside the 4 walls of their institutions with physicians. So one of the knocks on what's happening in healthcare, for at least for the people of color, is that 12% of the U.S. physicians identify as Latino or Black. The population is about 30% between those two. A lot of research shows that better outcomes happen when the physicians themselves are people of color. And we can talk about why that is. So number 1, is that true? Number 2, what's the mix within your organizations? And then related to that is implicit bias. There's other research that shows that if you hold constant for all the other variables, you name it, age, income, status, severity of conditions, all of that, there's still a difference in outcomes. And the conclusion from that research was there must be some implicit bias from physicians. So is that the case? If so, how do you measure it? How do you remedy it? So I'll start with Phil.
Thank you very much. I think that the data would suggest that indeed it is the case. We don't know that we do it perfectly, but we certainly measure it. We certainly hear from patients. We use interviews and focus groups. We use simulations. We have a large number of underrepresented minorities as physicians at our place, and they talk to they talk to their peers about their own experience when they get healthcare, and help to educate people about what you may not be aware of as you're treating patients and what you say. So my own experience is that it is valid, and we pay a lot of attention to it, but I don't know that we have it right yet.
Steve?
Yeah, I don't think we have it right. And I think that first you're dealing with historical vestiges that promote and create bias, whether it's algorithms associated with pulmonary functions for lung transplant, or algorithms associated with who qualifies for a heart transplant or a kidney transplant. So you have a number of things like that, in addition to which you have a number of other historical trends that I think are unfavorable. You still do not have, in terms of, for academic departments, the representation of female chairs and people of color is underweight. For senior academic physicians, both are underweight.
Is it improving?
Yeah, it's getting better, but personally, I'm not a big believer in the pipeline theory, because I think that people who are, you have 30% of the incoming classes at Weill Cornell and Columbia are underrepresented minorities, but who are they looking to be their mentors? And so I think that you have to assiduously make sure that mid-level faculty, higher level faculty, and chairs are people of color, underrepresented minorities, women, because I think you never get the pipeline through if you're just talking about the young people. So I think there's a lot of work to do there. And as you all know, as you mentioned in terms of implicit bias, maternal mortality for black women, regardless of socioeconomic status, is substantially higher than white women. And I think it just bespeaks this sort of state of the state at this point. So I think we've got a lot of work still left to do.
Chuck, I agree with what has been said. I think the current environment in many of our medical centers is a reflection of what we see in society. And so that those biases that exist there, physicians and caregivers are not immune to. I think there is a unique opportunity to begin to make a difference by virtue of really being intentional. And Steve's right, the pipeline has limitations. We've had the goal of 10 to 15% of underrepresented minorities from medical school classes for the last 20 years. But the percentage of full professors in those schools who are of color are still at 2 to 3%. So there is this pattern to accept you as a student, there's a decreasing pattern to accept you as a trainee, and there is a rare pattern to be accepted as a colleague if you're of color. So it does take that intentional push both by leaders and by individuals who recognize that, as I said, our organization, diversity is about us being our best. If everybody looks alike, looks the same, we're not our best. Because we can't deliver the care that our community deserves if we don't have competent, particularly culturally competent individuals who can deliver that care for the patients we serve.
Thank you, Charles. I'm delighted to be with three great doctors and colleagues, and thanks, U.S. News and World Report, for this honor of the conversation. You started with the issue of what we refer to as race-physician concordance, and does it make a difference? Yes, it does. The data is clear. But I want to caveat that. When I talk to particularly Black or Latino groups, I always say, look, if you can find a Black or Latino physician that you can bond with, that's great. But even if you don't find a Black or Latino physician, if you find a physician that you bond with, hang on tight, because it does make a difference, in a lot of objective measures. But at the end of the day, all physicians, I would charge them with being culturally connected to their patient populations. Hospitals are imperfectly perfect in terms of our equity challenge. My three colleagues highlighted the fact that we have challenges, we have work to do. One aspect that I've been pretty dogmatic about at my place is, why is it that we haven't had, a Black in a certain subspecialty or a Latino in a certain specialty in our residency training programs? And if you think about it, I jokingly say, when was the last time you saw a Black dermatologist? I'm an internist, you see a lot of us, but a Black ologist, I call it the ologies. The ologies in medical care, we have a problem getting African American Latinos, and I would agree women, into the specialties. And I tell Black and Latino students and women, we all can't be internists, family physicians, pediatricians, and OB-GYNs. We need to be diverse in the specialties of medicine. So again, that's a remaining frontier that we have to tackle, and it gets into how we view the next generations of physicians who are coming through our places, who work in our hospitals, the people we hire to train people to become the ologists and the physician specialists. And that's another aspect of this whole conversation.
So Steve mentioned the disparity in outcomes, and I want to get to kind of what are the causal factors for that. So, just an example, I know the last panel talked about this some as well, but once a Black man gets prostate cancer, I mean, it's common in all men, but when a Black man gets it, he's 73% more likely to die from it. Same thing for Black women in uterine cancer, 41% more likely to die from it. So is that from lack of access to health care? Is it lack of compliance with the treatment recommended? Or what we started with, some kind of treatment bias? If you had to break it down just based on your experience, what explains the different outcomes from what you've seen? And it doesn't have to be that one, but something like that, those three areas, or if you have more, why do you think there's such a disparity in the outcomes?
So I think it's a complicated scenario, but it's a fact in our healthcare world that a number of cancers disproportionately affect people of color, not only in incidence, but more often in their lethality. And you described a couple that are problematic. I'll start with one that you didn't mention, breast cancer. And it's the best example of where disparities begin. In the 1960s, early 70s, black women, Latino women died at the same rate as white women. When the advent of mammography came and access was determined by your socioeconomic class, the disparities began, because white women had access to mammography and early detection and black women didn't. You then have the prolongation of the cultural stigma of a breast cancer that's been seen by many to grow to end stages that erodes through the skin and it becomes a significant embarrassment. And you also have the same thing that relates to prostate cancer in that context, that there are both social determinants, behavioral factors, as well as, in the case of some of the cancers, some biological factors that often have tumors to be more aggressive. And that leads to both that increased risk of mortality, along with what you cite is the cultural embarrassment when the community hasn't had the opportunity to make it very clear it's okay to get the rectal exam. It's okay to get the colonoscopy. It's okay to get the mammography. Those things often have to be promoted by the community because there's really no one in the medical system who looks like them to say, come on in, this is what you need to get because you're at risk if you don't.
Let me just strongly agree with Dr. Vickers. So here's what we found at Montefiore Einstein. If you had breast cancer and you kept all of your appointments, treatment appointments, you were much more likely to survive than if you only kept some of your appointments. And so who didn't keep their appointments? You would think it's maybe elderly or older, with infrastructure issues. For us, it was younger women, single mothers. And when we studied this, the biggest barrier was, guess, transportation. And so by understanding that and putting processes in place using technology, flagging for our teams, patients who are at risk for having that barrier, providing mechanisms for patients to access transportation and come for their care, you begin to eliminate one of the barriers. And so the answer to the moderator's question of which is it is yes, it's all of it, and it's complicated, and you have to very carefully tease it out in your own patients and your own community.
Let me take a slightly different spin on this, because I agree with everything that's been said, but breast cancer, and Selwyn, you're the expert, but correct me if I'm wrong on this. Breast cancer in women of West African black descent tends to be triple receptor negative. That's different than most white women's breast cancer. And and the treatments are different. So one of the issues that we have is that we are going to widen disparities in outcomes if all the genetic information, or the bulk of the genetic information we have, is on whites of Northern European descent. And that's why it's critically important that the NIH did the All of Us study, and there are other things that are coming along, but we have to collect genetic information on everyone. And we have to understand the differences in race and ethnicity. I'll give you another one. Lung cancer in Chinese women from Chinatown has a completely different genetic profile than lung cancer from white male smokers. And so you treat differently based on that. So it's very important for us to make sure that we get race and ethnicity data on people who are coming into our institutions. We understand their social determinants of health. We understand the social vulnerabilities as well as the differences in populations. And as a consequence of that, you have to develop trust. So when we first started to collect more race and ethnicity information on people, we did something called We Ask Because We Care. About 40% of our patients would not give us race and ethnicity information. And Pam Sutton-Wallace knows that because she helped with this before she defected to Yale. So, and so we had to develop a program. We ask because we care. You have to explain to people why their information is going to be used positively and not to stigmatize them and not to give them worse care. And so these are the types of things that you have to work on in order to ultimately provide equitable care. The access issue is also significant. And Wayne knows this very well. The amputation rate in Brooklyn for peripheral vascular disease is 4 times the rate that it is in Manhattan. Why is that? Because people have advanced therapies in Manhattan that are being offered that don't necessarily get offered in Brooklyn quickly. And so you have the unfortunate anomaly where most of the academic centers in New York are situated in Manhattan, Montefiore and downstate being exceptions. And so you have an access issue in Brooklyn and Queens where there are 5 million people. And so you have the access issue as well. So I think I've prolonged the monologue too much, but I apologize.
Well, I'll just follow Steve. That's a great point. And this is, when I talk again to Black and Latino audiences, to talk about, we have to know our genomics. You know, and I know that there's approach avoidance about people knowing my genetic makeup in Black and Latino communities, but it's critically important because I've always argued that addressing health disparities is not just the normal stuff we think about, but it's making sure that a West African woman with triple negative breast cancer gets the right therapy based on her genomics and not just the shotgun approach we tend to use because we think that works. So I couldn't agree with Steve more, and this is another potential widening of the health disparity gap if we don't encourage Black and Latino communities to know and to let people like us know their genetics and know what their genetic predisposition to certain diseases and conditions, you know, in their families themselves, et cetera, so that we can be more proactive prevention, surveillance, check them out sooner, catch things earlier, make them live longer.
You know, I will comment on what Steve said. I think everything is correct in the context. I'm so sorry. Hopefully this one works. Can you hear me now? Is that better? Okay, great. So one of the things that Steve said, and I don't want it to be missed in the context of both triple negative breast cancer, precision health, and precision cancer care, if you look at particularly our experience in COVID, what we proved in healthcare is that we've made significant advances in next generation molecular biology. And so the time of developing and understanding a virus to developing a model to developing a vaccine was unheard of. It was rapid. The quickest vaccine we developed before COVID was almost 3 to 4 years before we ever got it developed. And we still don't have one for HIV. So that tells you where we were. But where we also identified our sort of nascent growth and that we haven't done a good job is in the area of trust. We have not done that well. And for affecting disparities and not have them expand further is we have to work on building trust in those communities. We can't make the assumptions that we can do it just because we feel committed and want to help that group. We have to have trusted individuals often who look like them, to convey that this is in their best interest. And clearly, I shared that mammography, as soon as technology develops, typically the haves get access and the have-nots don't. And you can count that for genomic information as well. If there's not intentionality to build trust and opportunity, the gaps widen because those who have not had the ability to be a part of that environment, trust individuals in it, will often be, again, a part of the disparate outcomes. And the final point I'll make, most of us, when we've looked at studies where we've made the effort that everybody's talked about here to narrow the gap of disparities, when we choose to do that, we make care better for everybody. The lessons learned to try to get these women to their appointments, you make care for people who have cars better. So getting rid of disparities is good for America, not just for people of color.
Yeah, well said. I want to pick up on the access issue specific to New York City that Steve referenced. We have about 1.4 million people in poverty in the city of New York, about 18%. 1 in 5 kids are in poverty as well. And they tend to be segregated in communities, to your point earlier, not around your organizations for the most part, some exceptions here. I'd like to hear you guys talk about how do you treat people without health care? What percentage is it of your patient population? People on Medicare or Medicare Advantage? What are the economics of that? And what can you do to kind of reach some of the people who don't really have access to your organizations?
Maybe I can start. So at New York Presbyterian, 33% of our patients are Medicaid, 50% of our children are Medicaid, 50% of our psychiatric population is Medicaid, another third or thereabouts are Medicare, and another third are commercially insured. Medicare and Medicaid pay respectively 75 cents on the dollar for Medicare, 65 cents on the cost dollar for Medicaid. Commercial insurance pays about $1.50 to $1.60 for a dollar of care. So New York Presbyterian can make it because it can cross-subsidize from commercial populations the Medicare and Medicaid populations. If you're in a situation as a safety net hospital where your commercially insured population is 20% or below, you got a problem. So, and you have a problem in terms of can you make ends meet, and that means that you're going to have a problem in terms of what your facilities are like and how much you can invest in capital and how much you can invest in new equipment and how much you can invest in people and technology. So the fundamental problem in our healthcare system is that because Medicare and Medicaid underpay and commercial insurance overpays, the bias is that if you have a commercially insured population, you can make it. And if you don't have a commercially insured population, you're in big trouble. And that directly affects access to care, and it directly affects the quality of care in many instances. So I'm blessed by the fact that we have that commercial population to offset our fundamental, profound obligation to take care of Medicare and Medicaid patients. We're supposed to take care of everybody. We exist for the public benefit. We exist for the public good. If you keep that in mind, as we get into all these healthcare debates around how to pay, what to pay, universal healthcare, and everything else, the statistics I just gave you should keep in mind in terms of how healthcare in the United States gets malapportioned, if you will.
Yeah, I'll follow that because we in Brooklyn at University Hospital at Downstate, we are in that situation where, as Steve highlighted, we are heavily Medicare and Medicaid, and he's already told you the delta in terms of reimbursement. But we have to pay a nurse the same wage. We have to pay our physicians comparable wages. We have to address, our aging facility. We want to adopt the latest technology that all our kindred institutions here in Manhattan have and embrace. So that is the challenge we have on a daily basis when you're taking care of a heavily Medicaid, Medicare population, working class, salt of the earth folks in central Brooklyn. But again, that is the challenge. So you're seeing a little bit of the the yin and yang of the hospitals up here. But that, again, is reflective of the broader healthcare system. It's not just New York, by the way. You know, I could snap my fingers and be back in Houston, Texas, where I trained. Same situation in Houston, Texas. And all the other places many of us have been, you know, in our training and our work.
Right, and so I'm happy to say that at Montefiore, we see everybody, no matter your card that you hold or your income or your ability to pay, we see you. But there's a cost to that, and we do 7.5 million patient visits every year. 85% of those patients have Medicaid or Medicare, and so we're about a $9-10 billion healthcare system. Only about 15% of the patients we see have a commercial insurance. That 15% accounts for nearly half of all of our revenue. So that's the cross-subsidized. So when you hear that we had a fight with a certain health insurance company that went on for 1 year, exactly, it was like that went on for 1 year, and they were accusing us of being a greedy hospital that overcharges. The fact is, you know, the mission goes out of existence if we don't have those commercial rates. It's the hidden, you know, scheme. When the federal government set up Medicaid, Medicare, it acknowledged explicitly that it would not cover the cost of care. It set up something else that was called DSH, disproportionate share hospitals, explicitly stated to make up for the underpayment of Medicare and Medicare. Now that has disappeared. It went away with the ACA partly, and then subsequent administration. So it was a hidden tax that employers and employers covered some of the cost of the poor. Without that, you have an issue. So when you're Montefiore and you're treating everybody, and with this volume of government pay, there's a cost to it. It means you have to do more with less. It means that you're not as flush in your staffing as others. So when you hear our nurses screaming that they're running left and right, well, everybody is. And when Dr. Riley says that we pay the same for labor as everybody else, we actually pay more. We have to pay highly specialized doctors more to attract them to come and work in the Bronx than in Manhattan. And so in many ways, the payments are considerably lower and the cost can be higher. And you just find a way to get more and more efficient and stay focused on the mission. But everything that you hear about the challenges are true. There's a cost to having that mission of maintaining access. I'll point out 90% of our facilities and our primary care facilities and hospitals are within a mile of a NYCHA housing project. So that's who we look after. The Bronx is 62 out of 62 counties last in New York State in terms of health. So it's a challenge every day, but it's one that we embrace and we approach with passion and vigor.
Is that 15% the minimum on the commercial side, the minimum you have to have, or could it go lower? And does that assume that you're operating at some efficiency, some break even? I guess, what's that 15% represent for you economically?
Oh, no, it's lower than the minimum.
Could it be 5? Could it be 7?
But actually, so the answer is yes. If you look at the RAND, RAND group, Kaufman Hall, all of the external measures, we are one of the lowest, cost, Medicare cost, hospitals in the country. We have to be. But, if we had the average payer mix of an academic medical center in New York, we would have $700 million more of revenue. Everything else the same. I think anything below 25% commercial, you're struggling big time.
We've
we've been a cancer center to a large part of the country in New York, and one of the things I've said to our faculty, our leaders, and our staff, I want us to be the cancer center to the world. And that, on the surface, means Dubai, South America, Asia. But in practice, when I go to Harlem to get my hair cut, my barber doesn't know where I work. So there are worlds in New York that I want people to know about Memorial. So we're in an environment where we don't have a lot of Medicaid, and to do that, we have to be intentional. One of the limitations we had is that up until we fought for a bill, now this is a little weird, you're fighting for a bill to actually lose money, but because it's the mission, you did that. We fought for a bill to force the Medicaid managed care organizations to negotiate with NCI cancer centers, and particularly Memorial, because they wouldn't. So that those people who had Medicaid didn't have the free access to us because their managed care organizations wouldn't negotiate contracts with Memorial. That law will take effect in January of '23. It'll take some months to get final contracts with them. And we will grow that segment of our population because that's a part of our committed
That's
mission.
an access issue.
Yes.
Speaking of caps, the cap on prescription drugs, which is a big one for the Biden administration, they've been talking about, they made it sound like it's a huge savings for the average patients and for hospitals. I'd love to get you guys' kind of reaction to that.
Yeah, I think I salute the President of the United States on this. This is a great bill for patients in terms of what it will do once it's fully baked in terms of prescription cost. It was a piece of, my understanding, it was a piece of the Affordable Care Act that got left on the cutting room floor by President Obama and his team. They couldn't get that into the final configuration of the Affordable Care Act. But this is going to make a big difference. Don't listen to some of the sophistry out there in terms of how impactful this will be to Medicare beneficiaries. I'm also commissioner of the Medicare Payment Advisory Commission, and we got a briefing on the bill, and it will make a huge difference.
Let's say it's 2024 and the current candidates we think will run for president don't run, and one of you is appointed, and you have 100% support from Congress and the Supreme Court. What changes would you make in the healthcare system now that you have total authority to get to better patient outcomes and lower cost?
Well, I'll jump in because I'm passionate about Medicaid expansion. You can run your finger from the District of Columbia line all the way to Texas, and that's where there's heavily Black and Latino populations and rural whites who lack health insurance today because of a political decision not to expand Medicaid. Daniel Dawes down at Morehouse School of Medicine wrote a terrific book. If you hadn't read it, it's entitled The Political Determinants of Health. Not the social determinants, but the political determinants of health. And again, the data, we were talking earlier, the data on Medicaid, as imperfect a program as it is, I've always believed that the first thing you can do to address healthcare disparities is put an insurance card in a person's hand, whether that's commercial insurance, exchange insurance, Medicare, or Medicaid, because that is the beginning of an access point. And it is, in my view, political malpractice on the parts of some states down south not to expand Medicaid for their citizens.
Yeah, Michelle Obama, after the ACA passed, basically said, well, this Medicaid expansion is really an anti-poverty bill. And she said, don't tell anybody. And when you think about it, and you think about issues associated with social justice, it starts with health justice. You can't have social justice without health justice. So Medicaid needs to be expanded. Remember, the states where the expansion was proposed was what, Wayne? 90+% of the payment was by the federal government. So this is political.
leaving money on the table.
New York State, and then it was, well, you know, then we're going to have to pick up the cost. New York State, it's a dollar for dollar match. So for every dollar New York State spends on Medicaid, it gets $1 from the feds. But as we talked about before, the Medicaid and Medicare base rates have not dramatically changed in close to 20 years. And so think about what's happened in prices over the last 20 years. So it's just not kept up with any sort of price indexing, especially in healthcare. So the federal government has to bear more of the responsibility, in my opinion, and the states have to expand Medicaid. And then that starts, I think, a virtuous cycle. And I think that that's important for us to do. Because if you don't have access to health care and you don't have access to insurance, which that provides, then you're going to come in late, you're going to come in with worsening conditions, and you're going to get poor care. And so I think it is highly problematic that the states that haven't expanded it. I think 38 states, Wayne, have expanded it. So I think that would be a must. On the Medicare pricing, just recall that we, as a country, spend the most on pharmaceuticals, and that when the EU negotiates drug pricing, they're negotiating pricing for the EU as a whole, and that's 30% less than what the US pays. So I think that, and that's where pharma makes their margins, right? So they have vociferously opposed Medicare drug pricing because they can see if Medicare gets that drug pricing, then the drug pricing is going to extend also to the commercial insurers, et cetera, and so their margins will erode as a consequence of that. And that's why it's been a vociferous fight for many, many years.
Chuck, I would agree. I would add to the fact that coming from a state that hadn't expanded, I think Wayne and Steve are correct. The data is compelling that if you expand Medicaid, you affect the health improvement for the entire state, but particularly those who are working poor, who have jobs, work, but can't afford health care, and those who the most common measure of bankruptcy is health care bills. So I think expansion of Medicaid is fundamental, but I think it has to go further because we all in our roles are in a business. Whether we call it a mission or not, it's a business. And unfortunately, there is an unusual capitalistic component of it in American healthcare. I think if I were in the role of president, I would certainly re-in-place some of the incentives to contain the cost of healthcare. Because even if you expand Medicaid and healthcare continually grows at the rate that it does, and the cost, you'll still disenfranchise that group because they'll never pay enough to truly get access. And so one of the things that when President Obama started with this bill was to understand that the thing that was most dangerous to our economy was the unbridled growth in the cost of healthcare. And even if you expand Medicaid, it'll never keep up with the cost of where our healthcare is going if you don't incentivize organizations like ours to be thinking about how do we contain cost and create better health outcomes.
And sure, let me just say, first of all, the predicate of the question, I'm not sure that I can be president of the US because unlike Obama, I was actually born in Africa. so
I said appointed.
I'm American, but I'm
truly hypothetical.
Right, hypothetical, right. But then, having said that, this may shock you coming from a healthcare executive. I would actually, if I were in that role, expand quality education. I believe that the greatest barrier to health equity is economic inequity, and the greatest barrier to economic equity is education. New York State, before redistricting, which just happened, and those numbers are not out, New York State had the richest congressional district in the country, which is the Upper East Side, NY 12. And guess which is the most educated congressional district in this country? NY12. 70% of residents have a college education. New York State also has the poorest congressional district in this country, in the Bronx, 15, NY 15. And that district has the most persons of color in a congressional district in this country, 97%. And you can guess it. It's also the sickest. So and the least educated. So education is key. You may not be rich by being educated, but you're almost certainly not going to be poor. And what it means is you get a good job. You get a card that's not a Medicaid card. You get a commercial insurance card. And as good as Medicaid is, the fact is, because it doesn't cover the cost of care, a Medicaid card, by definition, creates disparity, because several doctors would not accept it, the hospitals and specialists would not accept it. So this healthcare person, if he were hypothetically president, would expand education.
The one comment I'll add to that, the one factor that predicts an outcome of improved health care is the education of the mother. That level is the biggest determinant of whether you will have a person of disparate health or one that's equitable.
Absolutely.
I want to go back to something we discussed earlier, how your patients with commercial insurance essentially subsidize everyone else. And you can make an argument the same thing is happening in the drug industry. The US patients are subsidizing the rest of the world. And what the drug companies will tell you, and we all have friends and mutual friends in biotech, is, okay, if you want all research to stop, just do that. And we have no margin, no prospect for earning a return. No one's going to fund this. So do you give any credence to that argument? And are we in trouble if we do that, if we basically shut them down and they don't see a return on that investment? Do we have less drug discovery and that impacts patient outcomes forever?
I give them some credence. I don't think that I don't.
I do too.
It's not a one-sided argument, and I think it's multifaceted. I think that biopharma here is the strongest in the world. As Selwyn pointed out, there are tremendous developments that save lives, and I think that they have to have those budgets to have the R&D. But let's not also forget that a lot of those drug discoveries came out of the fact that the federal government has the National Institutes of Health. National Institutes of Health fund the basic research that can then lead to pharma. And the Bayh Amendment basically avoids the government getting royalties from what pharma gets from the NIH. So there's a lot of nuances to that argument.
I agree with Steve. I've served on a board of a biotech, and I will tell you, it is hard when the scientists would come in and they'd give us 5 different potential drugs that have made it through the R&D pipeline, and then there has to be a decision about, well, we can only fund these 2 to go further into clinical trial development. We can't do these 2. And then you worry about, wow, did we leave some great potential drugs behind because we couldn't finance it? So I agree, you have to have a balanced view of it. And Steve is dead on target. Our great biopharma industry, the best in the world, is present because of the massive investment on the part of the taxpayer of the United States of America vis-a-vis the funding of the NIH.
I think the balance, and I agree with both, you need that balance and drive for the interest to be there. So there has to be an upside for a company to spend the dollars to develop a drug over a 7 to 10 year period and not see some revenue or margin from it would basically end the research world. However, there ought to be a ceiling, right? There ought to be a level where the margin is enough and the reserves are enough that allow you to say you can moderate what the expectation is to earn. And currently, new drugs today can develop, and a course of treatment can be over $100,000. And you're like,
Or $1 million.
Yeah, or more, $1 million. And you're like, oh my goodness. So and the justification is I got to pay for my R&D, and I think it more than pays for the R&D. It's where is there a limit in the context of what you can earn that doesn't create an extra burden for the taxpayer?
I want to turn to technology now, given, of course, I can't have a panel with not talk about technology. So what I've observed is the hesitancy of hospitals and doctors in particular to use data and technology in the way that other industries would. And so because the company that I was running, and we bought Lawson and several other things, you could see all the data because we did all the billing. We put the data in and out of Epic and Cerner, connected all the lab systems. So we saw all the data. We could tell them this is the cost of an episode of care. Here's the cost of supplies, here's the cost of labor, but also the disparities. We could see for this procedure, this doctor is spending 5 times everybody else. Don't you want to know that? And we didn't get a lot of take up on that because we weren't doctors, I guess. They wouldn't listen. And then, so there's that opportunity on benchmarking. Has that changed? Do doctors accept that, or do your hospitals accept that more? And then secondly, I would have thought telehealth was a way of both lowering the cost of care, but also reaching more people. As we saw during COVID, we had some disparities on who had access to technology, but it's potentially a way to reach people who normally can't. So can you talk about those issues? Are you using technology in a more sophisticated way? And by the way, 3 of the 4 of you were customers of mine, even if you, most of you didn't know it, but you were. But can you talk about the way you think of technology now versus 5 or 10 years ago?
Yeah, I'll jump in. Yes, we're better. We're not where we need to be. Just talking to some younger physicians a couple weeks ago, and their embrace of the new technology is much faster than physicians of our generativity. Because remember, these kids grew up with video games from very early. They're very comfortable with technology. They want to be able to reach into their pocket and look at their patient's x-ray on their phone. Whereas in the old days, when we were real doctors, we would have to go down to the radiology box, right, and talk to the radiologist. And then, fast forward, we were able to get it on our desktop, and we thought that was nirvana. But the expectations of the newer generation of physicians is that we use technology more effectively, that we embrace it, that it makes their life better. Younger physicians want to have a life. And they look at some of us and think we don't have lives or didn't have lives. Because of when we trained, we didn't have that technology. So it's better, it's getting better, Charles. I think it would be better going forward. Yes, technology is an answer. It's not the only technology. The problem with telehealth, even when we looked at the data in terms of COVID in central Brooklyn, most of the telehealth visits, I think, 42% were telephone visits. They weren't, FaceTime. And that kind of bothered me, but we still got the job done, even with the phone. But that's an aspect too.
Can I just comment on technology in terms of reducing the burden of human disease? Because I think that it's important to segment it out. We interviewed today 6 candidates to be the new dean of Weill Cornell Medicine. Every one of them from a different medical discipline. Every one of them talked about the impact of artificial intelligence and machine learning in terms of how their specialty could advance forward. And you're seeing that now. Digital pathology, digital radiology, the ability to assist radiologists and pathologists in terms of image and image recognition. That's one big example. Predictive algorithms for, are you at risk for developing heart failure? Are you at risk for developing amyloid heart disease? So, and it goes on and on and on. So I think where we're going to see is that medical school and residency training is going to tilt towards that interface between what currently sits in engineering schools and what currently sits in medical schools, and people are going to get comfortable with that interface. And I really believe we will be able to reduce the burden of human disease by using these technologies.
I agree with Steve. One of the areas that probably 10 years ago, let's say 15 years ago, that didn't exist is the term and concept of computational biology and computational oncology. It's nothing about being in a lab. It's all about dealing with data. And 90% of the data in healthcare has been produced over the last 5 years because it's been an explosion. The ability to apply that data to, as Steve mentioned, to relieve the burden of human disease is going to advance. But the other part you brought up, Chuck, is the ability to use data to reduce cost. And I don't think we do enough of that, right? I think when I was a department chair over a surgery department, we installed a program that took a group of our surgeons who did the same procedure. And one of them, in this case, was simply an appendectomy. One's charge for that procedure, not their charge, but their expense, was close to $7,000. Another was close to $5,000, and there was one that was $2,000, and then when we looked at outcomes, there was no different in outcome. The lesson learned is, how does someone do this for half the cost and get the same outcome, and we allow someone else to do it for 3 times the cost with no difference in outcome? And physicians are typically competitive. If there's an opportunity to be aligned and to be incentivized, cost reduction will occur. But it has to be ingrained in our system. It has to be somewhat easy for them to do, but it will occur if that happens.
Dr. Riley, Dr. Vickers, Dr. Corin, Dr. Ajwa, you guys are doing great work for the city and for the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's give them one more round of applause. Thank you very much. Charles, thank you for leading an amazing conversation. Dr. Ozua, thank you very much. Dr. Riley, thank you. Dr. Vickers, Dr. Corwin, thank you very much. What an amazing opportunity. I need to do a couple of things real fast as everyone starts moving around. I need everybody to stand up and take 10 minutes. Take 10 minutes, take 10 minutes. I had to shorten your break because I'm just that kind of a guy. Everyone on the live streaming, we look forward to you returning in 10 minutes. Back. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, good afternoon, everyone. Let's get restarted. Welcome back to the State of Equity in America. To all of our viewers on our live stream, welcome back from your break as well. We want to continue our program. We all can just admit and acknowledge that was an amazing panel. That was an amazing panel. So let's keep it going. There is one thing when you want to highlight problems. That's easy. We can sit there and say, this is a problem, that is a problem, this is it, this is that. But let's get to solutions. Because if we do not start discussing solutions, all we're doing is talking about problems. And so this afternoon, we're going to continue with Optum, Dr. Ali Shervani Davi. He said, Marion, since you can't pronounce my name, just call me Dr. Ali. So let me just tell you a little bit about him and then let Dr. Ali really introduce himself. He's been doing 15 years of result-driven leadership with extensive and diverse experience in business development, strategic planning, business consulting, product development. He's an expert in transforming concepts to high-impact revenue-generating products. He's an expert in transforming, and that is what we need to do, really transform the minds of the people, transform our systems so that we can produce an equitable healthcare system for every single body. So I'm going to bring up Dr. Ali. Dr. Ali will share his work with you. Dr. Ali?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. My name is Ali, and I'm with Optum. And this afternoon, for my session, we are going to talk about the kind of work we are doing at Optum in connecting data, technology, analytics, and most importantly, collaboration with different stakeholders in the community as well as the health system to really address the health equity issues. And I'm going to start with a little bit of problem still. To quote Winston Churchill, never let a good crisis go to waste, and we're clearly in a crisis mode here. But it's not a crisis that's new. I think everybody who's in this room has known about health disparities and health equity issues in this country forever. And what is new and what is the crisis is that for the past 3 years, we have experienced the worst pandemic in at least a century, and I would say it's even worse than 1918, not only from a mortality rate, but because of the disparity, because people in 1918 couldn't go, work from home, so everybody was in kind of the same boat, as well as the reinvigorated social justice movements that happened as a result of the George Floyd murder, which happened in my backyard. And I think the combination of those two things didn't necessarily create a health equity problem, it just exposed it. And I think it really brought about an understanding of the fact that this is not something we can ignore, nor is it something that by ignoring, it's going to go away. And so we're going to talk about solutions a little bit, but before we get there, I'm going to throw a couple of more stats in there, which was presented in a much more eloquent way by my presenters before me. But the same trends hold. You have much higher mortality rate among people of color than you do of whites. You have, in terms of experience and access, people of color experience much worse quality of care than white people. And as well as among children, people who have asthma end up in ED rooms for black children than they do white, 3 to 6 times more. But most importantly, addressing health equity is really cost effective in the sense that it would save the health system and the health industry up to $1 trillion by 2015 annually. So it's not just about making things better, although that's a big part of it. It's also really to help the health system function better and save everybody money for better outcomes. So the solution we have been working on, and I will give a couple of examples of the work we are doing, is really this combination of using, again, holistic set of data, what we call whole person data sets, that connects health set data, clinical, behavioral, RX, to social data, to demographics data, that allows us to have a whole person view of an individual, which says what are those relationships between social determinants of health, upstream factors, race, ethnicity, language, gender identification, to midstream factors, things like housing security, food security, transportation access, and then finally to outcome, things like disease progression or opiate progression or healthy pregnancies. But that's the beginning of it. Using that data, using those analytics, it can allow us to create a data-driven strategy to identify areas of opportunity where we can make a significant difference by addressing the needs of the population we have identified through our models. And from there, the strategy allows us to start, experiment, develop pilots, and see what works. One of the big things we always emphasize is that for health equity to really be addressed, we have to show measurements. We have to show that what we have done and the work that is done is both impacting the populations we wanted to impact, but also that people are getting the value. Whoever put up the money for the program is getting some value in return. So measurement becomes a big component of the work we do, and it starts at the pilot level. So once we go through the pilot, we see the effectiveness. The ones that perform well move on to scalability, and the ones that don't essentially get stopped there. And from there, we scale it to reach more people and repeat, both in terms of improving upon the projects that we have identified, but also identifying new ones. And one of the areas we're going to talk about is around this SDOH data set that we have right now. So at Optum, we are working on a platform called Social Data Infrastructure, which it brings in social data regardless of the source. So we have a lot of propensity models which look at housing security and food security. They're predictive model. They are very accurate, they're very broad, and they cover, and it's at the person level, so it allows us to connect it to the healthcare data. But there's also data that comes in from Z codes, from assessments, from surveys. We want to also bring those in, and those tend to be more accurate than predictive model. And so that set of data, again, becomes the foundation of the work we do. And this is just some of the things we see in the work we do, and there's a lot of literature around it, is that, for example, the relationship with housing security and chronic condition progression, housing security and level of utilization, whether it's admission, readmission, ED use, length of stay, food security and higher rates of obesity and more rates of chronic conditions associated with obesity. Financial security, obviously we've talked a lot about that. Deferring care, and obviously now with inflation, as was mentioned earlier, that has become even a bigger problem. I believe in the morning session someone mentioned that, you know, in parts of New York people are spending up to 50–60% of their income on rent. That certainly is going to impact how often you go to the doctor, and that results in, again, in worse outcomes. And finally, one of the things that again was mentioned was education. But education obviously pulls people out of poverty in a significant way, but also literacy, both in the sense of health literacy and just general literacy, knowing how the health system works, knowing what benefits are available to people. And we know people who don't have health literacy have lower rates of RX adherence, and again, that can have a significant impact on downstream outcome. So now I'm going to tell you a little bit about a center that we started literally a year ago tomorrow, called Optum Center for Health Equity. It's a center that was financed by Optum to address health equity issues. And our first project in this area is addressing healthy pregnancy and healthy babies in the Washington, D.C. area. And we literally went through the process that I just described. We started with data analytics to identify the right area to focus on and the right population to focus on. And based on doing geographical information system work, looking at the data that was available, we landed on Fort DuPont in Ward 7 of Washington, D.C. And this is an area where there is very limited clinical access to care. There are very high levels of claim, especially in third trimester. There is a very high poverty rate, a very high percentage of people of color, and high housing insecurity issues, as we have seen, that has a significant impact. So using the data analytics and the methodology of using geographical information system allowed us to really target the particular area in DC that we started this center, and we are doing work with our community and health system partners. And we focused on housing, as I mentioned, because housing impacts so many other things. People with housing security issues obviously don't have stable relationships, don't have stable community resources, and most of the time they live in unsafe or unstable housing environments, which for a pregnant birthing person and their newborn could create a lot of problems. And we also saw that there was significant housing issues, especially in the third trimester of pregnancy. And one of the big things that we always see in these cases is that it's so complex, both in terms of the social support that's available to them, but also in terms of health support. So navigating the myriad of bureaucracies that stand in the way to kind of figure out where the support lives. It's obviously, you know, housing and nutrition, access to nutritious food goes hand in hand, and we talked a little bit about how food insecurity itself impacts downstream outcome. And then finally, the voucher program in DC, sometimes the wait is so long that by the time somebody actually gets a voucher, it may be too late to have stable housing during the pregnancy. So all of that allows us, understanding that, to really focus on the housing issue for the birthing parents in Ward 7. And how we did this, and again, this is what I talked about earlier in practice. And this, the main component of what we worked a lot with the community resource in that area. We worked with health systems to identify opportunities for bringing a clinic to the area. We worked with policymakers and the council members to kind of identify. And the one area we landed on was this idea of essentially creating a health navigator, a care navigator individual that becomes the go-to person, individuals, that the birthing parents would go to both understand about the housing resources that may be available, as well as the health resources that are available. And then they go to a DC housing intake, they get access to the housing that's available, And that creates, we work with FQHCs, we work with CBOs and hospitals, then to give them the shelter support and the care that they need. And this got off the ground a couple of months ago. And again, per my conversation, we're measuring the results very closely to see how effective it is and adjusting as we go along. But obviously, in terms of when it comes to solutions, there's a lot more going on than what we are doing at Optum, both at the governmental level, at the health system level, by the plans. I know United Healthcare has spent a lot of money on building affordable housing for their memberships. Kaiser has done the same thing. A lot of health plans are providing secure housing. Health systems are doing the same thing. Here in New York State, as part of the Medicaid redesign team, they started the Supporting Housing Initiative, which identified very highly vulnerable populations, both in terms of clinical needs as well as housing needs, to give them stable housing. And if you can see on the numbers down below, this was truly a population that needed a lot of clinical help. Over half of them had at least one chronic condition. Almost a quarter had 3 chronic conditions. 41% had a substance use disorder, 5% had HIV, and about 53% had serious mental illness. And it really was a very vulnerable population, and majority of them experienced housing security issues. And what is, again, this becomes, and this was mentioned during the panel discussion, what needs to make sense for health equity to stick is that it needs to make financial sense, both for the actors in the system, health systems, health plans, community organizers. The incentive process needs to work, as well as outcomes need to show that there is value delivered. In the case of New York State, after 5 years, and they did a very vigorous study of the cost savings, the people who had secure housing, on average, they saved $7,000 per member annually. And for the high utilizers, that number went up to about $46,000. For the people who transitioned from nursing home to stable housing, that number was about $90,000 per year. So it was a very cost-effective and measured value that it was delivered. And so that's another example of a solution that's out there. So to wrap it up, the example that I give for Optum for Center for Health Equity, the example of New York State, the example of myriad of other programs, the big things that we emphasize is that data analytics technology help us start the process, help us identify where to focus, help us measure the outcomes, help us redesign the programs if they're not meeting the needs. But really, that's the starting and the ending point. The middle part is all about collaboration. It's all about bringing the right resources at the right time, right partners for the right solution into the mix, so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are lots and lots of support systems out there. But for that to work, 2 or 3 things need to happen. One is incentives. How the money flows in the system really impacts how well the system works, how the plans pay the systems, how the systems work with community organizers, how does the government agencies and the policymakers and CMS essentially adjust payment rates based on health equity issues, and CMS is definitely going down that path. So incentive mechanism in the industry needs to really work. The second piece is the standardization of data. Right now, the same thing that has happened with healthcare, but that's getting better. The social data is all over the place. It's sparse in some cases, it's inaccurate in other cases, it's inadequate, they don't talk to each other, and this creation of a holistic, standardized data set really will go out a long way. And then finally, it's about measuring, improving, and showing value. Because again, at the end of the day, if they come out of it and they don't see value, odds are it's not going to go anywhere. On that note, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Let's give Dr. Ali and Optum one more hand, please. Optum Health and Dr. Ali and his team. We want to thank all of you. They are one of our sponsors. We want to just say again, thank you for partnering with us on this journey as we raise the issue and heighten the issue of health equity and literally bring it to the people so that we can really make more of our public aware. One of the things is we want to discuss in this environment, as I said to you, we can always talk about what the problems are, but can we start talking about the solutions? Literally, how do we start going from the talk to the walk? And that's what we're going to do now. Mark Morial, the former mayor of New Orleans, and what I discovered today is between Mark and everybody else here, everybody's from New Orleans. But we're going to ask him, he's the president of the New York Urban League, the National Urban League, thank you. The National Urban League that is celebrating this evening. And he's also been there for a couple of decades. But more importantly is he's one of the leading civil rights leaders in this country. And what that means is he's willing to stand up and fight some fights many people will not fight. So Mark, thank you for sharing with us and being here, and please come.
First of all, good afternoon. I know that you have heard everything that you need to hear, but maybe you haven't heard it from everyone you need to hear from. So I just want to thank the U.S. News and World Report team, Eric and Bill and Marion, as well as Kim, for extending this invitation for me to be here today. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge a great New Yorker, Lloyd, who's here in the front row. He is the de facto, de jure, and actual mayor of Harlem, otherwise the president of the Harlem Chamber of Commerce. Let me take a minute and begin with this analogy. The great hockey player, Wayne Gretzky, was asked what was the secret to his success. He says, the secret to my success is I skate to where the puck is going, not to where the puck is. On the issue of equity in America, for business America, public policy and political America, for civic leaders in America, to meet the future, we have to skate, they have to skate to where the puck is going. Let me share with you where the puck is going. Today, the United States of America has roughly a gross domestic product of between 20 and 22 trillion. That 20 to 22 trillion represents about 1/5 of the world's almost 100 trillion in GDP. After the United States, the second largest nation in terms of GDP, as you guessed it, China at 14, then Japan at 5, Germany at 3.8, UK, India, and France are at about 2.5 to 3. If you took the combined spending power of the nation's African American, Latino, and Asian American consumers and indexed it against these numbers, that consumer spending would be either third or fourth in the world, at some 4.5 to 5 trillion. African American spending power is expected to be nearly 1.8 trillion in 2024. Latino spending power is expected to be 2.4 by 2024. But here's the important thing. African American spending power has increased since 1990 by 275%. Ditto for Latinos and ditto for Asians. The growth market, the emerging market of consumers, investors, readers, voters is right here in the United States of of America, the sheer size of it, the sheer breadth of it, says that if we're going to meet the challenge of equity, we have to skate to where the nation is going. In 2019, the last year of high school graduation in person before the pandemic, we reached a milestone. 1/2 of all high school graduates in America that year were white. 1/2 were from people or communities of color. One need only do a little forecasting to see that 10 years hence, when that cohort gets to be about 30 years of age, that sweet spot for American business when it comes to consumers, voters, influencers, and readers will be both half white and half non, and half communities of color. So you get the point. In this area, yes, we affirm the need for a just and equitable America. We affirm the need for this country to confront the history of its racial past. We affirm the need for us to be more inclusive. But we also need to affirm the need that there's something about this which is smart business, smart numbers, a simple, clear case of where the nation is going and where the country is going, why building equity into the future of the system is so essential. Now, some polling recently said that many Americans, some Americans don't believe that there is systemic racism. I think usually it's because they don't know what it means. For some, it may sound ominous and complex, and they don't really know exactly what it means. I'm going to give you an example of where I live. I won't use the name of the town. So I live in a town, and there's a town next door. The town I live in is predominantly white. The town next door is predominantly black and Latino. If you drive from one town to another, you might not really know you're driving from one town to another. You might think you're driving from one neighborhood to another. The houses are virtually the same. Same in design, same in size, same in architecture. But the appraisals on the houses are radically different. The appraisals on the homes that are in the predominantly African-American neighborhood, predominantly African-American town, are at least 25 to 30% less than the appraisals on the homes in the predominantly white neighborhood. And so people say, how is that systemic racism? Because the methodology of valuing a home is based on its historical value. And part of that historical value goes back to a time when African Americans couldn't live over here, they were forced to live over there, and therefore white Americans would say, I'm not going to live over there, I'm directed to live over here. So it's an example of how systemically, how we do appraisals, which is based on comparables, right, is in fact a systemic system of racial exclusion. In the commercial space, we don't appraise buildings based on comparables exclusively. We appraise buildings based on the income they produce, on the upside of value that they generate for the owners. Or we appraise unique facilities, let's say like a museum or a church or a synagogue, based on the replacement cost, how much it costs to build it, wherever it is. I use that as an illustration. Many may not understand or know or instinctively sense what systemic racism is all about. But beyond that, the most important thing I can share with you today is why equity is a fundamental imperative for this country. It would be tragic if this country went into its future with its eyes on its rearview mirror. by simply believing we're looking forward, but what we're doing is looking backward. We're looking for a day long gone. We're romanticizing America of the 50s and 60s. We're saying, oh, it used to be this way, and it used to be that way. And most people who say it used to be this way and used to be that way didn't live when it was that way because they're too young to have experienced that. So we really, in this moment, have to build this business and civic and governmental or public policy coalition and consensus around equity. This is bigger than politics. It is about policy. It is about what we believe in, but it's bigger than politics because you can't defeat the reality of these demographic shifts and these demographic changes. You also can't beat the reality of the market growth of African Americans, Latinos, and Asian Americans, and their desire to be full partners in the American dream. And that's driving so much of the ambition. So whether it's in the healthcare space, the jobs and economic space, whether it is in how we think about the justice system or policing, equity has to be a guiding principle, a guiding pillar, a guiding sense of how we do business. And the work that I do at the National Urban League is about advancing that thinking, but then also advancing thinking about both business policies and business initiatives, or public policy and public initiatives, or voluntary policies and voluntary initiatives that push us in that direction. So I hope that those of you who are in this room will be stimulated, energized, which I think you are, to think about this in a broad sense, Eric, in a broad sense of what it means for the future of the nation and the future of the country, and why it is a fundamental, Lloyd, imperative of the future. Look, we know we come to the table today where disparities are a hard reality. Economic disparities, for example, according to the research we do, Bill, with the National Urban League's Equality Index, shows that African Americans have an economic status of about 58 or 59% that of white Americans. When you look at income, home ownership, business ownership, business formation, and indeed the like. The question is, let's understand where we are, but can we get someplace in a 10-year horizon? Can we get someplace in a 20-year horizon? In the 1960s, the early 1960s, the poverty rate in the United States was 50% for African Americans and 25% for white Americans. 15 years later, after the Civil Rights Movement, the New Deal, the economic boom of the 60s and 70s, the poverty rate for African Americans had fell to some 27 or 28%, and for white Americans about 12%. It had literally been cut in half, but there was intentionality in the Johnson program. There was a driving move by the civil rights leadership. There was a sense amongst many in American business that we need to open the doors, begin to open the doors to opportunity. And it made some bit of a difference. Since that time, these relative numbers have been frozen in suspended animation, you know, when it comes to poverty. Yeah, the tide is lifted a little bit, but those at the bottom remain at the bottom. Those at the top, for the most part, remain at the top. There's some movement in between, but it's not significant to drive the overall numbers. So for business leaders, it's in vested, enlightened self-interest to work on these issues and advance these issues and to buck those who would inject fear and loathing and say, why are we doing this? What's the purpose of this? It's about Wayne Gretzky. We must skate to where the puck is going if we are going to win the game. Thank you. Are questions in order? No? Yeah? Questions? Are questions in order? Or I'm a warm-up act for Dr. Benjamin, I know. But I don't know if questions are in order or I'll be happy to entertain any questions. I know we have eager journalists in here, business people. I welcome a challenge to my thinking. I welcome free advice. I welcome counsel, or if you'd like, I'll excuse myself. Lloyd.
I would appreciate it if you would share with the audience that massive national investment that National Urban League has put into the Harlem community.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so we like to practice what we preach. So in practicing what we preach, we are building a $255 million mixed-use real estate project on 125th Street in Harlem, known as the Urban League Empowerment Center. That project is the largest, most significant project undertaken in the modern history of Harlem. And we're doing it because we have partners. The state is a partner. The city is a partner. We have 3 developer partners. We have private investors. We have tools such as low-income and new markets tax credits. And together, what we're doing is building, number 1, a new headquarters for the National Urban League. Number 2, New York's first ever civil rights museum. Number 3, 177 units of all affordable housing. Number 4, retail space, which will house Target, Trader Joe's, and several other retailers that we're negotiating with now. And then several floors of office space for which we are negotiating some exciting possibilities for this building. And so it's a social venture for us because obviously we're building it and it'll generate a stream of income for us. But what we're doing here, and we have African-American developers, we have majority developers, we have African-American professionals as a part of this. We're in the process of picking the contractor to do our fit-out, African-American architects working with majority architects. We've got this incredible coalition of people who are doing this project. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to send a message that you can invest and build a high-quality community, a high-quality project without gentrifying. You can build a high-quality project and have economic and cultural impact on the community. You can build a high-quality project and attract high-quality retail to Harlem. So thanks for the question, Lloyd. We're excited about the project. We're about 2 years away from opening, and Eric was a person who was extremely helpful to us during his time in public service, and continue to really appreciate that because it's helped us to get over the hump on a very difficult project, but we hope it inspires other projects like ours. Anyone else have any questions? Thank you for your time. Appreciate you.
We, again, would like to thank Mark Morial for that inspirational understanding. Thank you. Everybody, let's give him a hand. As we roll through the time, I just have one thing I needed to ask Mark as he came off the stage and I was coming onto the stage. I was trying to figure out how a black man from New Orleans knows anything about hockey. Having said that, go Rangers. I want to call my colleague Ben Harder, who is our health analyst. He is considered one of the premier experts in this area for U.S. News and around the country. So Ben.
Thank you, Marion. In the next few minutes, I'd like to give you an overview of where U.S. News stands in its current position and its forward trajectory with respect to what we see here, equity in America, and specifically measuring health equity in America. In 2001, the Institute of Medicine released its landmark report, Crossing the Quality Chasm, which called for an overhaul of the healthcare system for the 21st century. There were 6 distinct pillars of quality that report identified, including patient-centeredness, patient safety, efficiency, effectiveness, and timeliness. And I think in different ways, the healthcare system has, and that report, in fact, spawned a quality improvement movement that has driven forward performance in healthcare on those 5 different pillars of quality that I mentioned. But there is a 6th dimension of quality that has gotten short shrift over the past 2 decades, and that pillar is health equity. So at U.S. News, we set out to measure health equity and to do so at the level of the individual healthcare organization, the hospital. We look at 3 domains of health equity. Access. Does the hospital provide equitable access to care across social and economic differences? Outcomes. Does it produce equitable outcomes irrespective of socioeconomic factors? And social determinants of health. Does the hospital do its part to make sure that it's addressing the social determinants that affect disadvantaged populations disproportionately? So with respect to access, we set out to measure hospital utilization by race and insurance status. Our research question was to understand which hospitals strive against the disparities of access and by serving underserved populations, and which may contribute actually to the disparities that are observed of patients of color and lower income patients receiving less care. We heard, in fact, Pamela Sutton-Wallace mention that people of color do not have less desire to get health care. This is about structural barriers that lead to them receiving less care, particularly in a timely manner. We focused this portion of our study on Medicare beneficiaries for a couple of reasons. One, Medicare data are readily available at the patient level, and so my team is able to study access and in relation to race. But we also wanted to isolate the effect or the relationship of the hospital and access by race. And so looking at a single insurance payer, Medicare, allowed us to do that, to strip out the effects that different insurance plans might have on patients accessing care. And we looked at a basket of services like knee replacement, colon cancer surgery, elective care that when provided in a timely manner produces better outcomes, produces better quality of life, and better survival for patients. So in our findings, we were discouraged, but I would say not surprised to discover that at 4 out of 5 hospitals that we had data on, non-white patients were underrepresented in that hospital relative to the proportion in the population of that community surrounding that hospital. In other words, most hospitals treat a disproportionately white patient population when it comes to these timely interventions that produce better quality of life and better survival. Segregation in healthcare has been outlawed for more than 60 years, but what we are seeing is that there remains de facto segregation in many aspects of healthcare. We also looked at access by economic status, and so to complement the racial differences, the racial disparities that I just mentioned, we also examined access for low-income patients. And in particular, what proportion of the hospital's patients had Medicaid relative to what we would expect based on the community surrounding them. And again, we found clustering of patients by hospitals. In fact, some hospitals, about 1 in 8, served significantly fewer low-income patients than other hospitals in similar communities. So the second domain of health equity that we measured hospitals on was surgical outcomes. And we looked at this by race, focusing on the black-white disparity across 3 different common surgeries: total knee replacement, spinal fusion, and heart bypass surgery. Again, we did this analysis in Medicare beneficiaries in order to control for payer effects. What we found was that at 2 out of 3 hospitals in our analysis, Black patients undergoing knee replacement faced a higher risk of readmission, and this was after adjusting for clinical risk factors, than white patients undergoing knee replacement at the same hospital and with the same clinical status at the outset. And for patients undergoing back surgery and heart surgery, the disparities were even more prevalent. In some cases, more than 90% of hospitals had a racial disparity in their outcomes for patients receiving the same service. We also found that racial disparities in readmissions go hand in hand with poor performance on readmissions overall. In other words, hospitals that do poorly on readmissions, which is a powerful payment penalty that hospitals pay if they do poorly on readmissions, the hospitals that do poorly on that measure tend to have larger disparities, racial disparities in that outcome. And so I think what we see is that there is no way for hospitals to perform well on readmissions if they can't close the racial gap in readmissions. We've also looked at maternal health outcomes, and we heard several of our earlier speakers comment on the importance of that. Unless someone has been under a rock for years, you know that U.S. has yawning racial gaps in maternal and neonatal outcomes, and we intend to develop quality measures to quantify that gap at the level of the individual hospital. Last year, as you may know, U.S. News debuted Best Hospitals for Maternity. It was the first time that we had published that report. On December 6th, we will update that with new data for this year. And in the process of putting this upcoming report together, we, for the first time, collected data by race and by ethnicity on various maternal and neonatal outcomes, including newborn complications, breastfeeding rates, C-section rates, and so on. And so please look out for future reports on that. The third and last domain of health equity that we evaluated was social determinants of health. And we heard speakers speak very eloquently about the determinants that contribute to disparities. We don't have data in our analysis right now on transportation, on housing insecurity, on maternal education, so that is not what we are looking at in this portion of the study. What we looked at specifically was the provision of charity care, the obligation that hospitals have to take care of those who cannot pay for their care, and specifically we looked at charity care in uninsured patients. This is just one facet of the ways that a hospital can soften the hard edges of poverty that lead to medical debt, that lead to personal bankruptcy, and lead to that cascade of disadvantage that leads to worse outcomes and to the creation of barriers of access to care. So we felt it was important to measure hospitals on this domain as well. We found on charity care stark differences, even among similar hospitals and similar communities, and they couldn't be explained by external factors like community characteristics or even the size or nature of the hospital. 1 in 6 hospitals provided significantly less charity care than expected, and in some places, for example, Atlanta and Boston, nearly every hospital was on one extreme or the other. Either they provided significantly less charity care than we would have predicted, or they provided significantly more. And so what we see is that some hospitals are disproportionately taking on the burden of patient populations who may not have the resources to pay. And I think you heard some of our hospital CEOs in the last panel speak to that issue. So to summarize, we looked at 3 different domains: access, outcomes, social determinants, and found profound and prevalent disparities, which varied by degree from one hospital to another. We've now reported those measures at the hospital level on usnews.com, so you can look up your community's hospital or hospitals and understand how they perform on each of those measures, and we'll continue to update and expand that measure set with time. And we really think that transparency and public reporting of hospital performance is a key to driving society and driving institutions to address these disparities. We cannot address them if we don't understand them, if we haven't quantified them and made them important to address. Now, every study has its limitations, and ours is no exception. I alluded to some of the gaps in our measure set. We are working and will continue to work to expand our measure set. We also have a track record of taking constructive feedback from many stakeholders, including healthcare organizations, patient organizations, and so on, and that's part of our process. We've been publishing hospital rankings for more than 30 years. We're just getting started on measuring and publicly reporting health equity. So where to from here? Well, we recently published, one of my colleagues in the back of the room here was a co-author with me of a JAMA piece that came out a few weeks ago, where we wrote of our plan to develop a composite measure of health equity, an overall score based on the measures that I've just described to you. Our goal is to assign to each hospital an overall score on health equity, and for that to reflect their performance across our portfolio of health equity measures. In building that composite, which has not been done yet, we will consider the strengths of each measure, the limitations, the degree to which hospitals are accountable or may share accountability for performance on the measure, and we'll put that together to reflect how each hospital is performing against this basket of measures. We also will think about how to incorporate that composite of health equity into the rankings that US News publishes. Will it be part of our existing rankings, like our honor roll? Perhaps. Will it be a separate ranking, standalone, like best hospitals for equitable health? Perhaps. Perhaps both of those things and more. No decision on that has been made, but we are engaged in very active discussions with various stakeholders, including leading healthcare systems, to understand how we can best put that information together and drive improvement in the health system and in health equity through what we publish and report. If you would like to share input, please send it to my team. healthequity@usnews.com is our team inbox for this project, and we will be glad to consider it. Now, I also would be remiss if I didn't mention another ranking that US News has been publishing now in its 5th year. Our Healthiest Communities rankings, which US News has done in partnership with CVS Health, is our effort to understand not just performance by individual hospital, but to really understand the status of health and health equity at the community level. And so for more than 3,000 counties and county level units, we have measured 84 different metrics of health and health equity, and combined those across 10 different categories, ranging from food and nutrition to housing to public safety and population health, and put those all together into a numerical ranking that we publish under the banner of Healthiest Communities. I'd like to end by just commenting that 21 years ago, when the Crossing the Quality Chasm report was published, it jump-started the emergence of quality improvement as a discipline in healthcare and robust efforts to improve quality, and yet these gaps remain. And the unwarranted variation, the differences that shouldn't exist in healthcare by social and economic factors has a name. It's inequity. And I think we need to rededicate ourselves here to addressing that by bringing data and measurement to bear and making sure that that's transparent to the public and to all stakeholders. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it back to Marion.
Thank you, Ben. And it just goes to show you that US News is not just a simple media company when we have the kind of talent Ben has and our colleague has, who can, we publish, right? But we're in JAMA too. So that tells us we're just not an ordinary bunch of writers. We're some very gifted, very talented, very smart group of young men and women. So I use the word young just in case y'all are wondering. We're all young. I want to just say a special thank you to all of my colleagues at U.S. News who helped put this together. I want to thank our leader, Eric, for giving us the opportunity and trusting us to take his brainchild, his thoughts, his vision, and come bring this to fruition. I'm not going to name names, but all of you know who you are. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. I really do appreciate us coming together as a team. Thank you all for sharing with us this afternoon, and we appreciate you taking time out of your busy day. Yes, I'm wrapping up so our final speaker can come and knock it out the park. I just want to introduce Deborah Phillips. No, we're not related, but we are cousins. All I'm saying is the Black Directors Health Equity Agenda is our partner, but she and I became family. And I want to thank you, Deborah, for being so kind and so generous with your information, your heart, your desire to help me and my co-workers put a program on that we think has moved the needle, so thank you. And just, Deborah is the executive director, and just to give you one quick story and I'm out of your way. I said, Deborah, I cannot reach Dr. Regina Benjamin, and her response was just so classic of a big sister. Am I doing all your work? Deborah.
Thank you, Marion. And yes, I did do all his work. That's what big sisters do, right? Thank you so much to U.S. News and World Report for enabling the Black Directors Health Equity Agenda, also fondly referred to as the BDHEA, to serve as a sponsor for this inaugural State of Equity in America Forum. We are truly delighted to partner with you and to share the stage with all of the esteemed leaders that you've assembled to share their insights and their views on health equity. I think we would all agree that this afternoon session, and I was here for the morning, has been extremely powerful and engaging, and more importantly, that we each walked away with a nugget that we could use, that we could share, and that we could execute something on when we leave this session today. I'll share a bit of information about the BDHEA, and most importantly, I'm going to introduce our closing speaker, Dr. Regina Benjamin. There is an enormous amount of data and information regarding health equities in our country, and these inequities, as many of you know, have existed for far too long. The pandemic, in part, not only dramatically exposed these truths, but they also put a spotlight on the all too slow pace at which they're being addressed. The Black Directors Health Equity Agenda was founded to develop sustainable and actionable approaches to address health equity. It is comprised of board of director members and industry leaders in the healthcare field and beyond. We view ourselves as a formidable group with an equally bold vision of creating the first national effort to close health disparities for the Black community. Our aspirational vision of health equity means ensuring Black people have equitable access to care and treatment, that there is a legislative agenda directly targeting Black communities, comprehensive research and innovation that closes the health equity and health disparity gap, and most importantly, that there's improved board and employment opportunities for Black people in the health-related fields. The industry knows well the crises health disparities have created. We've talked a lot about it this afternoon, but limited human and financial capacity really curtails individuals' organizations' ability to tackle this problem on their own. We have stepped up at the BDHEA to build a centralized platform to address this problem, creating the first national backbone organization that will utilize collective impact in working towards health equity. There are a number of people that we've identified through our extensive networks for collaborations and partnerships as we seek to build and advance a common health agenda for Black Americans, and which will benefit all Americans. Ultimately, by developing this common agenda, we can work to repair a broken healthcare system and to shape a healthier, more equitable nation. There is a fierce urgency of now to act by developing this agenda and to shape a more equitable nation. The BDHEA has developed a deliberate and thought plan that is actionable and sustainable with the support of our alliance partners, sponsors, and aligned organizations, and we consider U.S. News and World Report to be a part of that group. Our strategic plan has been designed to address health disparities and outcomes, people and resources, innovation and research, and health policies and regulations. Our lens is very common to what you described, Ben. Our lens is access, affordability, treatment, and outcomes. And it is through each view that we will strive for equity. So some of the work that you guys are doing fits naturally, right in sync with where we are. The BDHEA's program is designed to enlighten, educate, and empower board members and senior healthcare and other business leaders to both address these disparities and to collaborate and to execute meaningful actions. Dr. Regina Benjamin is a founding member and a board member of the BDHEA. As we are working to build this organization together, I have gotten an opportunity to see firsthand how she brings her whole self to everything that she does and to everyone with whom she engages. Her passion is evident, and she seeks to be inclusive in all that she does. Her work toward wellness and prevention is critical to our agenda, and she is a true servant leader. Dr. Benjamin is the founder and CEO of Bayou Clinic and was the 18th United States Surgeon General. This is from 2009 to 2013, for those of you who are wondering what that years were. As America's doctor, she provided the public with the best scientific information available on how to improve their health and the health of the nation. She also oversaw the operational command of 6,500 uniformed public health officers who serve in locations around the world to protect and to promote the health of the American people. As chair of the National Prevention Council, which is comprised of cabinet-level agency heads from 17 agencies, she led the development of the National Prevention Strategy, America's Plan for Better Health and Wellness. Dr. Benjamin specializes in prevention policies and health promotions among individuals as well as large populations, especially concerning obesity, childhood obesity, and children's health. Now, you're thinking about me, Dr. Benjamin, when you talk about that. She has special interests in rural health care, health disparities among socioeconomic groups, suicide, violence, and mental health. These are issues that are very prevalent. From her early days as the founder of a rural health clinic in Alabama to her leadership role in worldwide advancement of preventive health, Dr. Benjamin has forged a career that is recognized by a broad spectrum of organizations. There are a number of organizations for which she serves on the board. I'll just highlight a few. Robert Wood Johnson, Kaiser Family Foundation, the Commission on Medicaid and the Uninsured, Catholic Health, and the Morehouse School of Medicine. She advises and consults with various growth organizations, serves on the board of Kaiser Hospitals and Health Plans, Ascension, Covatech, Computer Technology Systems, Inc., and the American Heart. I'm sharing that with you because I want y'all to get excited and get engaged, okay? So, I could choose to skip over it, but it's really important to understand who you're going to be listening to. Dr. Benjamin in 1998 was the United States recipient of the Nelson Mandela Award for Health and Human Rights. She received a National Caring Award in 2000. She received, and that was inspired by Mother Teresa and was recognized by a papal honor from Pope Benedict XVI. She was honored with the MacArthur Genius Award Fellowship. And I could go on and on. She has a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Xavier University in New Orleans, attended the Morehouse School of Medicine, earned a medical degree from University of Alabama at Birmingham, and an MBA from Tulane. And she is the recipient of, get this, 30 honorary degrees. Today, as she has throughout her career, Dr. Benjamin remains one of our enduring champions for health equity, and it is with great pleasure that I introduce you to Dr. Regina Benjamin.
Good evening. Not sure who she was talking about, but thank you, U.S. News and World Report, for allowing me to join you for this state of health equity in America this morning with the financial and this afternoon with health equity. I brought these notes because I'm passionate about all this stuff, so try to keep me on script. However, I'm going to stop right now and say two things. One is, if you want to reach me, I'm in the phone book. In Alabama, we still have yellow pages. And I was hearing some things during the break, and so I'm going to state the obvious. With our last panel, we didn't have any women on it, so that was noticeable. But more importantly than that, it was 5 CEOs sitting up here, all dedicated to health equity. And for those CEOs, 4 of them were black male, black men. And that is really important. Today, when the media portrays the black male in such a negative light, that picture, I hope, will go viral, because that was something to remember. And they're not small systems. Those are biggest systems, some of the biggest systems in the entire health space. So just wanted to take an aside and say that. I do want to commend the U.S. News leadership and the area of health equity, and commend your visionary senior executives who support this effort. But especially thank each one of you and what you do every day to make a difference. Today, more than ever, it's important for us to come together, just like we are right now. This morning, we saw in the sessions that financial health is directly related to your physical health. And the solutions out of this morning was that we need to have a national financial inclusion strategy. In healthcare, the roles that each one of us have is increasingly important, particularly to the patients we serve and the communities that we serve. Especially now with ever-changing regulations, aging population, changes in payment models, and more emphasis on value-based care. You know, traditionally we've focus has been more on healthcare cost and utilization, quality and health outcomes. However, now quality and improved health outcomes depends on us having the knowledge and the right tools, devices like technology. But it also depends on us being able to communicate with our patients, and it depends on our patients understanding us, but more importantly, us understanding our patients. I'm going to just tell you a little bit of my journey. The idea is to help you think about how you can make a difference. My town that I work in and have had a clinic for over 30 years is in a town called Bayou Battery, Alabama. It's a little small shrimping village on the coast of Alabama. You probably heard of it in the movie Forrest Gump. And so we do shrimp. It's 60% white, 30% Asian, Vietnamese, Cambodian, Laotian, and 10% black. Most people don't think that we'd be that diverse in our area. But let me start by telling you how I got involved, I guess, in organized medicine and things. When I was an intern, I attended the Medical Association of Georgia's annual meeting. And one of the intense issues that was being debated was that sexually transmitted diseases needed to be taught in medical school. I stood up in a room with maybe 10 or 12 people, and I told them I had never seen any of those except in the textbook. And so I thought there was a need. The Georgia delegation passed that resolution, and they forwarded it to the American Medical Association. They took me to the AMA to speak to the resolution, and it passed. And within 6 months, every medical school in this country was encouraged to include sexually transmitted diseases as part of their core curriculum. I learned one person can make a difference, whether it's in medical policy or in medical practice. And I learned that I can make a difference in medical practice when a National Health Service Corps sent me to Biola Battery. It's a pretty place, but it's a poor place. I found a community of working poor, too poor to afford medical care, but too rich to qualify for Medicaid. So I like the people, I like the community, and I wanted to practice medicine there. But I quickly learned that practicing medicine wasn't just sewing up the shark bites. I had to deal with the land sharks, the regulators, the reviewers, red tape dispensers, and what I jokingly call the hammerheads, the lawyers. But never understanding I was going to be one of those red tape dispensers in the future. But I learned that my patients had problems that the prescription pad by itself couldn't take care of. Things like adequate housing, and especially after Katrina, employment opportunities, clean water, adult literacy, those kind of programs. And so I had to address those and figure out ways to do it. And we started some early times, and I'm a lot of stories, but one of the ways, the bayou is a river that doesn't really have a head. It's sort of, the water comes in. The way the shrimp boats would change their oil is they would put the oil in the water, put more oil in the boat, dump the oil in the water, put more, and the bayou was just black. And so I tried to get the state health department, the state EPA, and everybody said it was somebody else's problem. So we just put some barrels on the piers where they tied up. They didn't want to be polluting the water, and they just started putting the water in there, the oil in the water, and the water started cleaning up. Some of our solutions are simple. They don't have to be terribly complex policies, expensive, they're just simple. And you just have to do it. So I was in practice for, at that time, probably about 22 years or so. Well, anyway, I was in practice a long time. And 22 of those years I was in solo practice, the only doctor in the town. But when President Obama asked me to become Surgeon General, I was like, who's going to see my patients, right? So I had to work on that. But I talked to the patients, and they said, well, you're always going to the AMA anyway, you're doing these things, and we can call you, whatever. So I talked to them before I left. And I realized I wanted to be a voice for them. And I also realized that I now would have 300 million Americans as my patients. And during that time, access to care was at the forefront of the public discourse. And unfortunately, it's there again. While many of us believe that giving all Americans health care coverage is the first step to truly reducing health disparities, we also know that to reduce and ultimately eliminate health disparities, we have to address those social determinants of health, such as poverty. It was said earlier, and we all know this, that your zip code is a better predictor of your health and longevity than your genetic code. There was a study that was published in the Journal of American Public Health, showed that poverty and dropout rates are just as, or at least as important a problem as smoking is in America. And from the Surgeon General, that's pretty important. So don't smoke. The most important thing, I think, is that, or I can't underestimate the importance of education. The health difference between the more educated and the less educated is very significant. The US death rate for people with less than 12 years of education is 2.5 times higher than those with 13 years or more of education, just by getting a high school diploma. you can change your death rate. I'm a longtime champion of the power of prevention, and prevention is the foundation of public health. It's the foundation of all my work as Surgeon General. It's the foundation of everything. So we need to prevent things before they happen or prevent them from getting worse. Health does not occur in the doctor's office, in the hospitals alone. Health also occurs where we live, where we learn, where we work, where we play, where we pray. It's in everything that we do. And I believe that prevention and health equity is you could always just substitute the two words, offers the greatest opportunity to improve the health of America's families now and for decades to come. I also believe it's the key to building a stronger and more sustainable healthcare system. You just can't think about health in a vacuum. It was mentioned earlier that as Surgeon General, I had the privilege of chairing the National Prevention, Public Health and Promotion Council that was established by the Affordable Care Act. And so I was really pleased to be a part of that. And the administration, when we launched that broad agenda to help Americans get healthy, live longer, stay well, and thrive. The council, as was mentioned, was all these cabinet level head members, 17 of them sitting around the table for the first time ever to talk about prevention. That had not happened in our federal government before. We released the first ever National Prevention Strategy, which is America's plan for health and wellness. And our vision is to move our healthcare system from one focused on sickness and disease to one that's focused on wellness and prevention. And the goal of the National Prevention Strategy is to increase the number of Americans who are healthy at every stage of life. I had an elderly patient who told me, she says, Dr. Benjamin, I want to get old, I want to live longer, but I want to be upright. It really makes a difference what your stage is in life and how much you can move and how you can get by. So in addition to the state-of-the-art medicine, we really need a new approach to promoting prevention in our communities. Since staying healthy depends on every factors that influence our health, like housing and transportation, education, the availability of affordable food, our workplaces, and our environment. We have to change the way we think about health in this country, and that calls for the nation to take a more holistic and integrative approach to community health. Everything from safe highways and worksite wellness programs to clean air and healthy food. And all of this was brought to our attention during COVID, and it was just brought up. We have to get to a place where everybody understands that almost everything that we do, even though it's not labeled health or prevention, really does affect the health and quality in life of all Americans. Lastly, I'm going to skip again off the topic and talk about leadership, and because we really need leadership. We didn't talk about it much today, but I think that's what we need. I have two favorite styles of leadership. One is the servant leader, who just does it because it needs to be done, not for the glory, not for the fame. Those of you who are here today, and those of you who are watching, you're doing servant leadership. U.S. News didn't have to put this conference together, but it was the right thing to do. That is servant leadership. The other style, something I made up, is I call leadership from behind. That is when you rise to a level of success that you reach back and you pull others up. And that's really important, but a good leader will do that. A great leader will push them out in front of them and let them know they've got their back and make them even greater than you are. You will get the opportunities to do that. When we look at healthcare, for example, While 30%, at least 30% of the population is minority, less than 7% of physicians in this country are minority. The same numbers and percentages about nurses and pharmacists. And that's the same percentage of the Flexner Report in 1910. We really need to encourage young people to enter health professions, and you, just giving them a kind word, can help that. You never know who's watching you. You're looked at as leaders in your community, in your families. If you're in a hospital, on a hospital floor or ward. I remember being in the office seeing patients, and no offense to the media, but when you get your name or something in the paper, they all call you and they ask you the same question. And now, like, I would say, I don't want to be bothered. I'm seeing patients, don't interrupt me, or whatever, until I got a letter, a manila envelope in the mail. It was full of letters from a second grade class. And it said, I saw your picture in the paper. I want to be a doctor just like you. When you get your pictures in the paper, when you do things, when they see those men on that panel, it's not about us. It's not about them. It's about one of those kids being inspired enough, whether they want to be a doctor, nurse, or just try. So that's leadership from my perspective. And I think that while you're trying to be a leader, that you make sure that you take care of yourselves, that your mental and emotional health. It's hard being a leader. It's hard because you're being attacked sometimes, you feel lonely, but there are others out there like help you, will help you. As the airline attendants, to put your face mask on, attempting to help others, you're not much good to anybody if you're grouchy, drop dead of a heart attack. So. But lastly, I want to get back to saying the fact that becoming a more healthy and equitable nation really requires more than just educating the public and creating these programs piecemeal. It really requires, like was mentioned earlier in a national financial inclusive strategy, or something like the National Prevention Strategy. We still have the National Prevention Strategy around. It's just called other things. We call it Healthy Chicago. San Diego calls theirs something else, but they're just putting together some sort of strategy. And it requires a dedicated group of leaders, just like you, to lead that charge. So I don't know if you wanted questions or comments, or I can wrap it up. Questions? Comments? Thank you. Thank you. I do want to end with a poem, and it's by an unknown author, and it's one of Dr. Benjamin E. Mays' favorite poems, so it was one of his favorite poems, and it's entitled God Meant It. I'm sure many of you heard it. And it goes like this: I have only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it, forced upon me, can't refuse it, didn't seek it, didn't choose it, but it's up to me to use it. I must suffer if I lose it, give account if I abuse it. Just a tiny little minute, yet eternity is in it. I hope you will take what you learned today and everything you're doing and make a difference with your God minute. Thank you.
Again, thank you all for coming. I'm going to just call up my friend one more time. And to Eric, this is just proof positive that when you think big, good things happen. So, Eric Gertler, the CEO of U.S. News.
So it would be daunting enough to follow Dr. Benjamin. But then to follow Dr. Benjamin, who followed Deborah Phillips, who followed Ben Harder, who followed Mark Morial, who who followed all these leaders of medical institutions and thinkers in health make it daunting. But it also makes it an incredibly exciting day. Now, this morning, we had discussions about economic disparities, and this afternoon, we discussed the health disparities. But what became clear very quickly is that they are related. They are symbiotic. And as one of the doctors said in the panel this afternoon, the barrier to health equity is solved by economic equities, which is solved by education. It is all related. As another doctor said, the most important factor in health is the education of the mother. And as Mark Morial said this afternoon, equity is bigger than politics. It's, in a broad sense, the future of our country. And that is why we had the discussions today. And that is why we are going to continue the discussions after today. I don't have a poem with me, but I do have a favorite line from a poem, which is Ulysses by Robert Tennyson, which is to strive, and the last line in that poem is to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Not to yield. We must continue this discussion because it is that important. And we must use this discussion to find solutions. And with that, let me just say a few thank yous. Thank you once again to our partners, the Black Directors Health Equity Agenda, CECP, MasterCard, Optum, and to the incredible, incredible team at US News who worked so hard on the summit, but who worked so hard day in, day out to make sure that we continue to pursue our mission of reporting and analyzing the important issues in a truthful, balanced way. That is our journalistic mission. That is one that we will continue. And I thank you all for participating today.